really odd. Okay. Aha. I think it's working now. For some reason, I have not been able to start this thing. Let me see if it's actually coming up on my. Let me check my audio. I don't know what happened. This is really strange. Normally, when this StreamYard comes up, it gives me the option to go live. It doesn't even show. It's giving me the button stream this to your audience. So there's some kind of configuration issue. I have no idea exactly what happened. This is very strange. But anyway, it looks like Jonathan was able to start it. I have no idea what happened. Let's see. Hey, Rick. Let's see. Hold on. Okay. All right. There we go. I was about to the point where I was going to open OBS and start another stream because I just couldn't get this thing to work. And I have to admit, when you try to do something that's a little bit unusual, it can be a challenge. So let me go ahead and let's see if any of these controls work. Okay, that works. And that works. All right. There we go. And that works. Interesting. All right. Anyway, I hope everyone is still here. And since I have a little difficulty with this display, I'm going to go ahead and put my YouTube one on the other display. There we go. That'll give me a little familiarity. And there I am. And let me make sure the audio is still working. Okay, good. The audio is working, so that's great. And let's see on our comments. Again, it wouldn't be Rick's show without some kind of technical difficulty, but these things do happen. And let me see if I can go all the way back to the beginning. And let's see how far we go. And of course, it deleted the comments from yesterday, which is par for the course for YouTube. It always does that. So the first comment on my list is from Yellow Rose. And we have Sandy Blythe saying hello. And we have some more hellos here. We have a father of United Carnivore, Mike Seeley Sr. Good morning, Rick, and kittens and ducks from a beautiful morning in Melbourne, Florida. Let me skip down to the bottom and see if there's any pressing disasters. And let's see, sort of here. Okay, everything looks good. So we want to thank Jonathan for setting it up. I don't know why my computer is not cooperating. And there's retired Rick. Good morning, you crazy iguana eater. And I know that you did watch my iguana recipe. Was not impressed with it, but that is fine. And let's see who else we have that is here. We have Brian Dish is here. And again, and there's Barry Simon. Good morning, Rick and all. And what time do we have? This is from just before 8. And I wonder who's going to be the first. There's Josephine V. Woman. There's Smoothie 420. There is Robbie Autry. And let's see. Okay. Robbie Autry is the first one at 8 o'clock. So that is, as usual, really good. So we'll go ahead and we'll keep hitting these comments. We have Bacon Runner saying hello to Rick and Jonathan. And let's see, we have another hi from Brian Dish and Manda Makina 83. The good morning, Rick and Milton. Happy Saturday. Yeah, happy Saturday, everyone. There we go. And we have more hellos that are coming in. And let's see who else we have. Amanda, we have Dan, Lions Danivore podcast. Now, you didn't have a live this morning, but you did have a video last night. You might want to check out his video. It seems like he's having bad reactions to coffee. So some of the coffee carnivores might want to check that out. Now, obviously, if you're like Mitch, you have no problem with coffee. And a lot of people do have no problems with coffee, but some people do. So if coffee is a problem, it might be a good idea to reduce it or eliminate it entirely. If coffee is not a problem, continue to enjoy your morning drink or afternoon or nighttime or whatever works for you. My mother always enjoyed her morning coffee. And if that's what gets you going in the morning, go for it. But don't forget, everyone's affected a little bit differently. And there's Brian Airy. Good morning, everyone. And we have Manda again. And let's see. Retired Rick. I love having all these regulars here, which is really a good thing. You're not just my viewers, you're my friends. And we have another good morning for Jonathan. Jonathan, I guess, is out on a road trip, so he may or may not be able to pop in. I was trying to speak with him earlier, but I guess with this phone, he couldn't hear the audio. Might be a Bluetooth thing, modern technology. It has its moments. And there's Carnivore Wayne. Morning, Rick, and everyone else. Well, good morning. Just started my bacon fast. How long can she go? That's for Bacon Runner. And there's retired Rick. And Rick better not be hungover again. Well, I'm not in iguana coma, and I did mention technical issues working on fixing. There's not a whole lot I can do. I was unable to start. Hey, guys, just came off stage. There we go. Okay, that's what it is. Yes, he has a competition, if I remember correctly. Well, Jonathan is a champion, so we know that he's always on the move, and that's a good thing. And good morning to Brian. Jonathan is my number one authority when it comes to carnivore diet and exercise and basically any type of nutrition related advice. He's my go-to. Tech issues, that's not good. Well, it's a StreamYard issue. It was not on my computer as far as I can tell. Just add diesel. You'll get Wi-Fi. Well, there we go. I don't use Wi-Fi, though. Everything here is wired. Maybe one day when I move, I'll have everything connected with fiber. And I'll have the little SMF small form factor devices and just have the whole house wired with fiber and get rid of the twisted pair Ethernet. That would be fantastic. I placed 3 of 3 sadly, but I look pretty comparable to my last show. Great outcome considering the enormous mental grief I've had the last week or so. Well, when you come on later, you can discuss whatever you like with us. I'm sure that we would be very interested in your experiences, Jonathan. Strawberry poop gas, yes. And that is how I cook my breakfast, by the way. And guess what I had for breakfast today? I had another delicious iguana wrap because I was able to catch a roadkill iguana and I was able to make an iguana wrap. So I am fueled this morning with pure egg and iguana power. How can I get past 777 subscribers, retired Rick? Well, there you go. Well, you got to just keep waiting. I'm still trying to pass 5,000, and I've been almost 20 years. Good afternoon, everyone. By the way, hope all is well. Struggling to hear on the stream, but I'll pop on later with our friend Rick, and we look forward to that. And by the way, since I'm using Jonathan's StreamYard, I will post a link a little bit later, and anyone can pop on with me. It doesn't matter who you are. Carnivore, omnivore, vegan, you are welcome to come on here. And I'm not going to be offended. Now, when Jonathan pops on, I will not tolerate any ill will towards Jonathan. You can make fun of me all you want, but if you start saying the wrong things, you will disappear. Okay, no slugs if you know that reference. And we have a hello to Jonathan, and we have retired Rick, just be you, and you got this, Bacon Runner. Good morning to Brian. And let's see, do you have another competition? So we're asking Jonathan a question, and let's see what Jonathan says. Next shows are late October. Well, that's good. That'll give you a little time off where you can relax and hopefully spend a little time with your friends and girlfriend. And, it's very nice when somebody does have that significant other. It makes a big difference if you get the right person. Oh, and Jonathan has returned. There we go. Oh, okay. That's weird. Oh, well. Let's see. Let me switch the view over here. All right. I'll get this figured out one way or the other. There we go. All right. So anyway, let's see what we have here. Okay. Good morning to Wayne. And we have, then you might give out. I hope that helps. Okay. You might give out. Okay. And there's Aaron. Hello, everyone. Well, hello, Aaron. Good to have you here, as always. Erin's been losing some weight, too. She's looking good. So it goes to show you can succeed. You just have to put the effort into it. And sometimes you have to make adjustments. If you're not making any progress and you're doing this over a period of time, an adjustment or a change is going to be necessary because you can't do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result. And I think sometimes people just don't, they may feel hurt or they may feel offended. And that's something that we do not want to have if we can avoid it. And there's me having my tech issues. And there is Pretzel Pete. Good morning, Quackers. Papa Carnivore has dropped in. Good morning. Glad to have you here. Jonathan, if you win them all, you have nothing to strive for. Okay, a little joke going on there. No one can win them all, but there's a season. And while the season is there, you act on it. Patricia, good morning. Let's see who else. We have a good morning to Aaron. We have a hello from Wendy, the Pharaoh grandma. We have Patricia Butler. Hi, retired Rick. We have another good morning to Erin. Erin is kind of a celebrity in our community. Always glad to have her here with her brood, her whole family. So, and got some rural living, lots of animals. Very interesting. Aha, there we go. Jonathan is showing. That looks pretty good, actually. Not as big as the other trophy, but it's pretty sizable. And there is Lions Donivore. Our Dan is saying hello to Peter. There's Venetian Cat. Morning Carnivore family. Julia here. Yes, as always. What a great group this morning. It's always a great group here. We tend to attract the best. Wait, Rick just asked me to start it. Okay, that's what the problem was. I don't know why I was not able to start it. I usually can, but StreamYard and its settings. But again, if I was unable to start, I was just going to start OBS and do it the old-fashioned way. And Aaron had T-bone steak yesterday around 8 a.m. Dr. Baugh's ratio, 338. Best reading yet with that cut. Okay, so nice of you to say retired Rick. And let's see, we have more good mornings. And we have lots of good mornings. We're going to skip through these. Absolutely, Brian adds fuel to my fire. I am built for impact. So that is correct. Good morning to Aaron. And we have another good morning. Lots of good mornings. Everybody's kind of friendly. Hope Rick did lose internet. No, it was a StreamYard issue. I was unable to start the stream. I have no idea why. We are so proud of you and your many accomplishments. Yes, we are proud of Jonathan. Jonathan is a big man in the carnivore community. And again, in the carnivore YouTube community, he is the original carnivore bodybuilder. There's no disputing that. And he was the very first person that I've ever gone live with on YouTube. So, I guess back in the days of Hangouts on air, I was on YouTube, but that's all been deleted. But on my current channel right now, he is the original. And there is his best friend, Joe. And lovely to see you, beautiful Josephine. And by the way, she had a very nice live stream yesterday with a giveaway. And Jonathan actually won one of the gifts on the giveaway. And he was gracious enough to share it with me. So again, more thumbs up to Jonathan. He's amazing. We are very lucky to have him in this carnivore community. And I am glad that he is my friend. I love having Jonathan as my friend. And okay, we have a morning there. And we have another from retired Rick. And hello from Patty. And again, I'm in a really good mood because I had a delicious iguana wrap. I've started it for Rick. Okay, let's hope he doesn't start another stream. It would be super annoying. Yes. I have no idea why it didn't work. That was just weird. Okay. But it doesn't give me the option to start or stop. It only gives me the option to leave. And in the upper corner, it says stream this to your audience. So it's almost like I'm not logged in. And yet, when I went to regular StreamYard, it shows all the controls. So I don't know what happened. Software can be very, very frustrating. And there's Bride's Biscuit. Good morning, Rick. Sup, fam? There we go. And you good, Rick? Yes, I think I am. I hope so. I see you. All right. So that's when it finally started. Okay, so minutes after minutes, it finally came up. And we have more hellos from Joe. And thanks everyone for the support. Win or lose, I can't be stopped. That is correct. Jonathan never gives up. And this is why a lot of times when I see people, maybe they're a bit overweight, maybe they're older, they make all these excuses. Well, I'm trying and it's not working and I'm just not making progress. Well, you need to do more investigation. You need to figure out how can you make adjustments. There's nothing. Okay, you're live now. All good. Yes. Okay, Ryan, there we go. Usually when I do it myself through OBS, I will start early. And since Dan didn't have a live stream today, I would have started about 15 minutes early, played all my images, some of the music that goes with it. But I was unable to start the live stream. And I kind of logged in and logged out and tried and tried and tried. Then Jonathan came on. It's impossible 100% of the time. It's a journey. Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. That is very true. Okay, and Patricia Butler is saying hi to Leslie, and there we go. Michael Pregler has dropped in. Good to see you. Good to see you. Another inspirational carnivore person that we have here. Again, just because you're older doesn't mean you have to stop trying. I'd blame the darn cat for the tech problems. No, it wasn't Milton's fault. Milton is actually asleep. He's behaving very, very nicely. Blame it on Milton. Nope, it was not Milton. Yes, on the coffee. I feel the same way in my commission sales job. Some days I win, I sell a lot. Some days I don't, but it's a consistency, hard work, preparation, dedication. That is what makes me successful. And I agree with that 100%. And we have a good morning to Michael Pregler and to Patricia and Yellow Rose from Michael Pregler. And Joe says, lovely to see you all. And it's always good to see you. I was very nice. I was able to see. I think I have drain damage. All right. We're being a little funny from Jeff over here. Behind the scenes this morning meme in email. Oh, so we have an email coming in here. Nobody can. I'm going to check that out. I make certain of that thanks to my global carnivore muscle support system who always has my back. Yes, that is nobody can. Yeah, exactly. I agree with that. So we have a hire to retired Rick, not this Rick. And we have more hellos. And I liked it, Rick, as a prepper. Never knew when I might need it. So that must be the other Rick you're talking to. And I did watch it all, Rick. Just didn't think you really did eat that. I thought you was just kidding. You weren't. No, I ate it. I thought it was delicious. And I love my iguana wrap. And there's Rough Carnivore. Hello, Rick. Well, hello. And 22Q Cat. Good morning, Rick Milton and all. Well, good morning. Glad that you are here. Ryson is sleeping. And good morning to Yellow Rose. And good morning, Lions from Robbie Autry. And I went to Winn-Dixie this morning, bought a jumbo 5-pack of chicken wings for $1.99 a pound. Yes, and 6 ribeyes for $7.99 a pound. I saw that. It's a little bit above my pay raise, but my pay grade, but hey, it's not too bad. And good morning. And another, I made coffee drinking machine myself. Okay. And I'm going to have air fried chicken wings for dinner tonight. If I had wings, I'd have heart attack wings, of course. Nice video on pickled onions. Yeah, I saw that. Jonathan's help is appreciated, so like both channels, please. I agree with that 100%. Absolutely. Jonathan is a freaking beast. Yes, he is. Definitely. Who is this exceedingly tall, skinny, and handsome quack? Well, he must be looking in the mirror. That's probably what it is. Oh, you managed to come online. Yes. It wasn't me. Jonathan had to start it because StreamYard somehow did not give me the option, and I don't have the option to stop it either, so it may run forever until YouTube times out. Yes, please, guys, support us both. My channel is devastatingly under-supported at times. It is the same handful of people leaving comments. Don't tell me in the live chat. Comment below the videos. Well, there you go. Make sure that you do that for Jonathan, please. We don't want Jonathan's channel to be ignored. And let's see what else we have here. I'm not sure if I'm on the right track, but my husband suffers with CRPS and wanted some advice of Jonathan. Okay, well, you're on the right place. When Jonathan comes on, you can feel free to ask. I don't know what kind of advice he can or can't give, but you can feel free to ask. Good morning from Danny in Boston. And we have more hellos from Peter. I made some pickled cherry tomatoes yesterday. Can't wait to try them. Trying to kick the donut chips addiction. Well, if you're eating donuts and chips, then that's probably a funny joke. But yeah, donuts and chips are not carnivore foods. Tomatoes, I don't do the pickled tomatoes. I've done the fermented tomatoes to make the tomato sauce when I have friends over. I also make Rick's fermented tomato ketchup for those people that just can't live without that crap on their burger. I don't put ketchup on the burger, but I have a lot of friends that do. Okay. Hope you are well. Well, there we go. And let's see. Watching from Jonathan's channel. Well, that's it. Make sure you click like if you're on Jonathan's channel. If you're on my channel, you don't have to click like. You can click whatever you want. And we have some more stuff going on here. Sounds good. I get it about the donuts. Yes. Okay. So we have more hellos. And hello to Papa Carnivore. Hope you weekend has got off to a great start. I got to get rid of this ridiculous towel. I got so frustrated this morning trying to start the stream that I haven't even prepared my living room. It's a complete mess. I have charger parts in a stupid phone. The battery went dead. Then I had like 5 people come over trying to distract me from getting my work done. And they got to tell me all their problems, which is fine. I just continue to work. It's been hot. It was 96 degrees. I'm sweating like crazy, but they still want to talk to me, so that's fine. Remember to actually comment below the videos if you want to help the channel to grow. Good advice from Jonathan. So I would take that advice. Make sure you comment below the video. Now, my channel, it grows a little bit. I may gain 1 subscriber a day, sometimes 2, and that's not too bad. It's been pretty steady for the last few years, and that's a good thing. But I know people that have started on YouTube 3 years ago, and they already have 100K, so whatever. What I found is that I select and eat the types and cuts of meats and seafood and eggs and some cheese occasionally that I love the most. This way I always have all the carnivore foods handy. Well, that's a good plan, Peter. That's a good plan. So we have a good morning from Robbie Autry to Peter and a morning to Barry. And I will check out his email in a little bit once I catch up with the comments. What cheese is in the menu today? Well, I have some of that cheddar cheese, so that'll probably go along if I do make some type of, and we have, so make some type of ground beef. I think I might still have some ground beef left. I haven't been buying it because it's way too expensive. I'm waiting for a sale at Gordon Foods. Everybody else is just way too expensive. I'm not paying $6 or $7 a pound for ground beef. That's totally nuts. The fact that they have the nerve to charge that much is pretty sad. And I do check the dumpster every now and then for the discards. And Kimberly Russell, good morning, everyone. Well, good morning. My last comment was for you. I guess that's retired Rick. Or it's not this Rick. Erin is wonderful. Yes, she is. We like having her here. And don't forget to watch her videos. She does lives. And she had a video this morning, which I didn't get to see because I was running around in circles trying to start the live stream. Okay, we have a hello to Brian. And we have another one for Brian. We have, I love the trophy, Jonathan. Yes. Yes. Hey, Jonathan, I am currently traveling home. Okay, so I guess it's coming up as that. Okay, it comes up on both channels. That's it. What do you need to prepare for the next show, Jonathan? And we have a congratulations to Jonathan. So that must have been when he showed the trophy, which looks good. And let's see here. We have Lynn. Okay, for Brian. More hellos. Let's see if there's a hello for me. And Jonathan saying, hey, guys. Yes. And let's see what else we got here. And we have a good morning, Rick, from Crank Fountain. Good morning from Rick. And we have Kimberly Russell saying, hey, coach. And we have Bacon Runner. And I'm set in the car, covered in tan, swearing everywhere, struggling to look at the screen. Yes, those phones can be very inconvenient. And good morning. I guess it's better than a can and two cans and a string. I just started watching Jonathan's channel. It's awesome. Well, retired Rick, I'm surprised you just started watching it, but check out his channel. There's a lot of good information there. One of the great things about Jonathan, he doesn't make those long, boring videos where he puts a subject and then he starts giving you his life history and then a little bit of world history and blah, 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 and by my whatever. No. He just gets right into it. And I like that. Get straight to the point. Don't waste my time. And let's see, Kimberly Russell. And we have Wendy saying hello to Joe. Pay attention to Jonathan. He knows what he's talking about. Yes. And listen to Michael Pregler because he knows what he's talking about also. Did you change your profile pic? Looks like you're out there hunting, which is what most carnivores should be able to do. I know people get grossed out when I catch and cook iguanas, but I tell them if you are a carnivore and you do eat meat, you do really need to understand how to go hunting and how to do things. Okay. Swearing. Sweating. Yeah, that makes more sense. That sounds like me whenever I walk outside. I can sweat more than somebody working out just by walking out the front door and standing still for 15 minutes. But when you live in a sauna, that's what happens. Now, you probably hear that tickety-tick sound. That's my poor air conditioner telling me that it's got a problem. It's going tick, 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 tick. I think the fan must be hitting something. The thing's old. It was free, like everything else I own. So I'm going to have to probably take it apart and figure out what in the world is going on. Or maybe I'll turn it off and turn it on again. I'm just afraid to turn it off because it may stop working. And then I'm going to be sweating here on the camera, which is not fun. Yes, I watch Jonathan's channel a lot and enjoy it very much. Yes, Peter, I'm glad that you're able to do that. The swearing and sweating, That sounds like me when I'm trying to fix something. Both you, Rick, and Jonathan are good guys. Well, thank you, Brian. I appreciate that. I try to be a good guy. I think we do the best that we can. And Kimberly Russell says hi to Rick. Which Rick it is, it's hard to say, but maybe it's this one. Maybe it's the other one. I hope you two heading out soon. All right. From Yellow Rose. Beautiful grandma. Hope your Saturday is glorious. Yes, I hope so too. And there's another one of our carnivore personalities, Coach Juliet Edens. Good morning. Hi to everyone. Too many to name. Where is Jonathan? I look forward to his knowledge. Jonathan is traveling, so he will be on later. So we get a chance to hang out with Jonathan and see what his latest information is. Dr. Ovadia's recent interview by Mike Rowe on his channel should not be missed. Yes, and there's also one with that guy here in Miami that doesn't want to meet up with me. What is his name? Ben Azadi or something like that? The keto camp guy. He always says he wants to meet people local, but every time that I've tried to email him, I think he's afraid of me. Probably thinks that there's that iguana guy. We got to stay away from him. He's a nut. But yeah. So they have definitely interviews. And when I saw Ovadia, now I saw him in person at Kiltz's meetup. I believe that was in March. And he was a little bit fatter back then than he is now. So he's lost body fat. It seems like he's making pretty good progress. And this is a guy that is in the carnivore space, quite familiar with the lifestyle, and he's starting to make some progress. So it goes to show that anybody can do it if they are diligent about it and they keep making adjustments. Feel you so much better when you stay on plan. Avoid the duck food. Yes, I know I do for sure. The duck food will make you waddle and quack, and you probably don't want to do that. And Milton, yes. And Juliet is the number one reason why Milton turned into the nicest and fluffiest, friendliest cat, because before Milton got fixed, Milton was an emotional disaster. And again, now that he's been fixed, he's really nice. Now, I have to admit, though, sometimes I wonder about people. Some of these people, I think, when they're going through their hormonal issues, they can be very difficult to deal with. For some reason, I'm not like that. I haven't been fixed, thankfully. I don't want to get fixed. I'm already prefixed from, I guess, birth. Safe travels. Hope you have a lovely day. From Joe. And a good morning to the feral grandma. We might be loading the smoker this morning. Nice. I wonder what you got cooking. Hey, good looking. What you got cooking? And we have one for Rose and smoothie from Juliet. And thanks, guys. Will always try my best for you. The stage was burning hot like tarmac out on the beach on rubber. That sounds like pretty bad, but what can you do? Makes you wonder why they set up these events, but where you're at, it's hard to believe that it's even hot. But I guess you've been having unseasonably hot weather. All right. Thank you, too. Thanks, Brian. I almost didn't post it. I agree. I watched Mike Rowe's interview with Dr. Philip Ovadia. It was excellent. I sent it to Mitch. Dr. Ovadia looks absolutely ripped. In amazing shape for his age. But he's not that old, is he? Isn't he younger than me? Dr. Ovadia makes it all very clear. I'll have to look for that. Mitch had mentioned it, but I haven't had time. I spent my day yesterday stripping junk cars. Milton is taking it easy this morning. Looking forward to seeing what mischief he gets up to soon. Well, as soon as Milton gets hungry, I threw Milton a piece of meat this morning. So it'll be a while before Milton wakes up from his meat-induced coma. Yes, it's damn hot. There we go. All right. Happy Quackers. Yes. Although Jonathan did suggest I'm a dumbbell. Just kidding. It was all fun. Well, there we go. You always put a smile on my face. Yes, Juliet does that. Are you going to be having lives again, Juliet? We'll see. Okay. We have a hello from Papa Carnivore. It's hot here as well. I think it's hot everywhere. If it wasn't for my air conditioner, I'd be in rough shape. And there is Louis Latito. Good morning. Good morning. I'm glad that you have dropped in here. And again, later on, after I catch up with the comments, I will go ahead and I will put a link in my chat so that everybody who wants to drop in can drop in. Now, every now and then I will hit the comments. So if you're one of those people that loves to talk and hog up the live stream, you will have to compete with the comments, but that's fine. Now, if you're somebody that wants to share their story, we can make it a share your story segment. And then I will simply ignore the comments and I will let you share your story. Because again, it's not so much the progress that each one of us makes that's important. It's the process, it's the story, and how can our experience help other people? That is the key. Dr. Veda Soda referred to his recent weight loss, something about mold in his house. I don't know if he got sick or involved in hard work because of it. Well, my house is full of mold, mildew, and all kinds of bacteria and fungi and all kinds of good stuff because I have a lot of very old items. The place is old with a leaky roof. So, but that's normal. I think I've adapted to it. I have more problems when I go in a new building than I do in my old house, interestingly. So I guess I'm used to the mold and mildew, and it doesn't grow on me. My dad used to get foot fungus and dandruff. I don't get any of that. No problem. So we have a hello from Julia to Papa, and Jonathan agrees. So let's see what else we have here. Hi to Danny. Is it on Mike Rowe's channel or Dr. Ovedia's? That's a good question. Somebody can mention that. All right. I never knew about Rowe's channel. I like his studio set. I wonder what the studio set looks like. Watching the Rowe interview. Okay, well, hopefully you're not watching it. Recommends watching. Okay, don't watch it during my live stream. We can end the live stream, and then you can watch it after that. We have a hello to Barry and Michael Pregler. I haven't been checking to see how many people we have, but I think we're doing good. My goals now are muscles. I'm very happy to find Carnivore Muscle Pro. Well, Carnivore Wayne, Jonathan is the number one authority when it comes to carnivore bodybuilding. He's been doing it, if I remember correctly, 6 years, maybe a little longer. I've known him for at least 4 years. So I can vouch it's been a while. Jonathan is a long-term. I define anybody that's been carnivore for more than 5 years as a long-term carnivore. So, and all you have to do, if you want to know who's telling you the truth, you can simply look at their track record and look at their results. And I don't think anybody with as many setbacks as Jonathan has had to deal with has been able to get the results that he has. And he's honest about how he did it. So if muscles are your thing, Carnivore Muscle Channel is the place to go. Don't go to my channel because we don't have no muscles around here. We're skinny. I don't work out, although I do intend to. Once I am financially stable and I have moved, then I will definitely work on strength training because that's something I've had several friends that did. Now, the sad thing is that all the friends I had that were into strength training and bodybuilding, they are now fat and unhealthy. None of them. Well, I take that back. My one friend who moved away to Minnesota, he is still into strength training and he is still the best looking human being that I've ever seen. But other than that, everybody else, they got married, they had kids. Some of them have grandkids and they've just gone, and that's it. And I said, look, if you're still around when you're retired, your kids have moved away, why not go back to the gym? Is it a bad thing? Of course not. I mean, you can have a home gym or go to the gyms down the street. You can go over there. Of course, my one friend, I think his wife is afraid that if he got back in shape, that he might be attractive to some of the other women. So maybe there is an ulterior motive there. I don't know. Sometimes I guess people want to stay in bad shape. You can Google Micro Dr. Ovadia. The number one killer is not meat. That is correct. And we have the automated night bots that pop up from Jonathan's channel. And it's good advice. Yes, Danny, I work every Saturday and Sunday unless I'm on vacation. That is correct. It's a good time to sell stuff. So we have a good morning. Now, hopefully my phone will work today and I won't get rained out after my live. I want to show you how I'm disassembling a 1969 Dodge Charger, my dad's old car, which, by the way, he got when I was in high school because I convinced him to dump the Chevys and go Mopar. Best decision he ever made. And it did have rust. It had problems, but that was the car that I took my driving test in. Even though I already knew how to drive, we had to go to the driver's license office and get my license. I was like 17 years old, and I got that. And a few weeks before I graduated high school, I took my car to the high school, and I still have my first car, believe it or not, and it's in a good place. It's stored out of the weather. But this car, it's a long story. I'll tell you the story when I get to make the video. This is one of the reasons why my channel is Car Charger Mopar. And I know, for example, Dr. Kiltz, who never seems to visit my live streams, I guess Saturday's his day off, he talks about us being a Ferrari. And I said, nope, I am not a Ferrari. I'm not some overpriced temperamental Italian. I am good old American iron. I am a 1969 Dodge Charger with a 440 and air conditioning. So not only can I go fast when I want to, but I can also be comfortable when I need to be. I'm not cramped in some stupid two-seater Ferrari that breaks down all the time and costs more than my house and makes you look stupid. Because I tell everybody, if you're driving around a Ferrari, you're either a rich guy with a midlife crisis or you're some 20-something scammer dude who's living in a black, white, and gray condo in Miami trying to sell cryptocurrency. I'm very happy to find, yes, you are very happy to find Jonathan because he's a great guy. And I know you like him. And I know you think he's really attractive. And that's a good thing. You have a tough schedule, Papa, but I'm like everyone else. Weekends are for retail. Yes, that is correct. Unless, of course, everybody turned into Rick, and then Peter would go out of business because I never buy anything on the weekend except groceries. Then again, I never buy anything any day except groceries. I'm lucky if I buy any clothes. I haven't bought clothes in years. That's why I look so primitive. Okay. Thanks, Danny. I had a big sales day yesterday to close out the month, which is great. Hopefully it carries over to today and tomorrow. I hope so, too. I like it when people are successful. Yep, I agree. Miss Mary or Milton Mischief already started. She's got that funny cat, Miss Mary. That thing, when I first saw it, I thought, is that a cat or a dog? I mean, if I tried that with Milton, I'd have scratches all over me because Milton is a very determined cat. Got to have car parts. Yes, I agree with that. Two guys I worked with yesterday doing difficult work, scrapping a garage ceiling off a bad original texture. Had to leave for lunch eventually. They are carb eaters. That is correct. That is correct. It is the nature of the beast, so to speak. And you know, the younger you are, the more duck food you can tolerate. When you get older, not so much. And that was on the Ben Azadi channel. He did talk about some of the early signs of aging and how people age rapidly at 40 and 60. And I see this. I'll be 60 in a couple of years. Let's see if I go downhill very quickly. Having you guys behind me is the greatest blessing of all today. I'll take that over any trophy. That's great. That's nice to say. Jonathan, I have a chronically bad left shoulder. I mean, left shoulder, especially when bench pressing and okay. I guess it's just the phone with its crazy. You must be doing a voice to talk. Any suggestions to help that out? I value your opinion. And Jonathan has a lot of experience with working around injuries. Good morning, Rick. Ever do heart attack iguana? Yes, I have a video of making heart attack iguana. Check it out. Left shoulder, not left shoulder. That's what I figured. That's at the phone, the text to speech. And they think AI is going to take over humans. And there's Larry Ryan. Good morning, Rick, and all the carnivores. Good morning. And it's been good to see you on lives today. That's a good thing. You can drop in my live, too, if you want, once I put up the link. My local corner shop is closing, so lots of food on clearance. The Winn-Dixie that my friend lives next to is going to be closing this weekend. The Winn-Dixie near me is still open, but I don't know for how long. And there's Lance. Good morning, Rick. Well, good morning, Lance. At 11 a.m. Eastern time, he has a live as well. So if you get bored with me, you can head over to there. Danny, thanks. I try very hard. I'm shaky too. 5 in sales out of 35 salespeople at my store. Nice. Was number 1 last month. Well, we know that Peter is very persuasive. And unless you're trying to feed him pretzels, he can be very good for advice. Came over to give you a thumbs up. There we go. Good morning. And we have a good morning for Brian. And we have a hey Lance. Usually 2-5 rather, not shaky. Okay. Good morning to Brian. Good morning to Lance. Good morning to Larry. And it's 63 degrees, windy and rain. It's probably 93 degrees here. No wind, no rain, hot, humid, and disgusting. Any idiot that comes to South Florida that thinks that the weather here is great is going to find out as soon as their power goes off They have moved into a 24-hour sauna. Have you ever tried to sleep when it's 89 degrees at night with 80 to 90% humidity and you have no electricity? If you think the sauna was bad, this is 10 times worse. Yeah, Peter, I believe he could. We have a hello to Peter. And let's see. Morning to Kimberly. Hey to Larry. All right. 66 degrees in Illinois. Evidently, you up north are getting a break. We never do. I'm sat in a car traveling home. Please leave any questions for when I have gotten it. Okay. Yeah, later on. He's in a car traveling. I just got here, was working in garage. What did I miss in Quackville? Not much, but I'm sure you'll appreciate my Charger stripping video series that's coming, where I cut up my dad's old 69 Charger into its component parts. So far, I haven't had to do much cutting. It's just basically falling apart on its own. The only thing I had to cut was part of the cowl panel to get the door off. 80 in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Chattanooga Choo Choo. Find the nutrition cartoons. They are fun. Okay. And we have a good morning from Amanda to Larry. I'm in the Midlands in the UK, and we've got 77 degrees today. Lucky you. Hunting with my longbow is my favorite thing in life. Well, there you go. I like my crossbow for iguana hunting. Very effective. Longbow, that's, you have to hold it. And iguanas are really sneaky, but you get the crossbow and you just kind of line it up and then give them a shot. If you get them right, you'll pin them right to the tree. And Chuck, good morning to you. We have a hello to Chuck and hello to Amanda. I would try iguana. I know you would. And one of the days when I have my get together at my place, you can come over. We can do a catch and cook right there, iguana. You can grab the iguana. You can put a knife through its head the old-fashioned way, or you can get the crossbow and find one out in the yard, shoot it. I'm sure my neighbors are going to hate me because I'm going to introduce iguanas to wherever I live. I'm sure the state of Florida wouldn't like it, but I won't admit anything. It's all hypothetical. I enjoyed your iguana wrap video. Yes, some people thought it was disgusting, but most people liked it. It has been on and off since yesterday. I got more range with rifles. I love my crossbow. See, Wendy knows the power of a crossbow. When you're hunting iguana, there's nothing better. Now, if you live in the city, you can't use any firearms, or they'll send the SWAT team over there, and they'll probably shoot you in the process. Because you know how the cops are. Shoot first and ask questions later. I love the challenge of the longbow and always say it's how close you can get them, not how far away you can shoot them. Well, that is true. You have to move very stealthily. The dumpster chicken is not allowed in keto. Okay. Well, dumpster chicken is keto. Here too, but neighbor kids swam in our pool yesterday anyway. There are tons of iguanas here in South Florida. Boca Raton where I live. Red needs to come to thin out the iguanas that have infested my condo complex. Well, see, in my neighborhood, there are no iguana problems. You might see an iguana here every few days, but I've never seen more than 2 in one place. And in my yard, you just don't see them. It's amazing. My grandson shoots a 77 millimeter PRC at about 3,000 feet a second, 500 yards, and then it's done. 7 millimeter. Not familiar with that one. Dr. Ovadia is amazing. Had an opportunity to interview him last year. Well, that's good. I don't think I saw that interview. Interesting. I need to go watch the iguana wrap video. I have very little chance of tasting iguana here in the UK. That is very true. But I'm sure there's other things that are wild that you can cook it up. Dr. Ovadia certainly has it together, a clear message. Well, that's it. And he calls, what is the website? I Fix Hearts. You can fix the hearts. I destroy them with Rick's Heart Attack Diet. If you want more customers, come on down to Rick's place and you can enjoy Heart Attack Burgers, Heart Attack Chicken, Pacemaker Pizza, Heart Attack Iguana. Pibeno, hi Rick. Hello, glad that you are here. There are so many customers that come to my store in walkers, wheelchairs, using canes, or waddling like ducks, can hardly walk. So sad. Many are same age or younger than me. I've seen people like that are my age, and you're 64 and I'm 58. There was on the news, they arrested some creeper guy for being a peeping Tom. And I looked at this guy. The guy looked like he was 80 years old. And they said he was 54. I'm like, 54? No wonder you're a creeper. If you look like I did, you wouldn't have to be a creeper. You could go and say to the women, hey, how you doing? And they go out with you. But when you look like that, I can see where that came from. That's just terrible. I don't mind the distance. Better bragging afterwards. Well, hey, better shot, right? And lots of them had amputations, red and ulcerated legs. That's the other thing. Your legs should look like this. Well, if you're skinny, white skin, a bit of fur, not too much. But yeah, when you see older guys that don't have hair on the bottom of their legs, that's a very bad sign, especially if it's shiny. Very bad sign. So you got to keep an eye on yourself and don't let you go. Biggest sign of my age, 62, is that nowadays my voice tends to wear out easily. Well, guess what? Mine hasn't yet. I'll be blabbing till the day I kick the bucket. Stephen Cavoy, good morning, Rick. Good morning. Glad that you are here. And let's see, if you do the interviews, live interviews again, give me a shout if you want to talk about GLP-1 and carnivore. That sounds like a good subject right there. Joe's done so well with the carnivore diet. And now with Jonathan, it's kind of hard for her not to do well because you're with the number one authority when it comes to carnivore nutrition and bodybuilding. Diabetes, strokes, heart attacks are at epidemic levels because of the processed foods, veins, fruits, veg, and crap that people are eating, and the sugary drinks that they drink. Now, if you're like Rick, what do you drink? Right here. Water with ice in it. And you do what your mother tells you not to. You chew the ice cubes. It's going to break your teeth. My tooth broke from a fight I had as a kid. It actually grew in. It was broken all the way down. It's grown in over the years, which I think is interesting. They always used to tell me in school, don't lean in your desk. Sit up straight. They get mad when I put my legs like this in a chair. Those stupid desks they had when I was a kid, they were like attached to the seat. So you couldn't really sit any other way. I hated those things. But when they went to the regular chairs, we had those wooden chairs. I don't know if you remember, with the separate desk. And you lean back in this thing. And you try to see how far you could lean before the little metal thing on the chair slipped out and you fell on your back. But I can't sit straight. It's not good for me. And guess what? I'm the only tall guy I know that's never had a back pain. Good morning to Lewis. Hi, Lewis and Dan. Let's see. I bring a cane lots of places. Hardly for knocking what I want. Handy for knocking what I want from the highest shelf. Well, there you go. I don't have to worry about highest shelves. I can reach anything. You go to this Walmart and they say, ask for assistance with items on the top shelf. I just reach up there and grab it. Why not? Mike Rowe is an accomplished vocalist. Very interesting. He always pretends like he's a blue-collar guy, but I don't think he is. Hello from Barry Simon to Peter. And I still need to look at Barry's email. That's great. They use your cane as a tool to help you. Well, there you go. It's fine. Just my voice wears out. That's normal. I love your friendship, Rick and Jonathan. Well, JJJ, thank you. I am glad that you appreciate that. 67 people, only 29 likes. Well, according to this movie, we need to fix that. So if you haven't clicked like, please do. It is very much appreciated. And do it on both channels because I'm on both channels. Joe and I have red and blue canes. I like red. Well, there you go. All right. Look for an affordable email or online video consultation. Yep. So the night bots have popped in. You might want to take that advice. It's good advice, even though it comes from automation. Happy hunting. I believe strength training is an absolute must, especially as we age. Sarcopenia. Yes, that's the thing. And this is something that has been brought up many, many times. People tend to weaken as they age, but there's a debate as to whether it's an actual physiological thing or it's just a result of telling yourself, well, I'm getting older. I'm not going to work as hard. I've known a lot of people, they didn't work out, but they actually worked on a farm, or they had a business, and they continued to be active until the day they kicked the bucket. And it was just from continuing to work. I have a friend right now in Nebraska who is 85 years old, and he's still working on his own equipment. He does carpentry, and he never complains. So I think a lot of times it's a mindset. You convince yourself that you're old and weak, and then you become that way. I love my blue cane. His name is Sir Michael Caine. Oh, there you go. As honest as they come, I appreciate your support and truth, Rick. Well, Jonathan, I tell it like I see it. That's why I'm not very popular. You don't see me being associated with the influencer types, even the ones that have interviewed me and then quietly deleted the interview because they didn't want to be associated with the no nonsense, hard hitting way of Rick. Rick, the person that doesn't sugarcoat anything, he coats it with lard, not sugar. All right. So the young homeowner I met yesterday, our construction job, is a bodybuilder who has slacked off lately because of a new baby, but is building a gym in his garage. He appreciates my slim physique. Well, there you go. And it's kind of interesting because I don't know what it is, but I've had several bodybuilder friends over the years. They like skinny guys for some reason. I guess they see us as a challenge. Maybe I can get this guy to gain some muscle. But they do seem to appreciate that, which is a good thing, especially when you're older. They see somebody that's like over 40 and they're lean. They go, this is interesting. And then the guy says he doesn't exercise. How does he stay so lean? Because he knows about health. Yes, that is correct. My comments are getting censored. This was supposed to be a censor-free stream. I said nothing offensive. Free call. Is that YouTube doing that again? Or is somebody censoring? I mean, Jonathan is my only moderator, and I don't think that he is. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I didn't see the comments. This is supposed to be a censor-free stream. It is. I haven't censored anybody, but I'll keep my eyes open. I'm a 1970 Chevelle 454. I've got to be way behind. This is 847. It's 904. So I am way behind. Nobody's been censored. See, Jonathan says nobody. It's got to be YouTube. YouTube deletes comments that I make on other channels about things like central banks. Give me a 68 Mustang Fastback with a boss for trying to be a happy man. Well, you would be like in that movie Bullet, and then I'm the 68 Charger. 429. Yes. Now, I do have Ford truck and van, but they don't have Ford engines. The only Ford engine I have is the old 6-cylinder in my dad's old van that I'm going to be stripping. Milton is a carnivore cat, which means he is dangerous. Well, he's dangerous to some, but he's harmless to me. He's a sweetheart. I love to drive fast, and I have a 2011 335 turbo turbo BMW, the old break my window car. You're right, Rick. Jonathan is very handsome, but I love his kindness and his considerate nature. Jonathan is a blessing. Yes. But then again, we can't. I mean, Jonathan is in such good physical shape. I'm surprised that more of the women aren't chasing after him. But I guess it all depends. I think like here in Miami, the women, they're more concerned about how much cash you have than what you look like. I wish I had a garage to build a gym in. I don't want to hang a heavy bag out in the weather. Yeah, exactly. Whole matter. Rick hasn't censored you. Yeah, he never does that. He allows free speech here. That is correct. It's got to be a YouTube thing. I'm a big meanie sometimes. I think everyone is. Whole matter. Sometimes YouTube censors comment. It does. It does it all the time. Very good start. Planning trip to buy my duck eggs tomorrow in the countryside. Nice. I can't buy duck eggs here. I have to go to the canal and hope that Mama Duck isn't in a bad mood. I don't mind it when you get a wee bit sassy. I actually enjoy your complete honesty and candor. Yes, we appreciate that. And we have a good morning from Coach Angela Mullins. Good morning. Glad to see you here, as always. Only sometimes. Yes. So we're talking about relationship there. Have a great weekend, too. It's authentic, I guess, Peter. I don't dish out what I can't take myself. Yes, agree with that 100%. Understand, appreciate you, Jonathan. Just never spell his name wrong or you will receive the wrath. Hey, Angela. You too, Peter. You are always kind and friendly to people in our space. It is noticed by me for sure. Yes. And not only that, you're nice enough to drive a quack all the way to Mitch's Live and all the way back home with the goodies that I got from my friends like you and our friend in Clearwater, Chuck. Okay. And Mike Seeley Sr. And got some good people out there that are very generous. And speaking of generous, we have several people. Man, we haven't eaten duck eggs in decades. They are delicious. Yes. Well, quack them up. Currently 80 degrees. It'll just get hotter. I bet if it's probably 90 degrees already over here. It was 96 here yesterday. And we have been 46 days with temperatures over 93. It's the weather here is horrible. Just ask Peter. The weather here is absolutely horrible. And it hasn't even been raining. That's our only little thing. And word up from Tuber Chat. There we go. Good morning. Just got back from 2 mile hot and humid walk. Oh, you're not in Florida, are you? Maybe you are. Word up. There we are. Duck eggs are so creamy. Yes. And you'll get creamed by Mama Duck if she sees you grabbing her eggs. Thanks to 3 Triple J. When I misunderstood, I know there is something wrong with the other person. There's your usual humor. Shared on Reddit. Appreciate that. Yeah, big yolks. Just don't tell somebody they have big yolks. I ate a lot of meat, but I don't know if I would try iguana. Well, iguana is somewhere between fish and chicken. I like frogs, crabs, and snails. I imagine I like iguana. Yes, you would. It's been a while since I made escargot, but the ducks ate all the snails in my garden. And Paris Peacock. Hi, Rick and Chad. I hope you all are happy and well. Yes, I think we're doing pretty good over here. And we have a morning to Bella Girl. And we certainly are both a bit quackers. Yes, our friend Anthony trusts you enough to make you a moderator. Yes, so that's enough for me. That is correct. And Anthony Chafee is my number one carnivore doctor. He was the first one that dared to interview me. The second carnivore doctor who interviewed me is Dr. Sean Baker, who is now a Floridian, although he's stuck in some condo. I don't know. He must love that wife of his, because if I had a wife and she wanted me to live in a condo, I'd be like, well, I guess we are breaking up, because I am not living in the condo. You can live in the condo. I will live in my junk house. And I would rather have a boyfriend than have to deal with a girlfriend living in a condo. Let's put it that way. Mr. Bald Eagle just showed up in my yard again. He'll sit there for hours looking for something to eat, I would assume. I'm cheating after 3 years carnivore. I developed anemia of inflammation last month. So cheat day, then grass-fed, finished beef, and water next 2 months. I'm surprised anybody could develop anemia of inflammation on the carnivore diet. I don't know. Everybody I know has been anemic has been vegan. And let's see. Lovely to see you at Tuber Chat. I don't know if that was on my channel or Jonathan's channel. Bald Eagle, yes. I wouldn't be a good eagle because I'm not bald. And good morning from Lance to Bride's Biscuit. And I don't think I'll ever catch up. I've lost my appetite for eggs and chicken anymore. Well, you eat enough of it, you won't want it anymore. I don't have a choice. I'm having heart attack chicken for lunch. We're on a budget, so more heart attack chicken is on the menu. And the heart attack burger sounds delicious. Not only does it sound delicious, but it tastes delicious. I love Rick's cooking videos, love the iguana wrap, but I would just use beef and stuffing, and that works too. But beef is expensive, and iguana is free. And you know, if it's free, it's me. If beef was free, I'd eat beef all the time. Just curious why after 3 years carnivore that you've decided to go off plan. Is there something going on in your life that made you decide to do this? That's a good question. Oh, an egg seems like food light to me. Well, at least he wasn't a peeping friend. Oh, there we go. 54 Looking 80 plus. Must be all squinty. Yeah, right. So I'm way behind. That was from the Peeping Tom. That was on the local news. I lost my appetite for ribeyes for a while since I ate like 400 of them. I don't think I've had 400 ribeyes in my entire life. I'd be lucky if I had 100. Stuff's always been expensive. I enjoy lots of variety of meat, seafood, eggs, etc. As a carnivore, I love using things up. Hey, if it's available, Edward Renner says good morning all, and Rick says good morning in return. I slow cook brisket lady because I can eat it cold during the week. I'm lazy about food preparation. I shop at a butcher's shop. Fantastic meat. There you go. I love to cook, so I always prepare meals. When we used to have a butcher shop here, I used to hit the dumpster all the time to get stuff. Seems like there's two streams going on, and when I look at the chat, I only see some comments. I don't know what's going on. This is weird. It is. What is this? Somebody calling me? Huh. Okay. Well, the phone line is not active, but don't worry. I will enable video here. Okay. So let's see. I'm catching up. I thought I was catching up. I don't like StreamYard because it doesn't give me a real-time progression. It just keeps changing the amount of comments. Rick is running it from his channel, and Jonathan has 2 streams from his channel. Okay. You only see the chat for the stream you're in. Well, there you go. Micro always seems to be sipping whiskey. I think it is to maintain his lower range for singing. I am guessing. I don't know. Well, you won't see Rick sipping whiskey. I can't stand alcohol. I think it's disgusting. Every time that somebody's giving me an alcoholic drink, I'll take a couple of sips and then pour it on the nearest plant and pretend like I enjoy it. I can't understand why anyone would delete your interview, Rick. Well, you can ask that guy, Max. What is his name? Max something. Max German. I had an interview with him and he deleted it. I don't know why. And of course, Joey Schwartz. I had his most popular interview ever, but he deleted all of his interviews. So that was something. And I think all the other ones I've done are still there, but some channels have disappeared. I've been interviewed by many channels. Some of them came and went. But of the ones that are there, I think only Max is the one that got rid of my interview, which I think is interesting. An amazing muscle car. I'm jealous. Okay. Glad I caught Jonathan before all these other other lovely women try. That is true. I'm surprised. I would think that women would be lined up. They see Jonathan out there with his physique, but I don't know. Do women really like the muscle guys that much? It's hard to say. My wife and I will be carnivore for about 5 years this month. So Michael Pregler is another long-term carnivore. A lot of people started carnivore in August. I think even Mitch started carnivore in August. I started carnivore in August of 83. No, actually, when did I? Yeah, August of 83. Because I broke my arm. I was stuck at home. It was a few weeks before school. It had to be either the end of July or the beginning of August. So as of this month, somewhere in this month, I will have been carnivore for 43 years. Now, I was vegan for about 7 months in 93. So you have to deduct the 7 months from the total. But I did start the carnivore diet in August of 1983. So this will make 40 years. 43 years, I'm sorry. It was 39 years when I was first interviewed. So now it's 43 years. So here I am, the long-term carnivore. Because the first time I was interviewed was August of 2022. It'll be 4 years since my first interview, which was deleted by Joey Schwartz in his channel. And this is where the next one, I believe it was either Scott Everson, the meat stock guy, or Bart K. And I don't remember which one, but Bart K was either number 2 or number 3. And I met Jonathan through the Bart K channel. So it goes to show that I've known Jonathan for about 4 years. So I knew Jonathan before he had his back surgery. So I've known him for quite some time. And again, as the time goes by, it doesn't seem like the carnivore diet has done anything bad to me. You have people out there complaining about heart attacks and strokes and all these things, and yet I'm still here. How am I still here? And then Dr. Baker, I think he's been 10 years now carnivore. Dr. Kiltz, 15 years carnivore. And I didn't even know about Dr. Kiltz until a couple of years ago. And it turns out that Dr. Kiltz is the one that spent the most time with me and has been the most interactive. So Dr. Chafee was the first carnivore doctor that I got to know. Dr. Baker, Dr. Kiltz. Dr. Kiltz is the one that interacts with me the most. And then Baker, and I haven't met Chafee yet. So it's kind of like goes one way and then the other. Maybe one day I will get to meet Dr. Chafee, and then he can talk to me like when he met Maggie, the long-term carnivore, who, by the way, has popped up occasionally. Hard to believe time went by that fast. Yep. Hard to believe that I can't catch up with these comments. I've seen you around for 3 years, right? The heat this summer has been relentless. Wildfires on nearly every continent. Yeah, things are heating up. The problem is we're not getting enough hurricanes down here. And I have my own theory. Our hurricane season has been suppressed by African winds, upper level winds. And I think that's what's messing up the whole world. In order for the world to restore its normal weather, we're going to have to get some major hurricanes here. And you know what? If Miami gets hit by a Category 5 hurricane and all these new buildings are devastated and the city's flooded and there's a complete crash in the economy, I'm going to be the happiest person on earth because Miami needs a reset badly. And I hate to say it, but if Miami got hit by a nuclear bomb and I wasn't here, I would actually be pretty happy. I just wouldn't hope that none of the people I know would get hurt. But I know it's sad to say, but Miami is so overbuilt and it's so thoroughly destroyed. The environment here has been totally destroyed. There's nothing left. It's wiped out. This place needs a reset and a big reset. It may come this year, but it's got to come. If we don't get a reset, our coral reef will be totally dead because the ocean is too hot. And every summer, Europe is going to suffer and the Midwest is going to suffer. We're going to end up with another dust bowl. This is the same thing we went through in the 1930s. We had that massive hurricane in 35, and it finally reset all of that. I mean, think about it. 26, we had a hurricane. That was the last major hurricane to hit Miami. It's been 100 years, and Miami has not been hit by a major hurricane. It needs one bad. A Category 5 with at least 150-mile-an-hour winds would destroy a lot of these ugly towers that they've built along Sunny Isles Beach, Brickell Avenue, and downtown Miami. So we need a massive, destructive reset. But until we get it, every summer is going to get worse. Europe's going to be dry and hot. The climate is a mess. And when it does rain, it's going to rain really hard, and you're going to get a lot of floods. But again, let's hope the earth will reset and things will go back to some kind of normal. Okay, I'm going to eat Hershey's cream pie, then lie and die for 2 months. Why would you want to eat a Hershey's cream pie? That's disgusting. Nasty duck food. I couldn't even imagine eating a pie. They're nasty. Nasty, nasty, nasty. I wish you good luck, and I hope you do well on Lion Diet. I'm driving to my daughter's to babysit, so not chatting much. Well, if you're listening, that's all that counts. I would never say I'd rather have a boyfriend. I'd rather kill myself. Well, there you go. I'm just trying to be extreme. I'm not going to say anyone that I want to get rid of myself, but it's just shock value. And I love using shock value. And sometimes it does, I suffered with anemia and inflammation on carnivore diet, but it was because my insulin was so high. No nutrients were being absorbed. That's interesting. I didn't even know that was possible. Then that must be what it is. I am there. Okay, Grandma. I'm trying very hard to stay clean carnivore, and so far I feel really great. Well, that's great, Peter. Don't let the duck food lure you in. If you slip on the duck poop and you eat the duck food, you're going to be waddling and quacking just like your customers. Kevin Hawthorne, good morning from Lakeland, Florida. Well, good morning. I'm glad to have you here. Good morning from Miami, Florida, the crypto scammer capital of the world. Desmodo, and we have a hello from Desmodo. Okay. Rick, if you were going to build An airboat, would you use a Mopar engine? It's hard to say. I mean, you could, but most people, they use an aircraft engine because they're lighter. I don't know. That's a good question. I do kind of like the idea of having a Mopar airboat, but then again, everybody uses an aircraft Lycoming engine. So I'd have to think about that. I don't think I'll ever build an airboat. I thought about building a swamp buggy, but all my friends, they got buggies and airboats. So I figured, why would I build one when I could just ride on theirs? Right now, I have the bald eagle in my tree with about 50 wild turkeys below it. So you must be out there hunting right now, or at least scoping it out. Congratulations on 6 delicious carnivore years, Kim. Well, there we go. Appreciate that. Yeah, let's see. I'm a skinny guy now, but I still have a bit of a belly. I'm trying to get rid of it. I gained about 26 pounds from my failed yogurt and berries experiment. Berries are never a good thing if you're trying to lose fat. I have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. I never heard of that. And I've been working with Jonathan for the past year. I have also lost 125 pounds in the past 8 years. If you ever want to chat, let me know. Interesting. That's good. Yes. Lost 8 pounds of what I gained over the past month. Well, Peter's making progress. That's important. Do you have your sights on those wild turkeys? Yes, that's a good question. I started Carnivore in August 2024. That's Lance. And, if you haven't checked out his channel, look at his before and after pictures. I think Lance is a year older than me. He looks really lean. I have to admit, I know he's got those insanity tapes. I'm trying to remember who it was that used to sell that. I remember seeing that. I always laugh when I used to see the weight loss and fitness infomercials. I'm trying to, it's a black guy. I forget who it was that did the insanity thing, but yeah. And he's even posted some workouts. So Lance is very inspirational to me because I know people that were in the situation that are in now the situation he was. I said, look, why don't you check out this guy's channel? He looks good for what he's been through. And I appreciate that. He's got a good attitude as well. 43 years carnivore. Started eating plantains fried in lard. Well, there you go. I haven't had a plantain in a long time. It's probably been more than a year last time we had to get together. And I got a refrigerator full of bananas. I just had a bunch of those little manzanilla bananas. I gave them to one of my friends. She came over yesterday. I got some. I keep them in the refrigerator so they don't ripen too quickly. Once the bananas ripen, if you put them in the refrigerator, they will turn brown. So you can't do that. But when they're green, you can make them last longer. I cut the whole bunch off so the rats wouldn't eat it. Although there were no rats out there. I think the cats have killed off the rats. But I started Carnivore February 1st, 2023. Well, there you go. I started August 2024 and was discouraged. Didn't know it was salt is my problem. There you go. Dr. Kiltz is a good guy. I would do anything for him. Well, Brian, I appreciate that information. I didn't realize I was carnivore. I was eating Dr. Atkins phases 1 and 2 since 2003. Wow. And then cut all complex carbs out in 2016 when gastrologists said they were causing me health issues. So you're another long-termer. That's great. It's like a super hot and steamy sauna here in South Florida. We'll be mid-90s and super humid. Yes, and this is day after day after day. Why do duck food have salt? They put salt in there to make it more tasty. Someday a real rain will come and wash all this scum off the streets. Well, that'll be interesting. And there is Dustin, Keto Simple. Good morning, friends. Why don't you check out his channel Sunday morning, 7:30 Eastern Standard Time. You can look at another big talker. He can go for several hours, although he has a hard time catching up with the comments, but you can help him by viewing his live stream. Dustin is another long-term, low-carb, keto, carnivore influencer, making coffee, getting ready to take my dad in for surgery to remove a blood clot from his leg. Well, I hope the surgery goes well. It's good that he has a son like you that can help him. That's like me with my dad. I tried to help him as much as I could. Europe was 5 degrees Celsius warmer in Roman times. Yes, there was that medieval warm period. That is very true. But the problem is the modern world was not built for those temperatures. So people are going to have to start adapting. And the good thing is there is one benefit of this so-called global warming. If, for example, Georgia and Alabama are as warm as Florida used to be, next thing you know, all these snowbirds will stay over there and leave us alone. Of course, we still have the third world that's invaded us, but they might go back home too. You never know. So if we had a grid down situation, South Florida would be totally unlivable. And Dustin says it's good to see all of you. And the feeling is mutual, man. We are glad that you are here. I'm a gardener. It varies every year. Yes, it does. The fish and chips. And again, there's nothing wrong with being a gardener and a carnivore because I am a big time gardener, landscape, plant collector. I'm an amateur botanist. I can identify every plant in this area. I know how to care for landscape. I am a plant person. I just don't eat them. I grow them. I don't eat them. Our high today is going to be 73. That sounds like you're living in air conditioning. First hurricane I remember in Northeast was Bell back in 76. Oh, wow. I don't remember that one. This year is a great year for wildlife. Last year was poor. Well, that's good to know. Maybe the wildlife appreciate the weather changes. St. Lucia is a beautiful island, but that has crazy heat humidity combination like Florida. Yes, all those Caribbean islands can be very hot. I personally don't mind heat, but I hate humidity since I had Lyme's disease. Humidity has jacked me up. Well, that's not good. Since I went carnivore and lost over 100 pounds, I can tolerate the high humidity so much better now. I can tolerate it, but I sweat too much. I end up looking like a homeless person in 15 minutes of working. Like Dustin, with good luck with dad, clots still in wife's MCA brain. Ice at the poles are remnants of the last ice age. There was no ice on Earth for most of history. I've heard that theory as well. Very interesting. What kind of music do you like best? Or do you listen to 90s? What I like is basically 1930s up to 1960s. I like big band music. I like 1950s jazz music. I like what's called exotica, which is the music that they had, the Martin Denny and the Les Baxter. If you don't know what that is, you can look it up. There's actually AI versions of it. There's YouTube channels that put that out there. Early rock and roll, not the later stuff. I stopped liking music about the time that the Beatles came onto the scene. And while the Beatles were relatively talented, some of their music is just depressing. And Rolling Stones, that's another one. Once it got to that period of time, I lost interest. 1970s, there's a few things I liked. 80s, pretty much nothing. 90s, maybe two things. 2000s, nothing. I don't like anything after that. The problem is that I tend to like music that has a lot of different tones and different sounds. I prefer instrumentals over vocals, and the only vocals that I like are the ones that I can sing myself. So, some of the Elvis I liked, some of it I didn't. Some of the Frank Sinatra I liked, some of it I didn't. It's just sort of, I don't know. My mom always called me the old soul, that I was actually designed to be born in a different time. My liking of things pretty much ends around the 1960s. Why is my phone? Hold on. Okay. That's my friend in Nebraska calling me. I will call him back later. He's been trying to work on the Bobcat, but I will return his call at a later time. Okay, and let's see. Anyway, brother. Okay, let's get these. And there's Liz. Rickolas, what's up? I thought you had a co-pilot. I do, but Jonathan is in transport right now, but he will be here later on. And as soon as I catch up with the comments, I'm going to share a link. So anybody that wants to drop in can do that. Okay, Susan Powder, that's the one. Stop the Insanity. That might be it. But there was a guy that he said Insanity, but the Susan Powder was Stop the Insanity. I think she eventually burned out. That was a crazy lady with spiky white hair and, just really strange. I actually have one of those cassettes somewhere that I found in a clean out, or maybe my mom had it. I don't know. Mom would get some of those exercise programs, and mom had all kinds of exercise gadgets, although my mom was not obese. I live in San Antonio, Texas for 15 years, was 100 plus and humid. Down at night here in Florida, mostly 80s to mid 90s in summer and cools off at night. Well, it doesn't cool off here unless I turn on that air conditioner. It makes a lot of sense, and well done on your 100-pound weight loss. And we have a hello to Liz. And Rick has such a kind demeanor. Some chats I have joined are not so welcoming. Thanks for the fellowship. Well, I have no reason not to be kind. Can anyone has a list of nice carnivore channels? I am lost as there are so many. I'm going to have to make a video of my favorite carnivore channels, but just check out the people who pop in my live stream and you can find them. It's not hard to find. Look for any live stream that allows me to be on their channel. That's a good rule. So if you see an interview and you see me in it, or I tell you what, you want to start off with something good, look for the Dr. Kilt's channel. Look for, I'll see if I can do it. I forget how to do this in StreamYard, change the scene, but there is the Kilt's Mighty Tribe. You can check that out. There's a list of different channels. There's also someone on our channel I don't see today called John Together Strong, who made a list of carnivore live streams, and do that. But again, start on my channel. Look for anyone on this channel who comments, who has a YouTube channel, and check them out, and you'll find your way through. And once you get in these channels, YouTube will start recommending them, and you will find it. I have 300 species in my garden. That's great. My garden has a mix as well. I don't know how many species I have. I can't keep track of them. I started at 351 pounds last April when I was truly very unwell. I'm down 120 pounds too. I put 6 pounds on this week, but I'm inflamed this week. Okay. I never eat plants. Well, there you go. It's good to be a gardener that doesn't eat plants, because that's me. Be sure to keep your nightshirt tucked in to grandma. Okay. Feel grandma love it. There we go. And let's see. It's not a theory. That's right. It's a fact. Yes. Why did you gain the 25 pounds back? Well, that's because he dabbled in the duck food. Give me the blues all day. Well, that's your choice of music. Yeah, that's pretty good. Oh, Rick, your music choices are wonderful. Yeah, I even had a playlist somewhere in my YouTube profile. Give me Stevie Ray Vaughan and his guitar. Yeah. I avoid all pop culture mind viruses. I do too. I don't watch TV, and I don't waste my time with sports or any of that other stuff. Okay, great friendships from the Yorkshire coast. Yeah, love Whitney best. There we are. And 3.3 minutes of mind control per tune. That is correct. But the stuff that I listen to, it's more like elevator music. Elevator music was just something to occupy your mind on the fringes. I like every genre and subgenre music from early Middle Ages to today, except mumble rap. Okay, I don't understand rap. It's kind of weird. I need to go find some mumble rap to listen to. There we are. Just don't. Yep. Okay. Tuvin throat singing and exponential glitch mumble up. Okay. Love kilts. There we go. I was watching Welcome to Mongolia the other day and heard some throat singing. It's definitely fascinating to watch. Okay. And it looks like, as always, it took me an hour and a half. Well, not so much, because I was not able to log on immediately. Yuvin throat, overtone singing, 2 frequencies expressed in real time. Okay. So I have caught up with the comments, and that is really, really good. So let me see now. Oh, how do I do this? Hold on. Oh my goodness. Where is that? Okay. All right. Okay. That's good. What I'm going to do, I am going to attach an invite link for anybody that wishes to drop in. You know, this is weird. I am not able. This whole thing is just strange on StreamYard. I can't chat in it. Something is very odd. Okay. That's the comments on stage. I don't want that. All right. For some reason, It's some kind of configuration issue. I can't post any comments. Let's see. All right. So we'll do it the old-fashioned way. I will put it into my channel. So if you're logged onto my channel, I will attach the StreamYard link because I can't attach it to anybody else's channel. All right. Why is it not working? Okay. I will attach it to my channel and I will pin it. And there we go. Okay. I don't know what's going on, but I'll figure it out eventually. So let me go ahead and, okay, use the link and join Rick's Live. Well, there you go. And there it is. So I like the HU band, sort of hard rock, not quite metal, leaning a little folkish. Well, there you go. Rick, do you want me to post into Johnson's? Yes, if you can do so. I mean, I could post in Johnson's channel as well because I'm a moderator there, but if you would like to do that, that'd be great. So that way you will have the link where you can try to log in, and hopefully you are a real person and not someone who's trying to show something that you shouldn't, because I will make you disappear. I hope that it lets me make you disappear, because I think it does, because I can remove. Okay, so it does have that. I don't know what's going on with the StreamYard, but then again, what do I know? Morning to Linda. Okay, so anyway, let's talk a little bit about what's been happening in some of the news events, some of the things in the world today. I noticed there's a few people I don't see today, and if you are listening and you are not commenting, I hope that you are okay. But what we need to understand is that everybody has their own journey, and sometimes some people just can't resist trying to give advice to somebody. Now, you know my rule about advice. You want to make somebody angry, give them advice when they don't ask for it. I will never give a person advice. My friend, the one that had heart disease and died, he was always giving people advice. And it was very frustrating. He never had any kids, and yet he'd give advice on people on how to keep their kids behaving. And they get mad at him. Like, why do you do this? But he thinks he's trying to help. And a lot of times when people try to help, they make mistakes. And those are mistakes that are not worth making. Anemia of inflammation, the disease. Okay. So there's the link. What I recommend to people, maybe you have started a lifestyle that's working for you. Maybe it's a carnivore diet. Maybe it's a whole foods keto diet. Maybe it's a vegan diet. Maybe it's not even a diet. Maybe it's just a form of meditation. Maybe it's a form of light therapy or some other concoction that you've come up with. Maybe you've started counting ducks. I don't know. But if it works for you, that's great. But yeah, dogmatic kills everything. Exactly. Don't be dogmatic, be catmatic. Look for the opportunity. Dogs, they come charging at you. Have you ever seen when a dog gets mad or a dog gets aggressive? You're riding your bike and the dog comes up there to bite you. Well, the worst thing you can do is try to run away from them, because they'll catch up with you and tear you apart. You stop your bike, you hold the bike as a weapon, and if you're like me, you have a nice steel rod attached to your bike, and you get your hand on that steel rod. And if it's only one dog, the dog is not going to attack you, because a dog by itself is not a threat. It has to have someone telling it what to do, other animals to go with. As soon as you do that, that animal is not going to go, oh, here we go. We have a guest. Hello.
Hi, Rick.
Hello, Rick.
I had to come on. Getting ready to put an iguana on my smoker. I mean, a turkey breast.
I know you didn't like the iguana wrap, but hey, it's tasty.
About puked. Hey, I hope you didn't take offense to it, though, man.
Oh, no, I thought it was funny. You know, I put that there. You probably
I thought you were doing it as a joke.
There you go. But I ate it.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I said, he's really eating that stuff.
I like iguana. You know me. That's part of my, as Mitch would say, the shtick.
Yeah.
That's I'm the iguana man.
Yeah, pretty cool. Actually, I really didn't know you could eat that stuff. I thought
Oh,
you was
yeah.
always bull crapping us.
In general, if it's moving, it's edible.
I guess, yeah. I guess people ate it back in the Stone Ages, probably, huh?
Well,
Carnivore.
imagine those big old dinosaurs. If you had like a brontosaurus or something like that, that must have been like having like a cow, because they were plant eaters. So who knows?
Yeah. Hi, Sandy. Yeah, I
That's
watched
good.
Jonathan's show the other day. Oh, about a week ago, I guess he was talking on there. I thought it was pretty cool. First time I really watched him.
Really.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
I can't
glad you
believe
finally had the
yeah, I
courage
didn't
to
know I
do
didn't
so.
have him before, but I got him subbed and been watching him. Awesome show. Awesome channel anyway.
Well, I guess what it is, since we've been hanging out more lately, maybe some of my subscribers are checking out Jonathan now.
Yeah. Yeah, that was pretty cool. So
But
he tells it
Jonathan
like
has
it is, and that's what I like about it. He tells it
Jonathan
straight.
Jonathan has no problem telling his experience without trying to make up stuff. He doesn't do the clickbait where they tell you, oh, this and that. One thing
Right,
change this. Don't do that.
right, right. Cool. Anyway, I want to come on here and say hi to everybody and hope you didn't get offended over that little comment I made on your iguana.
Oh no. It takes a lot to offend me. I don't think anyone's ever seen me offended.
All right. Well, thanks for letting me come on. For a while,
Anytime.
I'm gonna go fire up my smoker.
Hey, what you got smoking?
I'm gonna smoke a turkey breast.
That's right. Excellent. It doesn't
Yep.
dry out.
Well, I don't know. I ain't never smoked a turkey breast. I love smoked turkey breast. I used to get one every year at Christmas time at work.
You
So
should
my lady friend
normally,
gave me one. I'm gonna put her on the smoker.
if you're going to smoke a bird, you need to marinate it. You need to either put it in a tray with fat in it or use some kind of citrus marinade or something to get that meat nice
I
and,
think
and
this was already one of them packaged up turkey breasts.
oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she
it's probably
she cut like
it's
half of it and then give me the other half. So it's a half a turkey breast.
okay.
That
They
won't be
usually they usually inject those with a saltwater solution so they'll smoke
bad.
up. But
Yeah, yeah.
if you catch a wild one, you got to marinate it or you're going to end up with leather smoke.
Oh yeah, yeah. So we usually deep fry the wild ones.
That's what I do. Heart attack turkey, deep fried Muscovy duck.
There you go.
Mm. It's got the texture of turkey and the taste of beef.
Yeah. All right. Catch you
All right.
later.
Yep.
Thanks.
Okay. All right. So we have our first guest, the other Rick, the retired Rick. He has a live that's on Wednesday. It's around, I believe, 8 o'clock. But usually I'm either stuck working or stuck on another live. I do pop in when I can. He's got his friends on there. They love to talk about fishing. So if you like fishing, you might want to check out the retired Rick Hump Day live stream. There you go. All right. So let's see what else we got here. Anemia of inflammation, the disease, equals autoimmune driven, constant immune system on blocking iron from getting in the blood, causing anemia. Okay. Brontosaurus. One more thing we've eaten to extinction. I guess in the Flintstones, they had brontosaurus ribs, except when they went to the drive-in and they put it on the car flipped over because the ribs were so big. Smoked turkey breast is moist, delicious. Yes. Okay. So sorry you hear you're suffering with that. Sending love and blessings for a solution to the autoimmune problem. There we go. And smoke it for a little bit, then finish it by wrapping it in foil if you're not paranoid about the aluminum leaching into it. If so, there are other wraps. That's true. And thanks for the shout out. Yes, I always like to mention my friends, which are the people that comment in my channel. They're not my viewers, they're my friends. So I want to make sure that they get the recognition they need. And again, I'm glad that you discovered Jonathan's channel, probably from my channel. And that's great. And again, Jonathan, I think, has double the subscribers that I do, because when you're in the fitness space and the carnivore space, you're going to get a lot more influence than someone who is a dumpster picker who talks about his carnivore lifestyle. All right. So what else we got here? Brontosaurus burgers and Stegosaurus steaks. Fred ate good. Yeah. I think he had a saber-tooth tiger as a cat too. which locked him out of the house, although there was no glass in the window. So I don't understand why he was banging on the door when he could just jump through the window. And by the way, does anybody know who the original sponsor of the Flintstones was? And I'm sure some of you know this. The Flintstones was not originally a kid's show. So it wasn't Tony the Tiger's Frosted Flakes. It wasn't General Mills. So it wasn't Kellogg's, wasn't General Mills. What was the company? Oh, the ticking went away in my air conditioner. I guess the roach got ground up. What was the company that originally sponsored the Flintstones? Who can tell me? I know you know it. I know you know it. It wasn't Pall Mall, but you're close, Kurt. You are close. It was Winston. The one cigarette that gives you flavor 20 times a pack. Winston's got that filter blend. Winston tastes bad like a cigarette had or whatever. It was Winston cigarettes. Can you imagine? Winston sponsored. Oh, we got the ticking back. Don't do that. The Flintstones. So the Flintstones were trying to sell you cigarettes. Can you imagine that? No, it wasn't Camel. Camel cigarettes, they had a saying, your T-zone, your throat, and your taste. So Camel cigarettes are good for your throat. Yes. Nasty things. I can't believe anybody smoked them. Disgusting. Cigarettes are disgusting. How can anybody get a paper tube with tobacco shredded in it, light it up, and breathe that nasty stuff? It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. If a person wanted to smoke, they should skip the cigarettes and go straight to the cigars. The big, fat, thick cigar that smokes up the entire house and makes everybody's eyes water and cough. That's it. Or if you want to look intelligent, you get the little pipe and you light that up and, you're like a Sherlock Holmes smoking on his little pipe. But that's right. Winston cigarettes. Exactly. Or Camel. Well, but Camel, your Flintstones knowledge is wonderful. I watched a lot of Flintstones growing up, and I was called the caveman when I hit the carnivore diet. Oh, it's Fred Flintstone. Yeah, my car had no floor. It still is no floor. These Flintstones, it's a Flintstones car. So yes, I know the Flintstones quite well. My dad had actually told me that because I never saw it. He says, did you know that the Flintstones cartoon was at night and it was sponsored by Winston cigarettes? It's just like, what was it? Your Hit Parade or one of those TV shows? That was Lucky Strike cigarettes. My mom used to say the commercial was, we called our cat Lucky Strike because it was round, firm, and fully packed. That was the one cat we had. We called him Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so easy on the draw. My mom did not smoke because she was allergic to cigarettes, as I am. But back then, the advertisements were everywhere. So everybody knew those cigarette commercials. It's like old gold, a treat instead of a treatment. And then what was the other cigarette that was popular? Well, we all know Marlboro, come to where the flavor is, come to Marlboro country, or the Rick version of it, come to where the flavor is, come to Carnivore country. I'm surprised that Gary, which I don't see here today, he hasn't been in my live streams, he's probably busy, doesn't come up with a shirt that says, come to Carnivore country, come to where the flavor is. Okay, Michael Pregler, CB, there we go. And we have a hello to Kurt, who has made himself known. And a good morning to Brian from our celebrity carnivore, Kurt. And if you haven't seen you haven't seen it, you can listen to it. He had a really interesting interview, which he mentioned last week, between him and his cardiologist. And I was impressed at the way Kurt just hard hitting with his challenges to the cardiologist. It's like, well, you tell me this, but this is what I've experienced. And it's like back and forth. And the guy I don't think he know what to say. Here you have a doctor that doesn't know how to respond to someone that keeps hitting you with all the truth that he's experienced. And Kurt has been carnivore and he's been off carnivore, and he knows exactly what the carnivore diet can and can't do. Second day after surgery. Well, I hope that it went well. I know that you had gone in for the procedure. My daddy smoked camels. I hope that he didn't get lung cancer. I read that they find frozen mammoths that look like they died minutes ago. If they cut steaks off, decided to sell at fancy restaurants, I wonder what the price per pound for steak would be. That's a good question. I think that was in the North Pole, which goes to show that at one time the North Pole was not frozen. Camel was crazy in the 70s with their merchant advertising. Well, Joe Camel actually was in the 80s. Joe Camel was evil. But yes, then when I was a kid, you know what their saying was? I'd walk a mile for a camel. And I used to joke, yeah, you wouldn't make it a mile if you smoked camels. We used to laugh because they had cigarette machines in most places. They had them in restaurants. They had them in the hotel. They had a motel down the street. It had a cigarette machine on the bottom floor. And I used to say, well, if you want to cut down on smoking, put the cigarette machine at the top of the stairs. That way they wouldn't be able. And I know as a kid, they had a cigarette machine at another office building. They had an office building downtown, and I think it was on the 5th floor or whatever, and the elevator was often broken. So people would work there on the floor. They would pay kids to climb the stairs. They'd give them the money, and they'd say, can you get me a pack of cigarettes? And at the time, I think they were 75 cents. I don't remember. 50 cents, 75 cents. So they'd give you some quarters, and they'd say, here, kid, can you get me some cigarettes? And sometimes they'd give you an extra quarter. Now, we used to collect bottles to get the return. Okay, we got it here. Oh. All right. So you have to go 50, 75 cents. They'd always give you an extra quarter, and then you go up the stairs. Can you get me a pack of cigarettes? Now, there were a lot of kids that smoked when I was a kid. And in the 80s, it was really common. If you went to the shopping mall, you would see teenagers smoking at Dadeland Mall. You could smoke inside the mall. They had ashtrays all over the place. When I was in high school, I mean, you couldn't smoke in school, but they had a teacher's lounge the teachers used to smoke in. It wasn't uncommon at lunchtime because back then school was not prison. You could leave whenever you wanted. At lunchtime, kids would go right outside the school and light up cigarettes. They'd be in the parking lot. They'd be at the entrance of the school smoking a cigarette. It was considered common. And that was in the 80s. The school board headquarters at Lindsay Hopkins, they used to smoke in there. You go in there. I went there one time with my mom, try to get something figured out. I was sneezing and coughing because I couldn't take all that smoke. But it was considered normal. Tobacco companies had a lot of influence because of the advertisements. Some of the people I knew who smoked Camels had the deepest smoky voice. Yes, they spoke like Marge Simpson or our sisters. That's the way that they were, and I agree with that. Hi, Kurt. How are you feeling? Sore. Well, yeah, you had surgery. The Flintstones built the pyramids. Every time I tried to smoke cigarettes in my life, I would puke. Yeah, they are disgusting. Right, Michael? It's a good thing you didn't, because you wouldn't be the awesome guy you are now if you were trying to cough your way through cigarettes. I also have magazines from 1935, and Camel cigarettes ads say, for better digestion, smoke Camels. I saw that after each meal to aid digestion. The idea was smoking made you have more saliva, which increased digestion. It's crazy, they used to say. And you know the other saying that Camel said? MD, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette. Isn't that crazy? More doctors smoke Camels. Dad quit after a triple bypass in his 60s, lived to 92. Well, hey, there you go. I wonder if your dad ate steak. That's a good thing. Hi, Sandy. Michael Pregler. Yeah. Chesterfield was a popular cig back in the day. Chesterfield. Oh, look who we got. We got somebody. Hey, look who's here.
Let me turn off. There you go. How you doing, buddy?
I am good. What's
Pretty
new,
good.
Mr. Comedy Man?
Shoot, I just been working, and that's about it. I wanted to come on here real quick while you're in the subject of the old cigarettes.
I guess you've been hitting the thrift stores again.
Well, actually, I've had these for a very long time. I've shown them back in the day on Mitch's private once before,
Mm-hmm.
but of course, these magazines are from like 1930s.
Mm-hmm.
But if you is it backwards or is it
No, I see it the regular way.
okay? All right. But if you look right there in big, this
Uh-huh. For digestion's sake, smoke camels.
yeah, and then they continue on with, and this is from 1936. This magazine is, but like, let me find it because I can't really see it on there. Yeah, oh yeah, look at this.
Smoking camels before and after has a welcome effect on digestion.
I mean, and it's like it's small print, you know. And of course they use celebrities from then, back in the day. Of course, this is another camel. I'll show the front of it just so you'll see the what type of magazine it is.
Mm-hmm. Screenland.
Yeah, and it's
Hollywood magazine.
Yeah, 15 cents. I'm going to save the best one for last. But again, this one, it's, of course, this is a photo play
Uh-huh.
from like in the 1930s. It's like 35 or 36. But, of course, again, camels.
For digestion's sake, smoke camels.
Yeah. Yeah. And then, of course, let me ask you what type of, and we were talking about Fred Flintstone, and this is Lucky Strike.
Mm-hmm. Reach
This
for a
is
lucky instead of a sweet.
Yeah, from 1937, from Screenplay.
Mm-hmm.
What group of people does this? Yeah, tell me that ain't like morbid stuff. I mean, it's like letter from Santa.
Ho ho ho.
Yeah, I mean, just what group of type of people does that market to?
Same ones that like candy cigarettes.
Yeah. So and that's Lucky Strike.
It's toasted.
Yeah. So I mean, tell me that's like saying, "Hey kids,
Hey kids, try one.
yeah, have you been good this year?
Would you like some cigarettes?"
So I mean, that's just a little bit of something that I found at a thrift store. They I actually got them for like 50% off. So, but they had like $10 on them. Of course, they briefly do a eBay scan, like most places, but they had $10 on them. But then all of a sudden one day they had 50% off of I guess media and whatnot. So I ended up getting them for like $5 a piece, which I guarantee I could turn around and sell these for way more if I wanted. But I collect morbid stuff that sort of relates to carnivore and health, and of course, propaganda and stuff. So, but
yeah, you see, Michael, he says LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, But the one that I remember is reach for a Lucky instead of a Sweet for a slim figure.
Yeah. Could have bought one more. And I've not really even dug into the inside these, and they've got more crazy.
Well, they always put the cigarette ads in a prominent place. When I was a kid, all the car magazines, they had a cigarette ad on the back, usually Marlboro.
And of course, I'd have to look for it. It's in a drawer somewhere, stacked on top of a bunch of other my collectibles. But the Time magazine with Ansel Keys on the front of it, the one that Mitch, has, it's got a big giant Marlboro ad on the back of it. And it's like the front cover is supposed to be promoting heart healthy, and then you turn it on the total opposite side, and it's
Cigarette.
freaking got Marlboro. This guy's he's like a hunter, I think it is, or something. And he's sitting in a chair waiting with a shotgun. I think he has a shotgun in his hand, actually. But yeah, I figured I'd come on there and show those because I've held those for a long time.
Show and tell has been a tradition on any Rick live stream. You can ask John Laspina, which I don't see right now, but every time they would invite me on live stream, it was show and tell. I always bring something up to show everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got a bunch of stuff that's I've even got a bunch of those. I collect antique bottles and stuff, so I have some of those vials of they call it Mrs. Winslow's soothing syrup. And probably Miss Brian's comment saying, "Hey, but I haven't been on StreamYard in so dang long. I haven't got all my chatting set up." But anyway, Mrs. Winslow's soothing syrup, I have them from like the 1850s. It's got like the old pontil scar at the bottom where they like actually connected the bride in a glob of glass and then finished the top with it. But and this is famously known as the baby killer because it had like 65 milligrams of morphine per spoon, and they were giving it to babies back in the day for like teething, or they had trouble sleeping. And so yeah, it's
they used to have cocaine drops for toothaches.
Yeah. And I don't have any of that. I've looked for some of those. Those are very hard to find. That like still has a I guess the paper label on them or whatnot.
Now the roaches eat the label off.
Oh yeah,
I have one of those bottles, but the roaches ate the label.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's probably like similar to the old Budweiser labels on beer bottles. Some of them didn't last because they were like made of rice paper or something or whatnot. Or I'm wondering if that's possibly.
Well, around here it says cockroaches. They eat paper. They strip everything. Oh no, it's Bad Santa.
Yeah.
Cigarette.
Heck of a movie.
Santa still Steve's like a hype guy to me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that cig at 7-year-old inhaling and steady smoker at 9. Wow. First cig at 7, steady smoker at 9.
Just because of the propaganda, brainwashing, and the morbid, which mean we're going through the similar. I try to educate people how the dark, of course, shout out Liz, I see her there, black box warning, dark secrets just, been in play, for decades, if not centuries. But
see, Aaron knows about that syrup. Killed hundreds of babies.
Yeah, if not thousands and maybe more, because of it. Actually, if you think about how long that it was from like the 1850s. It began in like the 1850s, and then it like still, even though they knew that it was killing babies in their sleep,
Mm-hmm.
they kept it on the market. Now I'll have to go back and really refresh my memory on like how long they kept the morphine and whatnot in it, but it ran all the way to the 1930s.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
So yeah, because you can go back in the history of, I can go to eBay and show you some bottles that are twist on tops, but the ones that I have are from like the 1950s all the way up to like the 1850, 1850s all the way to the 1890s.
Mm-hmm.
The change in the evolution of the bottle and whatnot, and how they made them and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's crazy, and of course they're the most famous. I've got some of the cards too. That's got the calendar on the back. It's got the mother holding the baby with the bottle up or the spoon up, and stuff.
Wow.
Yeah.
Bourbon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my dad used rum as a cough remedy when I had a cold. Have some rum. That was our cold remedy.
Here, moonshine and honey and
Yep.
lemon and
rum and honey. That was his thing. Rum and honey.
Hell, I went to my grandma's the other day and she had a jar of moonshine in it, and she got my cousin to find her some because she was going to make cough syrup out of it. Of course, it didn't last long. She just ended up giving it away to somebody who went home and drank it.
I remember a long time ago, they used to have those. I have a few of them still. Those glass bottles, those brown glass bottles that they give you in the pharmacy, and they had a cough medicine. When the medicine ran out, my mom washed it out. My dad got honey and rum and put it in there, and that was the cough medicine. Crazy. Tablespoon of Jägermeister for a cold. See, that wasn't the only one.
Yeah.
I got a lot of that as a kid. Honey and rum. Right now, the most popular drugs. They know a lot. Yeah. Lawsuits. Exactly. But it's funny when you see that old stuff, and when you're like me and you're kind of immersed in the old culture, I just kind of got used to it. And I, again, as Liz was saying, it's amazing how you can remember some of those old slogans. Even when I was a kid, I remember some of that stuff.
Yeah.
What was the other one? Pepto-Bismol, and then Alka-Seltzer, plop, plop, fizz, fizz. Oh, what a relief it is.
Mm-hmm.
I never understood the need for Alka-Seltzer. I've never had heartburn.
I don't know if I've ever took Alka-Seltzer for heartburn. Back when I ate the duck food diet, I was on like 40 milligrams of omeprazole, and I had to take it every day. If I went problem with that was I would become content and let my prescription run out without checking and keeping on top of it. And then it would take my doctor a week or so to get it refilled. But after 2 days, I would not be able to sleep because I would be coughing up acid, which I would use baking soda. And I guess that's an ingredient problem. I imagine Alka-Seltzer has baking soda in it, or
yeah. I mean, the only thing I ever used to get when I get the flu, I get nausea, and I used to get diarrhea a lot. So I was quite familiar with Pepto-Bismol, the pink stuff, but it never really worked.
I couldn't take it.
It's funny, when I went on the carnivore diet, the diarrhea just didn't come back unless I got the flu.
Mom used to try to give me that when I'd get like a stomach virus or something. She'd try to give that to me, but as soon as I got it and tried to swallow it, I would be like either outside, run out the front door and throw up out over the porch, or I just couldn't never keep it down.
It's horrible stuff.
Yeah. It sucks, man.
Yeah, I see the ouzo. That's that Greek alcohol my dad would have sometimes. It has like juniper or some other kind of mint in it. What the heck calling me now? Oh, there's people calling me. Idiot customer. I tell them, don't call me Saturday morning. This is not I'm off. But they always have a problem. They got to call me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you
Look
can
at my
tell.
phone ringing. Look at this.
Yeah, hell yeah. I need to bring out the old celebrity.
Oh, you got one of those?
Oh yeah, yeah, it's just right in there.
Does it work?
Be honest with you, if I had a, I need to take it to my. I'm gonna go. I'll get it.
Mm-hmm. Me with my Model 500 wrapped up in here. It's Antiques Roadshow with Rick. Yep. They used to have them at the phone center store. I remember those.
I need to take it to my grandmother's. At the top of my head, that's the only person I know right now off the top of my head that has a landline still.
Well, you could make your own landline virtually. You get one of them little devices.
Oh yeah, yeah. I need to. Sell to Jack, huh? That's
hey,
cool.
Sell to Jack, you can get a sponsorship on my channel. Send me some of these, and I'll recommend your product for all these people.
That would be the perfect. That would be the perfect product right there.
There's a lot of products I could sell, but these companies, they don't know I exist.
Well, it's actually my ex-wife, but I do still refer to her as my wife because she's been living with me since 2021 again.
Mm.
We got divorced in 2020. We were actually, married in 2019, divorced 2020, but she's from the Philippines, but she looked at that and thought it was cool. She was like, "Oh, I like that. That's cool." Like, and she's usually not like stuff like that. She's just like, "Oh, whatever." If it's not a cell phone, because she's constantly got her face in her cell phone.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, she saw it and was like, "Oh, that's cool" and everything. But of course, I think I only gave $7 for that.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw they go for about $50 on eBay. So I had to snatch it up.
The thrift stores over here have nothing but clothes and a bunch of crap. There's no good stuff left here. It's been decades since we had good stuff in a thrift store. I have to get it from a clean out or from the occasional yard sale. But we have mostly new stuff here, so you don't find that old stuff.
Yeah, I've developed a pretty decent eye for things. Because I mean, it seems like I actually buy things just about every time I go. Sometimes I'll leave out of there because I've gotten picky. I've gotten to where I'm starting to pile stuff up, and it's getting to where, because I do resell from time to time, but certain things I don't really, I can't bring myself to sell it. But
I got stuff piled everywhere because I need spare parts. My truck is all taken apart all over my house, and I'm cutting up my dad's old 69 Chargers. So that's more parts of stuff in the house.
Yeah. I wish I knew how to. I wish I would have paid attention to my grandpa, my uncles, and all them, and learn more on working on vehicles. Because if I was able to do that currently, I would not be driving which my vehicle's 2014. It's the newest vehicle I ever owned, but it got to the point to where I was depending on other people. So I ended up going on and buying the vehicle, which I'm glad I did because I actually got a really, really good deal on it. But it only had like 54,000 miles when I got it. And then, of course, it was one of those certified pre-owns. But
right.
I ended up it got it for like 28,000 at the time. That was back in, I think, 2017. The reason why I bought it because it had the full package. It had the navigation and had the big giant backup screen, and it had the heated leather seats and the carpeted and the sunroof and just.
But they never have an 8-track. I want my car with a cassette or 8-track.
Yeah, that would be. Yeah, I find I don't find 8-track players, but I find cassette players and stuff for vehicles out at the thrift stores and stuff sometimes. Of course, sometimes those can be a good buy to resell if you're not going to use them. I've got some sealed 8-tracks in there that's from my like recorded in my local area. And of course, to Muscle Shows is the hit recording capital of the world, #1 hit recording capital of the world. Sell to Jack. Yeah,
it works everywhere you got a cell phone. It's just a Bluetooth adapter. Instead of being like earphones, it has a little thing you can plug your phone into. That's all.
It's cool.
Right here.
Yeah. The regular phone.
And they work with rotary phones too.
Yeah, that's cool. I need to do that. That's cool. Yeah, this thing's pretty cool. It's pretty cool looking sitting up on the stand.
I think the original commercial for that is on YouTube. You can look it up.
Yeah, you sent me. I think I sent you it when I found it. The first person I thought of was you.
Yeah, I think I sent you a link to that.
Yeah, and I sent you a picture and said, "Look what I found at the thrift store." I think it was like $7. But you just like sent me that commercial, or whatever, that video that was showing all the different types of phones.
That's the one.
And I didn't even know that what it was actually called. But then you sent me that, and I was like, oh, it's got Western Electric under here. It's cool. I'll show the bottom of it. You see some of the stickers that's on it. That's
it's not even rusty.
Yeah, pretty been kept.
Everything here rusts out.
Yeah, that's one thing I say. Like, people pay big money for like cars from here, like from in Florida. They'll pay big money for like older cars from here because everything rusts out in Florida because of the salty.
When you see the video when I'm stripping my dad's old car, the rust is incredible. The stuff here actually rusts into the ground. I had a friend that parked a Camaro, and it totally rusted. The only thing left on the ground is an engine, a transmission, the springs, everything else disintegrated into dirt.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah, as you can tell, I'm sitting here just didn't get prepared to come on camera, but who cares? Kurt, he can come on here and show his bare chest with no shirt on, so I can look rough.
There you go. Yeah, sometimes I'll just be looking rough when I pop in. When I do my own live stream, I always wear clean, as you can see. Not a spot on this shirt.
Yeah.
My good clothes. The stuff that I normally wear, it looks like it came out of a shredder.
Yeah.
We got someone else popping in. Look who it is.
Hey, he's got a shirt on.
What do you know?
Hey, there you go. Oh, what happened? All right. I might have been out of the picture when you explained it, but I've been out of the scene for a minute.
Surgery.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you explained it, but I forgot. Last time I saw you.
But I'm alive and kicking.
Yeah.
You mentioned my name, so I had to pop in like a bad. Yeah. It's like that bad penny that turns up.
Yeah.
It hurts to laugh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we'll try not to make it too funny.
Yeah,
But,
be careful.
I like your show and tell, but go ahead. I just wanted to pop in because you mentioned my name and I just wanted to show up.
Yeah. Yeah, I had it just popped at the top of my head. I was like, I guess I can look rough if I guess.
No, you're looking good, man. You're looking good.
I appreciate you. Yeah, I remember you mentioning having some problems or something, having surgery, but and I know like your history on like, I imagine you're probably going the alternative route to the pain because you don't want to be taking them opiates and stuff, which I'll be honest with you, if I had the opiates prescribed to me, just me, I'd be taking advantage of it. But I've never been in your situation where I know you had a problem with them back in the day.
Oh well, tell you what, you go ahead and keep the line going. I'll show you something.
Yep.
All right. Anyway, I don't know why my phone keeps ringing. I tell people don't call me until noon. They better not show up at my door. I'm going to have to start putting a gator pit out front with a trap door that opens up when they try to come in the gate. And the gators, like in the cartoons, they start coming up.
That or some of them homemade explosives, tripwire and stuff.
Or maybe a garbage juice bomb. That's always fun.
Yeah.
They step the tripwire and the garbage juice bomb goes off and sprays everybody with garbage juice.
Yeah. With maggots. Well, I've had them.
Yeah.
Hey, I used to work for the city of Tuscumia, and I've had to be on the back of those garbage trucks when those remote or those joystick, I call them, operated garbage trucks went out, and I'd be dumping the trash, and then all of a sudden the bag will be halfway off, and I'll sit there and try to push it back in, and it busts, and I have that crap all over me, and I have them freaking rice with legs crawling all over me.
Well, it's funny. Every time I've had to encounter one of those in a clean out, I bring it home and I give it to the ducks. They get super excited when they see all the maggots. The ducks go wild.
Hey, this will tell you how I don't have a weak stomach or whatever. I've been in some bad places. I've been down in 30-foot sewers having to clean out with my hands, clean out pipes that kids have been throwing radio parts and bicycle parts and everything to clog them up. But I go and get my eggs. Hey, Milton. Reminds me of my cat that I had one.
Black Menace.
But
I love my Black Menace.
Sometimes the chickens will bust an egg and then it'll get down in the wheat straw. Well, sometimes I'll go back there and I'll go and peel the wheat straw up and there'll be maggots crawling in there. Hell, I'll actually get a container and start gathering them up. And then I'll dump them out right there at the chickens, and I just good for them too.
Birds love that stuff.
Oh yeah.
Prescription.
See the date?
No, I can't read the date on it. I just made the screen bigger.
Let me see here.
2024?
Yep.
Yep.
That was my first surgery. My arm surgery.
Yep.
Guys, same thing. Bottle. It's full. My wife picked up the bottle. Same shit. It's full. I don't know where she put it. Don't care.
Yep.
I collect that stuff like you collect antiques.
Yeah.
I have my mom's tramadol from 2016.
Well, I have a bottle called Dr. McMunn's Elixir of Opium. It's a valve like this, and that's one of my prized possessions. It's from the 1840s. I collect all the drug bottles and stuff too, like old antique,
old glass is just beautiful.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I love the old. I've got some bottles from the 1700s just right in my living room, right in here, sitting on the table.
Now, did you dig them up out of the creek or something?
No, I buy stuff on eBay when I find a good deal.
Okay.
People overprice things, but I always look for because I'm good at dating antique bottles. That's one thing that I am pretty good at. But when I go on eBay and I see all these, somebody wants $300, $400, $1,000 for one of those 1700s bottles. But when I go on there and see somebody, they don't have a date on it, and then they got it listed for $40, and they don't have any real details telling the identification of it, I'll snatch that shit up real quick because I'm a deals hunter. I don't overpay for. I mean, I'm guilty of overpaying sometimes if I really want it bad enough. But I am more of a deals hunter myself, and it's like I'll run in here real quick and get this bottle.
Yep, I'm definitely a deals hunter. I don't like overpaying for something unless, like you said, if you really, really, really want it.
This bottle's from probably like the 1750s.
Is that a blue?
No, it's actually more of a dark greenish. They call it black glass.
Oh, nice.
But if you look at the bottom of it, look at that bubble in it.
Yep.
I've got bottles older than this one. I actually got some from the late 1600s, early 1700s. But that bottle, it's pushed up, and of course that's where they connect the the pontal rod to where they finish that very crude top right there.
Is that what that's for?
Yeah, they what they do is they take the bottle, they blow it with the rod. This is pre-blown in a mold, so you got hand free blown bottles like this, and then you've got later they started around the in the early 1800s to the mid 1800s blowing in a mold. But of course I've got this one. Now this one looks way more brand new almost, but it's crazy because it has a lean to it if you look at the bottom. But this is from probably the later 1700s to early 1800s, but it's like pristine nearly. Now I gave $40 for this bottle, and they didn't really know what they had, but it's so old. I mean, I don't know how good you can see it, but the bottom it's like almost rubbed, like smooth right here for where the wear of it,
Okay.
If I could get to them, I would go get my earliest bottles that I've got, but I want to build a collection of like evolution of the bottles, of how they were made and how they looked. And this is what you would call like a mallet type bottle. But I gave $40 for this bottle anyway, but I think I might have gave, because I knew what this was, and these bottles sometimes can go for $200 to $300. But I think I ended up giving about $80 for this bottle. Again, they didn't know what it was, because and I could see it and identify it. And of course, you can tell it's really, really crude. I mean, the bottom of it, it's just like, it's like it's not even at all.
Well, that's the thing that you got to know what you're looking for, because if it looks too perfect, it's too good to be true.
Yep.
Imperfections are telltale signs that it's original. So I know what to look for, but for people out there that maybe want to dabble in something like this, what is the first telltale sign of a newer bottle versus an older bottle?
The mold lines.
Yeah, the mold lines is the first thing I look at.
I'm asking like aficionado.
like if you're looking at bottles from like the early 1900s up to the, or if you want to say down to the mid 1800s, that I typically run into a lot more, I always look for a mold seam. And usually when the mold, the further up the mold seam, you'll have different mold seams and you'll have different types of molds that where they were blown in the mold, pre-machine made bottles, which I like more than anything. They'll have the mold seam will stop the further up the neck and over the lip. I still pick up bottles, machine made bottles, where the line of mold seam goes all the way up to the lip. That's the first thing I'll look for. And then, of course, I'll look at the base, because sometimes I've got a website I've saved where you can actually identify the glass makers, and some of them will have glass maker marks on them. And there you can pretty much approximately date the bottle by the glass maker, because certain glass companies will actually will operate at a certain date and then go out of business at a certain date or merge with another one. And of course, bottles from the 1900s, 1800s will have, some of them will have like embossing in the glass, where it'll have the company like Johnny Mac Bottling Works, Tuscumbia, Alabama, or something like that, you know.
Well, I want to put this out there. When I first met you and you're like, you're a cop. I hate cops. I don't like cops. I despise cops. So I didn't like
I do too.
Based on that. But after the conversation, in this 2-minute conversation of what you just explained, I love you like a brother.
Yeah,
I am an antique freak. I love the old stuff. That's what draws me to Rick.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. And I'm with you, man. Look, I do this for a living. I'm one of those, I don't judge. And I hate to say it, but I'll even treat I have to transport child molesters, and I try to just block that crap out. And I go ahead and tell you, yeah, deep down in my mind, I'm thinking,
got some swamp in there.
Yeah, bad things, but you know, I'll still try to talk to them when I'm having to transport them 4 hours away to a prison or something, you know. But I don't judge people, man, and I didn't always do this for a living. I lived on the other side of the law. And this is us talking here on Rick's. I don't know. I can't see how many people's watching, but I went down a phase of addiction. I smoked, you know, I was a pothead. I did every drug besides a needle. I've never stuck a needle in my arm besides what doctors and nurses did, but every other drug known to man. Now, Carnivore actually woke me up and made me want more in life. My last addiction was alcohol. And I was freaking drinking whiskey every day, every night, to pass out, sitting straight up. But yeah, Carnivore, man, it done something to my brain, and it made my brain work differently to the point to where I wanted more in life.
Amen, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Amen. Yeah, I like you. I really didn't like pot, but my big thing was speed, and if I had some amphetamine, I'd pop a beer can, I'd smoke it, you name it, I'd ingest it, snort it. Didn't matter as long as I got that high.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what wrecked my first marriage.
Was the last. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
My last prescription. I'm coming off of. I'm currently working on coming off of. I've been on probably 12 different medications at the same time, but actually 8 medications when I was first went and took the plunge and went carnivore. But Adderall is, of course, you know, right now I'm half. I've cut my shit.
I would kill to have Adderall. I mean, that's my addiction. Okay, so you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm on that. That's what I've cut my shit in half because I guess I'm imagining since I'm feeding myself the nutrients, I guess the ketones and all that broke the blood brain barrier and got my brain kicking in high gear, and but I've cut it in half, and I'm actually my last doctor's visit where I practically had to. I'm practically made my mind. I've realized he's nothing but a damn pill pushing quack.
Yep.
So I am currently working on getting off that because that's the last thing that's keeping me bound up and in prison in the medical system, because you got to have every 3 months you've got to make an appointment. So I'm working on getting out of that, working on getting that out of my life. Oh
My
yeah.
feed.
Yep.
I mean, I was only given like 10 pills, but that tells you I've got, let me see here. I keep it in my toolbox. It's just, I got 2 pills left. So I took 8 of them. I weaned myself off of this shit. And this is just I keep this bottle as a reminder. That's it.
Yep.
Nothing more. So yeah, it's a bitch to get off of when you're addicted.
That says a lot when you can actually keep those, and it's the what you're capable of doing, and how you can, when your mindset just switches, you can actually keep that crap around and it doesn't even tempt you.
Oh shit, I cut myself.
Damn.
Yep.
Metal shaving or something?
I don't know. I got blood on me somewhere.
Metal shavings or something. They're still on the.
Oh, my pinky. I feel it. Okay. Yep. Oh well. I'm not dead. I'm not gonna bleed to death. I just don't want to get blood over everything. So yeah, I keep that shit as a reminder that that's what I came from, and I know the dark paths the dark path I was on when I dug it. I mean, trust me, I was enjoying life. I was invincible. I thought I was. Not anymore. Not anymore. I'm blood and flesh, and I can go at any time. So I take every day for what I can get out of it. I enjoy it and try to maximize my friendship.
Yep. And then of course, when I go back to talking about like my doctor, firing my doctor, all this just starts coming together, and the pieces of the puzzle starts coming together with what he said. I mean, he's one of those that you've got type 2 diabetes, you'll never get rid of it. You just got to manage it, and it gets worse with age. You just got to stay on top of it. Well, I go in there. Yeah, after not going in there, I went carnivore April the 9th, 2023. And I didn't go back to the doctor. I want to say it was sometime in 2024. But of course, my A1C was 10.1 when I stopped going to the doctor. When I went back to the doctor, it was 5.3. And but he's still on the, you can't get rid of diabetes. You're stuck with type 2 diabetes, that is. And of course, my life's mission is to prove everybody wrong. Of course, my last doctor's appointment, the reason why I said I'm firing my doctor is because everything was great, except he flipped out about my 270 total cholesterol and my I think it was 190 LDL. And then I tried to explain to him why I'm different than your 70-year-old trash duck food eating patient in the other room in there versus that's on sugar burning metabolism versus a fat burning metabolism. The difference in fat soluble versus water soluble, which is your blood. Of course, the purpose of lipoproteins and everything else, it's not even cholesterol that they refer to as cholesterol. But anyway, I don't want to get into a glycocalyx type kilts post translation modification. But anyway, and trip, kind of lose your crowd here.
So you're emancipated.
Yeah. Well, I practically just I tried to explain to him over of course, MAGA came up, or not MAGA, Maha came up. Of course, my journey predates Maha. But he threw up. I'm not going to get into the politics when you try to tell him all these so-called trusted organizations are funded by the damn, big food and big pharma.
The thing of it is, it's a similar route that I did with my doctors, but I went down that road, and I don't want to say I was always anti-medicine. I was more holistic my whole life, but I fell into that rut where I just, okay, you give me the medicine for my high blood pressure, my high cholesterol. I took it for a time. I took medication for being bipolar. The only medication I stopped taking, and when I say this was back in the 90s, prior to getting diagnosed with being bipolar, I was put on there was a medication that just came out. It was for depression, but then it would give you psychotic episodes, and I can't remember the name of it, but it was sort of like with what Ozempic is. This is a new medication that just came out in the early 90s. It was just, I took it for probably 2 weeks, and I started having these delusions, and I stopped taking it because I was working with heavy machinery, I was working with metal, and I was working with people, and the thoughts I was having, the delusions I was having, was not good. And I guess ever since that episode, that I didn't like taking the medications. But with my cardiologist, the only reason I saw him and kept with him is because I needed to find work. Social Security disability for 24 years. And I'm offered an opportunity. And then it was the surgery I was supposed to have that I showed you the prescription for. And he was supposed to release me. So that's where I posted the chats, where the audio from that last visit, and then the chats. I'm done. I'm done. I blew up. I got tired of it. I got tired of the nonsense. You're not gonna belittle me or judge me and look down upon me because you have a piece of paper. I don't give a rat's butt. When you go to the school of hard knocks, you've experienced it yourself, and you're a layman versus you're an engineer. I'll take a layman's word over an engineer anytime because they're feet on the ground. But I totally agree that people need to wake up and take control of their lives, take control of their health, and not believe every little thing the doctors tell them. They don't have their best interest. They can. It's like when my mother told me she loved me. Those were just words, okay? They were empty. I told her, time, don't tell me you love me, because they fall on deaf ears, because you don't show it. So stop it. Same thing with doctors. Oh, we have your best interest at heart. No, you don't. The only best interest you have is clawing at the dollars that you can take. My surgery, this is no shit. Before I had my surgery, I've got insurance. The surgery was an estimate $20,000. The surgery was 15 minutes. Imagine him he does surgery 2 days, and he does probably from 6 o'clock in the morning until noon. So 6 hours a day. And if he's doing 4 of those an hour, that's 24 a day. So 24 times, that's $480,000.
Yeah, they charge you $150 for an aspirin in a hospital too.
Yeah, right. Exactly. So I take CBs and my word for it. Don't trust the medical community for everything. Do your own research.
I try to explain that to him. I got into a bad situation with my lieutenant at work where I was trying to explain where he was talking about, because he mentioned he has to find this type of water, which is a flavored water, and he can't find it. And only place he can find it is certain stores. But we were on a transport out of town somewhere, and of course he said he kept, bringing up sodium. It don't have sodium in it. Of course, I know he's got it from his doctor that sodium raises your blood pressure. Of course, that's usually the typical ignorant mindset of, what people, but he brought up water. And of course he's talking about having a drink. And I was talking to this guy about, be careful about, drinking too much water. It's not one size fits all. You can dilute your electrolytes, this and that. And of course he practically just chastised, ridiculed me and whatnot. And then talked and I was like, hold on, let me explain. Wouldn't let me explain. Like I'm an idiot.
Right.
And of course I tried to explain to him what I went through, and and I'm not tooting my own horn or nothing, and I'm the first one. I'm humble. I don't claim to know everything, but of course I've went through Dr. Kiltz's coaching course. I went through Dr. Barry's coaching course and all that shit. And of course that's just, some of that stuff is just common sense that I was trying to explain to this guy. Mm-hmm. And of course, but still I'm interrupted. I'm made out to be this idiot talking nonsense. And of course, people like that, you have to just walk away, because I'm gonna go ahead and tell you, I'm a nice guy. Everybody knows me as a real nice guy here. But 20 years ago, I probably would have put him in the hospital. You know what I'm saying? 20 years ago, I would have been a different person. I would have probably, but now that my brain's working right, and I've got what they call the carnivore calm, if to put it simple, I'm a totally different person. And but that's the thing, is it's just people just, and it's the doctor worship, because he brought up that's why I listen to my doctor. I listen to somebody who's went through that 8 years of school, has got them credentials, them certificates hanging on their damn wall. Of course, who am I to explain of, it's kind of a little overrated if you're thinking what they've been actually taught. And the key is not just being slaves to the pharmaceutical, because the pharmaceutical industry runs the whole show. It's also the liability and covering their own ass on top of that. And then, of course, paying their Mercedes-Benz.
Don't forget about the vacations. Yeah,
and their side blonde fake titty side chick, excuse my language, ladies, if you know what I mean, which is known. So yeah, there's a lot of things that,
Well, you sound about like a lot like I was 30 years ago. Let's see. Yeah, 30 years ago, because I was in my mid 30s. But yeah, I didn't listen to anybody, but I didn't take any crap off anybody. And the last thing you want to do is run your mouth to me, because I didn't bother talking. So I feel you. That was that speed, and part of it was the exogenous drugs that I was taking.
Yeah.
A lot of it. Now I'm calmer. Like a lot of people, they feel that where they're down to earth.
Mm-hmm.
And I promise you, I'm bipolar. I'm more manic than I am depressive, but I'm more calm. Or I don't want to say more calm. I'm calmer now than prior carnivore. Even after I quit drinking, I would still be argumentative, and I had to be right, and it just the whole 9 yards. This lifestyle helped me see the light.
That's great.
Yep. Are you still awake, Rick? We didn't bore you, did we?
He went away.
Oh shit. We got the show. Let's throw paper wads.
Yeah, come on in. Come on, pile in. Oh Lord. Yeah.
So, man, that's the other thing that's like part of my story. 1 year, this is no shit. 1 year, I had 4 times 10. I had 40 jobs in 1 year, 12 months. No joke. And that was due to my lifestyle.
Yep.
I blamed everybody else. People didn't like me. I was doing my job. No, it was me.
I've had the same job for almost 15 years now. Shit. Yeah, that's. And the biggest thing about my new, he's growing another beast.
Uh-oh. Oh, wow. You brought her in?
Trying to get Milton used to the kittens. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
He's a little wild. He's a wild little thing. Look at Milton.
Couldn't bring any other cats around my cat when he was freaking ready to attack. He was the sweetest cat, but
he's afraid of Milton. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We'll put you back out. Milton is just so curious. Look at Milton.
Oh shit. All right, gentlemen, my battery's going dead, so it was good talking to you, CB.
You too. Yeah, it won't be the last, hopefully.
Oh, definitely won't.
Yeah.
Definitely won't. So anyways, y'all take care.
Take it easy.
Enjoy your weekend.
Be careful.
All right, Mr. Milton. There's old Mr. Milton. All right. We got to get the kitty cat out there. And good that Kurt was here. We got some great guests today, as always. And what I had a question earlier about how I kill weeds. I'll talk about that. But there was some meowing outside. So I figured, hey, let me bring in little Miss Kitty to meet Milton. And Milton is very agitated now. So he's like, what's that? What's that?
Yeah.
I hope when I do let him in, I don't have a 3-way cat fight.
And I've been thinking about this for a while now. And I wanted to give a shout out to Jonathan Carnivore Muscle. I wanted to explain to people also, and this is not a sales pitch or anything. It's just straight up truth about it. There's a lot of talk about bodybuilding, bodybuilders. I used to train bodybuilding back in the day, and I wish I knew what I know now back then. But from my experience, I don't think it bodybuilding method of training is a target for people who want to grow massive muscles or want to like be younger folks, whether it be a 20s, teens, 30s, female, male. I think that even of all ages, I believe that Jonathan would be a great person to reach out to and actually listen to and actually get advice from, no matter your age, because I believe bodybuilding method of training, if done right and you get the right concept, is perfect for all ages, especially a 70, 60, 50, 40-year-old female I'll use, for example, because the real method of bodybuilding training is actually to avoid injury. You can, and I'm not saying, a lot of people, they think, I hear a lot of people, they say, oh, how much can you bench press? How much can you whatever? Bench press is the most common asked question. You're not training for powerlifting. If you want to train powerlifting, good luck, because typical people are going to get injury if they train that way, especially if you're a 60, 70, 50-year-old. Does that question need to be answered? Or I think she asked Kurt a question. Anyway, when you train bodybuilding, you're actually, like I said, you're going to gain muscle, but you're never going to look like Jonathan at his stage, looking like he does on stage. You're never going to look like, or you're never going to look like Arnold Schwarzenegger. You're never going to be that beast unless you truly get enhanced. Of course, not saying anything bad about getting enhanced at times. I've never done steroids. I've done a lot of supplements, but when done right, you target separate muscle groups, because bodybuilding is not just about going to the gym and trying to pump iron to get muscle. It's about recovery. It's about sleep. It's about proper nutrition. We know what the proper nutrition is here. It's all about avoiding injury, working out to avoid injury, and also recovering. And you target each muscle group each day on the correct split. Like, say, work out one day, take a day or two off, couple days, however long it takes you to recover, and then work a separate muscle group, then recover, and never this whole thing about you got to do all your to failure. So that's why I think Jonathan would be a perfect person to actually, and he comes on here. Hey, what's up, big man?
Hello, how you doing?
I'm good. Just in the middle of us, speaking some stuff that I've been wanting to say for a long time. But
cool.
So, because I know there's a lot of people who get the wrong concept of bodybuilding. It's not about turning into a beast. So, but I'll shut up now.
Yeah. The thing is, people in the carnivore space, I think they sometimes forget that the bodybuilders are the people that have tried and tested this. Like, when it comes to fat loss, muscle gain, it's not just happenstance. Yes, there's performance enhancing drugs involved in various degrees, and you're obviously doing it to a greater level, a more intensified existence within your daily lifestyle. It's my day-to-day life. I'm a professional bodybuilder. That is what I do. So, same thing with you, CB, of your background. You're a professional at what you do, so your life is going to evolve around carrying guns and telling people off from stuff and whatever. That's just by default what we do. I think people forget that the bodybuilding methods don't just apply to bodybuilders, like you've alluded to. So, whether you're a 90-year-old grandma or an 18-year-old lad just come out of school, the same thing applies. The biology is still the same. You got to put resistance through your muscles safely. You got to find a way to develop over time, build up your bone density, use the right diet, recover, and it's all the same thing. It's just I do it to a more intensified degree than 60-year-old, I don't know,
In
60
targeting
in our community.
the different muscle groups gets the synovial fluid to each joint on top of that, which is the only source of nutrients to your ligaments. So when you're targeting all those different muscle groups and you're doing it to the correct, form and everything, avoiding injury, avoiding to complete failure, which is going to cause problems, you're getting the synovial fluid to each joint evenly, and you're recovering, and you're doing bodybuilding method correctly. I've been trying to tell people that I've briefly said this before, but I wasn't able to really thoroughly dig into targeting the muscle groups each time you train to the point to where you're anti injury. Excuse me.
Yeah, it's I mean, the worst thing you could possibly do, in my opinion, in some cases, is if you've got, say, sore elbows or bad knees or bad hips, is to stop using them.
Mm-hmm.
Like you said, the blood flow, keep an active motion for the joint. That's what's going to keep that joint there, so you're not having joint replacements 10 years down the line. How you doing, Brian? You all right?
Pretty good. Thought I'd drop in and say hi. Hi, CB.
Yeah.
Rick.
Hey, how's it going, Brian? Doing good?
Doing good today.
I was saluting Brian. I wasn't running or nothing. So go ahead.
Brian deserves a salute.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah, that's it. Good shout for sure. Yeah, so I was a bit delayed. I ended up having to sit down for a little bit, obviously, you can imagine. I've literally just gone out of shower, had a bowl of ground beef sort of thing. Sat down now, rehydrating, because it's basically the show today was competing on a beach, quite literally, on a stage. That stage had a rubber matting. It's a very hot day, as Joe mentioned earlier, so the rubber matting was baking, so my feet are like tar now. So posing was actually like me, it was like tiptoeing sort of thing. Yeah, it was good fun overall. I want to say this is my little open, honest confession. When I got in the shower just now, I started crying. I felt deeply overwhelmed. It's always hard to explain your emotions with an autistic person. It feels weird, I felt deeply overwhelmed, but what was amazing was when I finished my show, went straight on here. It's about 5 to 1, live at 8, live with Rick at 8, starts at that time for me till 1 o'clock. Tried to get on, but it wouldn't work, and I think I had my headphones connected to my phone still, so I couldn't hear him. Didn't have my headphones on, blah blah blah. And yeah, then I was overwhelmed by hi Jonathan, congratulations, well done, keep going, all this sort of stuff. And I was like, God, that's much more to me than a bloody trophy. So yeah, that was very meaningful, guys. So I appreciate that, and hopefully the more I can continue to sort of compete, still make content to the best of my ability, the more I can educate people. And I know you had a conversation earlier about educators versus layman. I think I probably hold exception to that in some cases, but I'm just like everyone else. I'm still tackling problems just like everyone else here. We all have different problems. Joe, for example, my girlfriend just below, she's dealing with heart issues of circulation, her lungs. She's getting better though. I mean, I'm hopefully a good example on her. Rick, he's dealing with Soddle because he's a selfish bastard. UCB, he's trying to lose a bit of weight and get back in shape, and I think Brian's also on a bit of a weight loss journey. So we're all battling our demons and trying to move forward and impress. Most importantly, ourselves, because as much as we sort of say, we do this sort of thing just to stay fit and healthy, there's something to be said about just keeping active, keeping physically in shape. I don't think anyone out there doesn't want to be a bodybuilder. I don't mean necessarily to my capacity. I just mean in the sense of trying to enhance your physique, the way you look. So when you look in the mirror each morning, you're not thinking, I wish I wasn't that guy. Because there's nothing worse than being that guy. You have got to wake up in your body every single day, whether that be health based or physique based. It's all meaningful. But I just wanted to show you my little trophy. which doesn't mean much to me really. You guys collectively mean much more, obviously. But yeah, that's it, and it's very nice bronze copper color. It's not as big as the one next to me, which is like triple the size, but I'm not getting that one up again. I'll probably break my wall or something. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say really. Anyway, how are you doing, Brian? What's going on?
Pretty good today. Busy day for me. What you were talking about is that I didn't think that sharing was that important for me anyway. But the more I go on, sharing is one of the most important things, because there's people out there that are like me, and if nobody reaches their hand out, they're going to be time's going to compile on them, and then they're going to get behind the 8 ball. So that's why I appreciate you guys so much, is that you're the first, sticking your hand out, letting people know what's going on, especially Rick, for how long he's been doing this. And the more people know, the better. Just like the doctors. I posted a little while ago that my doctor took me off of 3 meds the other day and cut one in half. And the sad thing about that is that that's not every doctor, but it's going to happen, because people are starting to see that big pharma, big food are, well, crap, and they're destroying our country. And since 1977, they've erased 1 million years of progress in just 50 years, 49 years. So the more people that know what's going on and your guys' story and that you share, the better. 100%. It's kind of like a snowball rolling downhill, and it'll just continue to get bigger. So
yeah, it's I would argue it's a big psyop, isn't it, Rick? I mean, we all think they're just trying to damage our health, our bodies, our biology. But how do you get into someone's biology? Through their mind. If you can control someone's mind, you can then evolve and adapt what is being presented to them through social media marketing, what's on the shelves you get to the shop. So your best bet is betting with your dollar. So, for example, Joe, I know Rick mentioned this earlier. So Joe, kindly, my girlfriend, Joe's sleeping Sunday journey. Subscribe to her channel, by the way, guys, if you haven't already. If not, why not? Anyway, so yeah, she basically has been running this giveaway. So everyone that comments on a video gets a ticket, basically a tally into a giveaway to get basically 50 British pounds, which works out about $65, something like that. Which is doing that for the last 3 or 4 weeks now. And I was actually fortunate enough to win that £50. So I thought, well, Rick doesn't deserve it that much. God no. So I thought I'd give Rick half of it so he can spend it as he chooses on meat, feeding his cat, his companion, any sort of hardware tech he might need. So that will be my small contribution at this current time for him. Then in return, this isn't expected, but Rick does it anyway, and Rick's never asked for a single penny from anyone. And in return, he can host these live streams, frees up his time a little bit. He's not got to worry quite as much the next day about his food. So it means he continues to provide that snowball effect that you guys mentioned. So we've currently got 65 people in Rick's live stream alone. So just think that's 65 people that he's potentially impacting. So that's 65 people there thinking about the carnivore diet, thinking about the world global food model, the big pharma, the big food. All the things he talks about, how to manage your finances more carefully, how to not get in debt, and all these things are things he talks about. So everything Rick talks about is truly useful, educational content. And I'd argue he's one of the best educators in the carnivore space, irrespective of how much he talks about carnivore. So just want to say thank you to Rick for providing that, and it's also the service to everyone, which I think is absolutely incredible. Yeah, anyone got any thoughts on that at all?
Yeah, he does get me going down a rabbit hole a lot when he starts talking about, like the other day, about the wood engines and
Yes.
and then of course the poop gas is very, very interesting too. But even the monetary system and everything, when he starts talking about that, it's like, he said a couple of things that I'm like, I never really thought about that. and then I really get to digging into that, and it's just there's a lot of things that are man. He'll throw just a golden nugget out there all of a sudden, like out of nowhere. So
Yeah. We all share little golden nuggets, something of value. We don't even know it sometimes. Like I'll make a video and might be one little comment, the way I say it, and suddenly it clicks with someone. Like videos I've made recently, sort of. I won't bother making a rebuttal. I don't think I need to at this point. I think the truth speaks for itself, in my opinion. But at the end of the day, what we've got to say is, I mean, Kurt came on here earlier. We've got this platform. We can have anyone on any time in the world. Ideally, they don't talk about having sex like they did a few months back. Remember that, guys? Yeah. Someone came on, Brian, and they'll I think they're having sex or something like that. And I made a short out of it. It's quite funny, but I'm
subject,
guys.
You'll never find that subject on my channel.
But if you want that subject, go to Grandma's Crochet Corner, Barb's Corner. She gets on there and talks about vibrators and all kind of stuff.
That's the sources. Yeah, Barbara, that's the sauciest place in town sometimes. Rick doesn't make it because it's too late at night for him, obviously, because Rick is like me. Rick's a lot better than I'm at sleeping, but Rick's like a 10:30 to 6:30 kind of guy, so he can't make that live stream. But if he was on there, Rick could be like, "What are you guys talking about? I don't know what's going on." So, yeah.
Well, the thing is, in the carnivore space, I mean, first of all, Jonathan describes it very, very, very accurately, which is his style. I'm not trying to convince anybody to be carnivore. I don't care what you eat. I'll give you fruits and vegetables for free. I don't care. I got a whole refrigerator full of bananas I'm going to give away. I teach people how to garden. What I'm looking for people to, number one, wake up. Number two, learn. And number three, think for yourself. That's how you succeed. This is how I started the carnivore diet. I woke up. I thought for myself, they're telling me all these things that are healthy. I feel like crap. I am skinny. I'm short. I hate my life. I don't want to live anymore. I'm going to do the opposite. I'm going to find the things they tell me not to do that feel good, and I'm going to do it. And that's the Rick method. That's the heart attack diet, the heart attack lifestyle, all summed up. Whether you're a bodybuilder or whether you're a twig like me, the idea is learn, take what you have, try it. If it doesn't work, try something else. Don't do the same thing. Don't listen to the propaganda. Don't let the system tell you what to do, tell you you're not good enough. Oh, you need this. You need to go into debt to get this. No, you don't need to do that. You need to wake up and you need to think. And this is the thing. You need to be a combination of scientific and practical. Don't be emotional. The emotions are for when you have no other option. You want to try to take care of things before you get to that point. And this is what a lot of people, they use excuses. Oh, I have all these problems. Woe is me. This happened to me and that happened to me. But they never tell you what caused them to get to that point. It was a lifestyle. It was a way of thinking. Sometimes people will ignore problems. They just keep going and going. And then when they hit the wall, then it's time for the pity party. And that's what I'm against. That's why I started on YouTube. I got tired of people scamming people with energy scams, with longevity scams, all these other things. If I do this or I sell you this product, you're going to do this. And I got tired of it. I said, look, I'm going to expose these people. And I make a lot of enemies that way. To this day, I still believe it. And this is why it gets me upset. I'll sit back. The way I do it, believe it or not, even though I don't push religion, I know that if you were to open the Bible and read it, you see the way, look at the stories about Jesus. He never went out there and said, this is what you need to do. He would go around people and he'd ask questions. They would say something, well, is it written this or is it? That was his style. And that's the same style that I think we benefit from. We don't want to be the authority. We want to be the example. That was the whole idea. We're not telling you what to do. We're showing you what we did. If you have a problem, you can ask us. But I'm not going to give you advice because the surest way to make an enemy is to give somebody unsolicited advice.
Yeah, I think it's about
Lead by example.
Yeah. Key point.
Exactly.
Yeah, for sure.
Lead
Yeah,
by example.
We can only control our own emotions and our own capacity to deal with things. Like, I don't always get things right. Part of it is my undying, antagonistic, condescending, what's the other word? Acerbic nature, and also being autistic. I'm not using it as an excuse. That is me. That is me being my authentic self. This doesn't mean everyone always has to agree with my approach of how I deal with things, deal with people online, or deal with things in person. But there's an approach that has to be made, and that sometimes you just have to make an approach. There's sometimes sitting back, laying idle, and thinking, "Well, I'm in debt. I'll just leave it." What's that going to do for you? You have to be forward thinking, like Rick said. So when you're approaching a problem, you have to think, what is the outcome I want? And thinking, how do I get there? You know, it's all very logical thinking. It's a flow chart. So I'm not sure about everyone else who's watching this, but once there's a problem, I think, obviously there's initial panic. It's human nature. Now that panic will either allow us, enable us to make the correct decision and how we react to it, or we can make the very wrong decision. So it's important to sit with problems, but not sit idle with problems. You have to act on it eventually. So I encourage people out there, if they have their own truth, their own moral responsibility, and they believe in something, then, you know, by all means, approach it, attack it. If you watch my content, if you think something I say is wrong, if you think that doesn't make sense, that's damaging information, tell me, prove me wrong, show me, or I want to be shown. We should always, I mean, I'm of a scientific mind, so my approach in science is always to try and disprove my own hypothesis. If there's a better way to get there, then that means I can help other people with that better way. So that's my 2 penneth or 2 cents. Rick's getting bothered again.
You know, it's amazing. One of the things that I've learned is that when people see you as a source of information, your phone doesn't stop ringing. This is one of the things I've had to deal with. I am considered better than AI. I have a friend that was into Chat GPT, and it was wrong so many times. So he says, instead of AI, I'm going to go to RI. I'm like, what's RI? Rick's intelligence. Because it's more reliable than AI. That's the funny thing.
We should
adapt and overcome and fix it if it's broke.
There you go.
Yeah, we should build you an AI based off of all your videos, and like you know how Dr. Barry's got his, they call it Dr. Barry AI. We could build you an AI, and they could ask Rick on how do you build, how you make poop gas, or you know, or something, you know, and it's just based off of all your.
Well, the thing is, my theory came from observing nature. Now, I live in Miami, which is the most environmentally destroyed place on earth. It's artificial. Everything here has been wiped out and replaced with man-made nonsense. And it's always a problem. The water's not good. There's problems with just everything is constantly having to be rebuilt and redone. And I noticed that since I'm a poor man and I get a lot of stuff from the trash, it always baffled me that people would buy something or build something and then throw it away when it wasn't even broken. It's just, well, I don't want it anymore, so I'm going to get rid of it. But when you go to the natural environment, nothing is wasted. If something dies, it decomposes and it becomes part of something else. If something doesn't work, it doesn't keep on living. And it's kind of that way in the natural world. So I thought, how can I adapt my life so that I produce no waste? And I don't. I produce zero waste in my normal life. If I'm throwing something out, it's because I was cleaning up somebody else's stuff and I have to get rid of it. So I recycle things into energy. I reuse them for my garden. I get things instead of buying it. I find something somebody threw away. I fix it or put it to use, or I trade with somebody else. That's my whole theory. And then I became very much against the parasitic monetary class. That's another thing I talk a lot about. That's why I get censored a lot on YouTube, because I criticize central bankers. I criticize the concept of having to go into debt to get knowledge. I believe that all knowledge should be public domain and available for free. If you want to go to college and you want to get some kind of certification, it should be free if you can prove that you're qualified to do it. That's what we call a scholarship. The idea of sending people to college just to go to college always worked against me. I taught in college, and I know that some people are just not made for that. Some people are better when it comes to a trade or some type of skill. They can build real things out of real products. They can handle problems on a different level. But our school system is designed for one type of person, the person that can be effectively indoctrinated, basically, and can regurgitate information. But now with computers and so-called artificial intelligence, that ability is no longer what it was. The ability to recite facts, to go on Jeopardy and win that, I could get a smartphone and I could do the same thing faster than any person ever could. It knows every celebrity, it knows every fact, everything from history. But if you give it a real world problem, try to make an AI video, it makes mistakes. You try to ask it questions. You set up a chat system, or you're trying to listen to a tech support line. Have you ever seen what happens when they give that to artificial intelligence? It can tell you things that are completely outrageous. And it's the same thing in anything in the health space. There's that sort of human, what I call the natural intelligence, because all man-made items are subject to a principle called entropy. If they're not constantly refreshed with living things, with living minds, they will degrade and they will fail, just like a car rusts into the ground. There is no way around that. And I think a lot of times the system lies to, well, they lie to us all the time, but they're telling us right now, we have no value. We humans are worthless. We're just a bunch of biological material that's destroying the world. And what they don't tell us is that the systems they want to replace us with will not only destroy the world faster, but once they've destroyed the world, they destroy themselves. And that's the thing. In the natural world, life always finds a way. And this is what we need to do. Again, if our system is not working, we need to make changes. Even though the system constantly uses debt and incompetence to try to cover up and just keep throwing more money at the problem, oh, it doesn't work. Here, throw more money at the problem. We can fix anything. But the problem is all money is created by debt, and it's a system that's going to fail. And when it runs out of the energy to work against the entropy, it fails. So, but again, when I talk about stuff like this, it marginalizes me. They look at me like, this Rick guy is crazy. I'm not going to listen to him. I'm going to listen to the celebrity influencers, because they tell me that if I do this and that, I'm going to get rich. I'm going to have a great body, and I'm going to have all these women, and I'm going to live in a black, white, and gray condo on Brickell Avenue, and I'm going to be a success. But instead, I surround myself with real people. Everyone around me here has a real story and has real results. And they're not going to tell you that this is some kind of miracle lifestyle, that it's going to fix everything and it's going to turn everything around, because it isn't. What it's going to do, it's going to give you the power you need to try and solve the problems. Are you going to be able to solve all the problems? No, you're not. Look at that Brian Johnson guy. He says, don't die. I made fun of him many times because you can't stop death. It's entropy. The only entity that can stop death is the one that we can't see. And this is the thing that a lot of people, they don't get it. All we're trying to do is make the best with what we have. And that's it. And if there's a problem we can solve, we will solve it. If it's a problem we can't solve, we put it in the hands of some entity that can. And the thing is, that entity is not other humans. And again, no matter what we do, we're going to die. So let's take our valuable time and let's use it to the best of our ability. That's all I want people to do. Don't waste your time with nonsense. Don't waste your time starting fights that you're not going to win. What's the point?
Yeah.
100%, Rick. And why I think that the machine doesn't like you is because you're a threat to it.
Exactly. The problem is, I tell people over and over again, the parasite class, the financiers, the banksters, the celebrities, they need us. They cannot exist without us because they are not a complete entity. They are just parasites. They have to have us, but we can exist without them. And if everybody realized that, that would be the biggest threat to the system, because people would say, I don't want to go into debt. No debt for me. I'm not going to watch your TV. I'm not going to waste time on your sports and all the other things you tell us. I'm going to do what works for me, and I'm going to associate with the people that I know, the people I can interact with. I'm not going to dedicate my life to celebrities. And again, with artificial intelligence, it proves we can use computers to create virtual celebrities. And there's no difference between an actual person who's a movie star and a celebrity based on a computer, because you'll never meet them. You'll never interact with them. So what's the difference? And that's why I got into this whole YouTube thing, because unlike television and movies, and I haven't been to a movie since the 1980s, I can interact with these people. The only movie I really want to see is Carrie's movie, because I've met some of those people. But these other movies and all these franchises and all this, I just don't see it. It's like a franchise restaurant. Why would I go to a franchise restaurant? If I'm going to go to a restaurant, which I almost never do, I would want to go to somebody that I know, and I know how the food is made. I know the person that has the business. I believe in a personal relationship with businesses whenever possible. But again, that destroys their system, because now they can't overcharge you because you know who you're dealing with. And like you said, I'm a threat to the system.
You're a big problem.
Exactly. I see Tim has been here. And, and it's like the comment I had earlier. I forget who asked me the comment, how do I get weeds out of my garden? Well, I just pull them out, or I put mulch over them, or I use vinegar to kill them off. I'm not going to go out there and use Roundup. They used to have these commercials, no weed, no problem. They spray it with Roundup. And I'd look at that and say, well, what's the catch? Every time they give you an easy solution, oh, there's a fix for that. What's the catch? There's always a catch. Nothing in the world is ever simple. And this is a lot of times I think people get entrapped. They watch an advertisement and, it's like they tell them, what was it? Camel cigarettes. Oh, my doctor smokes Camel. So they're going to go out there and start smoking. And they don't realize that it's a destructive habit. But they saw it on a commercial. Everybody else is doing it. Why don't I do that? Oh, high-fat food is bad for you. What's that?
Just reminded me.
Oh, there you go. Well, you see, Jonathan uses that as a medication, which is a totally different thing. Yeah, look at that. There's Camel. Camel cigarettes.
For
It's
digestion.
it's like, that's another thing. The system at one time encouraged things like hemp, which was used for rope. But when synthetic materials came out, they told them, well, we need to get rid of the hemp. So then they came up with this scam, marijuana. They call it marijuana. It's a bad thing. And then jazz, people that played jazz were smoking marijuana, so it's bad. And they use it. Oh, those evil Mexicans. They always use the racism. That's another thing they love. The sexism, the racism. They always, whatever they can do to get people to fight with each other. And then they made it illegal. They made a plant illegal. And again, I don't like marijuana. I've never smoked marijuana. I don't even like smoking. I don't like alcohol. I'm probably the straightest square you'll ever meet in your life. I've never been drunk. I've never been high. And yet I support the right of people to use whatever chemistry they want to use. The only thing is the way they behave with it is what we should regulate. If a person is drunk and they're stumbling around on the street, well, the police have a right to pick them up and put them in jail for a while until they're not a threat to themselves. They get behind the wheel and they're intoxicated. They need to be arrested and they need to be taken off the road. I agree with that. If a person is drinking all the time and they're abusing their family, they have a problem. They need to pay for that. But if a person likes to smoke some pot now and then, or they like to have a drink by themselves, where is the harm in that? Even in the Bible, drinking wine was common, but it did condemn drunkenness. But it's like anything else. If you have a medical condition, there are plants out there that can help you. If you are dying of an infection, there are plant compounds, there are fungal compounds like penicillin that can save your life. You have a serious infection, streptococcus or whatever, you get penicillin, you're not allergic to it, it saves your life. And then you move on. You don't take it over, you don't take an antibiotic every day in case you're going to get a bacterial infection. You save it for the time when you need it. If you have a chronic
profit,
well, that's it.
Alcohol deaths and illnesses, hospitalizations, mortality rates, correlation is more closely associated with that than marijuana. mean, yeah, I probably sound a bit biased, but that is the truth. That's what the numbers are. And it's not like 1 to 1.2. It's like hundreds and hundreds, probably maybe thousands of fold over 1. So more people have been damaged from alcohol than marijuana. But anyone can grow marijuana. But brewing alcohol is a different entity itself. It can be packaged. It can be put into a drink. It's It's no longer a wild product. So they can tax it. They can find ways to make money from it. So that's one example. So anyone out there that thinks that there's not something going on out there, I think it might be a bit delusional.
Well, that's the thing. And there's several people right here. I mean, look, the Tim over here. There's several people that promote the use of cannabis. Some people use things like mushrooms. But the thing is, those are not evil chemicals. Those are chemicals that can be used at certain times. It's like anything else. We use explosives to dig holes. We use explosives to bring down buildings. We use explosives for mining. But when we use them in a bad way, that's when it's a problem. It's not the substance, it's how the substance is used. So that's why when they tried to make alcohol illegal, the only thing they did was strengthen organized crime. So it always comes down to the system looking for a way to exploit the people. And if they can make something legal or illegal and they can get a benefit from it, they will do that. That's probably what's happened with cannabis, because cannabis is a medicine to so many people. I would say a quarter of my friends are cannabis users. So that tells you something about the benefits of this plant. And as Jonathan said, anyone, anywhere in the world that can grow any plant can grow cannabis. It is a universal plant. It's been used for thousands of years. It is a source of fiber, food for animals, and I guess some people, and medicine. And it can also be used for fuel. Cannabis oil can be used in place of diesel, and it can be used as a lubricant. But the system, I don't know if it was the Rockefellers or who it was, or then they got with Hearst, who published the newspapers, to come up with reefer madness. Ooh, that reefer is going to make you crazy, because that's what they did. And then they made a whole industry out of punishing people for smoking a plant. And
yeah, I mean, even now the supplement company is also owned by pharmaceutical companies a lot of the time. So we're thinking, some people out there, this is my thinking. I managed a health food store. My thinking was I was offering the better alternative. Now, I mean, years down the line, even despite my sort of reading in university, now I'm learning there's more excipients in these products. They're tainted. They're not always batch tested properly. The FDA doesn't, check things properly. I mean, but Professor Bart K himself with Pim, something like maybe 10 years ago, they went to the shops, they bought a load of omega-3 bottles, capsules, and they measured what was in them. They found toxic aldehydes in them. And any level of aldehyde in the body is toxic. And that's a hardcore scientific cause and effect study. So these things aren't being tested how we think they might be. There are good quality supplements products out there. And most carnivores out there do use supplements. I know very few that don't. That's the truth. Some obviously do work and are helpful, but we've got to be more. We've got to apply a bit of scrutiny, haven't we, Rick? So, like we sort of say, do our own research. If we go to a company and they show a picture of something online that's certificate of analysis and it's batch tested, well, where do they get that from? Is it third party that batch tested? Who actually tested that? Was it them? Is it just an AI screenshot that's been copied and pasted? We don't know. It's always good to go to the source, find the original information.
That's the important thing. Who is behind the information? That tells a lot.
And also, I want to touch on something real quick. Going back, since you have a law enforcement officer here on the camera, going back to the stumbling around drunk, taking them to jail. I've done that. I hate taking people to jail. I don't do it mainly because, for one, yes, to protect them from themselves. But there's another thought that nobody ever thinks about, but that's liability on me or liability on the law enforcement. If I let somebody, and I've arrested people on the side of the highway out here drunk, because if people see me see you do it, and then I let it go, and then of course it's already logged down through 911 dispatch that I went out on scene, or people saw me and they already called it in, and then they go and leave and get in a vehicle and go and wreck into somebody's family and kill them. Well, then family members are not just going to be like, oh, well, why didn't I prevent that? Why didn't I save? Because I've had situations where it's beaten me up before, where I've actually charged people with a misdemeanor for running from me on a motorcycle without a helmet on and a switch tag on their motorcycle, catch them, but they ran from me because they were eluding prosecution, which is a form of eluding police officers, which is a misdemeanor, versus eluding prosecution, which is a felony. I avoided. I didn't charge him with a felony. I charged him with a misdemeanor eluding. Thought I did him a favor. A week later, he got on a motorcycle and got killed in an accident. And I was in the hospital with an inmate when they brought him in. I didn't even realize it. So there's that thought that people don't realize, that I don't care what you do. I don't care if you go home and you go in your house and you're smoking meth in your house. I don't care if you're drinking freaking rubbing alcohol to get drunk. Of course, there's other repercussions later health-wise. It's the fact that sometimes I have to do what I have to do to keep from going to jail myself, because not only will that family try to sue me for everything I own, but I could be prosecuted myself criminally for not intervening and not what I was, pledged to do. And which
Some
is
moral compass, yeah. I mean, morality is a construct, obviously. Maybe someone watching this right now thinks cannabis is the devil. I don't know.
Mhm.
Maybe they think smoking's great and the lung cancer statistics are falsified. I don't know. At the end of the day, we've got to live with ourselves, haven't we? And if you live with yourself, get in trouble, you lose money, at the end of the day, that falls back on you. So you've got to take responsibility for yourself, ultimately. So I can get behind someone doing that. And, I take risks. I took a risk recently. I knew what the repercussions were going to be. I knew it wouldn't be favourable for a lot of people. But the thing is, you don't do that, and I feel worse for it. I didn't stand up for what I knew was right. So, yeah, it's a challenge we'll battle. What about you, Brian? Is there anything you sort of do or have responsibility or dependency over where you have to align a certain way or do a certain thing?
Well, like you're sitting there talking, I think that everybody should be responsible for themselves. If you're not hurting anybody else other than yourself, and I mean, your friends and family should reach out to you there. But if you're going out causing mayhem and trouble, there should be some responsibilities there. But if you're like us, Carnivore, I don't think anybody has the right to tell me what to do, when to do it, and how to do it. Leave me alone. But if you want to watch and see what I'm doing and gather some knowledge from it or help yourself, that's great. But I don't have the right to tell you what to do. When people put their nose in other people's business, it's not good. Lead by example. Because you know what? The truth will always come out. It's like the doctors and stuff follow the money. Once you start following that money, you can see what's going on, and you can see where they lie. I think that humans are herd animals, and that's why it's so easy to control them. If you get people fighting, it's easier to control them. 100%. And learning that and seeing that you have to ask, why does somebody want you to do something certain ways? Because they're pushing you the way that they can make money. And I think the number one worst thing on the planet is greed, because greed destroys everything. It makes you dogmatic, and like I said in the chat earlier, dogmatic kills everything, joy and everything. If you're doing something and you're not hurting me, I don't care. 100% I don't care. The only time I care is when it starts affecting me. So, and I am 100% responsible for myself. If right now I got on and started eating a cake, it would be my fault, and I would have to deal with the consequences. And this business of it's somebody else's fault because I ate that cake, no, it was my fault. I did it. I opened up that thing and I ate it, and I'm the only one to blame. If
Yeah,
If
I agree.
if you take care of yourself, you'll be fine, and the planet will be a lot better.
I'm going to speak for Rick on this one. Cake, that's disgusting.
Duck food.
Duck food.
Every time I smell it, I want to be sick.
I could never eat cake. I didn't even eat my own cake as a kid in birthday party.
You know that saying, let them eat cake. They don't say let them eat steak.
If I can,
or snake.
if I can interject and pick up where Brian left off, I'm the same way when it comes to people and interfering. I get a lot of stuff at work where, oh, you see them? They didn't do stuff, and they've been sitting over there half the night not doing anything, and while you're busting your ass. And I'm like, they don't pay my bills, they don't pay my paycheck, they don't pay my rent. I don't care. You can't fix stupid. Plain and simple. Same thing goes. Yeah. It's just part of life. People are people. You're not gonna. One person isn't going to change the world, but we can, put ourselves out there. Same thing with this lifestyle.
Yeah,
but
we had a perfect example of this.
When you say it's not being dogmatic, I'm dogmatic where I really don't give a rat's ass unless you are committing a safety violation. You commit a safety violation, I'll throw your ass under the bus quicker than my mother. That's it.
When it comes to safety, I have and will.
That's it. But when it comes to you want to go sit off in the corner and sit on your phone, I don't care. You're not affecting me. As long as you don't stay out of my way, I don't care.
Yeah, we've got a perfect example of this happening in the chat right now. So Tim and my girlfriend Jo are both talking about the use of GLP-1 medication to achieve their goals in terms of weight loss and reduce inflammation, improve health, things like that. For Jo, that medication has been transformational. It's been an absolute benefit and a help to her health. Now, there's two viewpoints to this, obviously. There's, well, what if you just control your diet better? Well, she is a long-term carnivore prior to that anyway. She's doing all the things. There's something wrong with, like, the food system, because if she wanted to go and was willing to stick to something for so long, but it wasn't working for her, there's a problem somewhere along the line, whether that be mental, physical, biological, whatever. So having that aid, the GLP-1, has been very useful. And with that being said, the flip side to the argument, the contentious point, is that we're in a society nowadays which actively promotes fast food. Oh, I've got a tub of Ben & Jerry's in the freezer. Oh, I've got this alcohol in the fridge. I've got these things, these items that trigger our dopamine levels and our senses in our body to absolutely be addicted to them. It's hard to sort of say to someone, don't use GLP-1, use your mindset, because, well, if Doritos, you guys know those tortilla chips, if they're being sold and everyone's buying them and everyone likes them, well, it's because they're spending $25 million per year to make them as addictive as possible. How is a person in their right mind going to actively fight against scientific, misdemeanor in creating these fast foods and these addictive foods if they're just a human being? It's like one human being trying to fight off the bad food in their mind versus $25 million for one food item, one product. Think about that across the board. Ben and Jerry's. Think about, I don't know, Dunkin' Donuts, Starbucks, sugary coffees. Billions of dollars worth of money are being spent each year to make these foods hyper-palatable and go against our human nature.
And
Human nature,
convenient.
how powerful as it is, you know. What do you think, CB?
I was saying convenience is a huge issue too.
I don't think that people should put asterisks on other people's success or failure. I don't think that it's a good thing. I think that you should celebrate somebody's victory, regardless of how they got there. The victory's a victory over the monster. And if those things help you get to that point so you can do it, that's great. But setting and running somebody down constantly because they're having a success, that kind of makes you look like you're jealous. And I don't want to be around those people anymore. I've had a bunch of negative people in my life, and I don't want them around me at all. Their negativity brings me down, and it's a form of controlling you.
Yeah, it's manipulation.
But yeah, if you have to put somebody else down to make yourself feel good, you're not right, and your path is going the wrong way. And like you were saying about Joe, if that medicine helps her and somebody doesn't like them, well, go suck an egg, you know?
They got me to battle
100%.
Like, you know, like they got me to sort of argue with. If it, you know, Joe's a hyper intelligent person. She's extremely smart. I don't think people realize. She's not going to make these willy-nilly sort of decisions about what she does in her life just haphazardly. She's got to that for her own point. So sometimes we have to just give each other, Joe says this, we have to give each other grace sometimes. Sometimes we might think we know everything or know what the best outcome is or what the best way to get there is, but there's always just a little bit more, you know, a little bit more behind the scenes that we just don't know. And there's things have unfolded recently. There's always just a bit more. Some things are best left unsaid sometimes, but we can only control who we are and what we do. We can put our money, our dollar, or our British pound where we choose to, and that will eventually trickle down where it has to go. So, yeah, if you're in this space, support Rick, support me, support Brian. You know, do what CB says on the screen. Don't fuck around. You know, so yeah, we've all got a part to play here. But yeah, Rick, what's going on with this egg-looking thing?
Anybody know what this is?
Mango.
Kind of fruit. A mango.
A mango.
Mango.
Got a whole tree full of them.
Man, I tell you, that would be. I was going to ask you. My wife said I got a couple bags of avocados give to me at the jail that people bring produce in all the time. So I'm like, I'll take a couple, you know, for my wife or whatever. They sat in there and practically rotted. She said, save the seeds. But I'm like, no, because these were like that big around. I'm talking tiny. And of course, look at the seed. It's pathetic.
They never grow true to seed though.
Yeah, I said I can get. I tell you, I can show you some real mangoes, and those freaking gourd like mangoes like you had. That's what I need, is to get. I mean, excuse me,
small one.
Avocados. Excuse me, but yeah, those avocados, gourd avocados like you had, those gigantic.
Yeah, those things, but they don't grow true to seed. When you plant the seed, you know what you're getting. So you plant the seed and then you graft on the branch from the tree that you want. I've taught a lot of my friends how to grow and graft fruit trees. And I tell everybody, if you like sweet stuff, nature makes it for you. But the thing is, you can't get addicted to this because unless you buy it from the store, and this is my rule, you want to eat this stuff, you can be on the carnivore diet. If you're not addicted to it, go ahead and eat this stuff, but only local and only in season, because
In
sooner or
season.
later, it runs out.
Yeah,
And then what are you going to do?
Yeah. I tend to partake in a little bit of berries when they come in, but this year I avoided them. My neighbor across the street, she said the elderberries came in, or beauty berries, I think it was beauty berries. Either elderberries or beauty berries, I can't remember. She texted me and said they're in. Get them before the birds get them. And I said I might get some for my wife, and I never did go over there. But sometimes I will partake in the blueberries, blackberries, and stuff for just a week out of the year. But yeah, I just like I said, I stick to mainly meat and eggs, but the good berries from the chicken. But
Yeah, I can't be asked to fruit, guys. I don't tolerate most of it anyway, so I don't feel like I'm missing out on anything.
yeah,
That's it.
I just every now and then. My
Yeah.
wife wants to do, she wants to send these. She wants to take these seeds when she goes to her family in the Philippines, and she wants to grow the avocados in the Philippines. That's why she wants them. But anyway,
That's cool.
so I guess it doesn't matter what seed, but the avocado seeds I saw were like, I mean, you look at this. This is pathetic here, but the ones I saw were like that big around.
I've got some that are bigger than that. But avocados, they don't grow true to seed. They pollinate.
Yeah.
You may end up, a good channel. You watch my friend down in Homestead, and his channel is called Sleepy Lizard Avocado Farm. That would be Tom. You can learn all you need to learn about avocados from him. There's a lot of good information there.
Mm-hmm.
Good shout.
Yeah,
I'm definitely, as a plant grower.
Jerry made a good point here. Herds grow and herds deplete.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a finite, like you always say, what's that word you use, Rick? When something has to end.
You mean like the entropy?
Entropy. Yeah. Everything, entropy is there. There's always a loss of some kind, I guess. Jay said, "Thanks for saying I'm a highly intelligent woman, Jonathan. I thought you loved me just for my curves." Joe is very intelligent. Joe's got skills that I don't have in regards to the very specific interpersonal skills that she's got the gift of gab. Very hard to dislike. So when I come across someone I haven't obviously, but if I came across someone that didn't like her, I'd be shocked. I think there's something wrong with them.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. What's going on? We got can't transport seeds of certain food products. Probably not. To the Philippines, I imagine. Love my raspberries and blueberries. Two things I really don't tolerate at all. My in-laws couldn't bring back nasi caribou. Fair enough. Yeah. We've not had any questions today, I don't think.
There was a couple. I mean, I answered a couple, but I don't know how many we have right now. How many people do we have watching? 67? Okay. That's actually pretty good, and it's almost noon. I think our viewership is increasing, which is a good thing.
Yeah, I think we're doing... Yeah, our goal is to get 100 consistently, isn't it? So,
yep.
We'll do the best we can. I mean, just in terms of content this week that I'm doing, tomorrow I'll be going live with DC rebuilding at 9 a.m. UK time. So, Rick, you'll be fast asleep with the fan on, hopefully, keeping cool. I'll be on the stream with DC from Australia. I'll be doing a stream on Monday as well, 7:30 p.m. UK time, I believe. So that'll be 2:30 your time in East Coast. Yeah. So yeah. Ooh, I think we've got a question from Joe. Can answer the one about weed is... Yeah. Am I slow? What's going on? What's the question, Joe?
I didn't see another one.
Yeah, I'm good at pronouncing stuff. Rick isn't so good at pronouncing some words. Rick, what grows out of the ground in the middle of the forest?
What grows in the middle of the ground?
Out of the ground in the middle of the forest.
A plant?
Yeah, but is a species of it? It's got a cap.
Mushroom?
Yeah, and what family member is that from?
It's fungi.
Does no one else hear that, or is it just me?
Fungi?
Fungi.
Oh, well, everybody here says fungi, but that's a southern thing.
Oh, yeah, it's probably a dialect thing, just the way you guys say it. Yeah, well, every time you say it, I listen. I'm like, "What's that?" Yeah. I call it, fungi.
Some people say fungi.
Fungi. That's what I call it. Yeah.
Yeah, fungi. Yeah, he's a fun guy. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, fungi. Rick, didn't someone ask about weeds in the garden or fix it on mower?
I did answer it sort of incidental, but I was telling him you can pull the weeds, put mulch on them, or put vinegar on them to get rid of them. That's the easiest way because we don't do Roundup here. Glyphosate is not going to be in my soil.
Rick, I had a question about your cooking video the other day.
Okay.
The tail, does that have a bone in it?
Yes, it has a bone in it.
Okay. Yeah, that was interesting. At first, when I first turned it on, it looked like that it was chopped up fish in the pot, and then I went back and watched the whole thing, and I was going, oh, and then you were playing with Milton with the end cap of the tail. Yeah, that was funny. But
well, when I make a video, there's always something different about it. That scares off a lot of people.
No, I loved it because it was something I didn't know. And like retired Rick said, when I first started seeing you on stuff, I was going, really? And I just didn't know it. And then I saw you on an interview with somebody else, and it was an old interview. And I went, huh. And the only time I ever saw anybody eat an iguana was Anthony Bourdain, and he was in Ecuador, and he was not a fan. But I would try it. So is the tail the only part of the iguana that you eat, or do you eat the back legs or
the legs?
The legs, yeah.
Edible. They're like frog legs. I usually fry them because they're delicious fried. The tail can be fried, boiled, or like I said, I boiled it and made an iguana wrap out of it because people always want to have a breakfast wrap. I did that years ago for a friend of mine. He says, you should have a breakfast wrap. So he comes over to my house and I'm eating a breakfast wrap. He's like, wow, you're eating a breakfast wrap. I said, yeah, I made it myself. What's inside of it? I said, iguana meat. He's like, what? I said, yeah, iguana meat. Oh, that's not possible. Yeah, it's iguana meat. I love iguana.
Yeah, I would try it. I ate frog legs the other day.
There you go. And
I've had frog leg once. They were pretty good.
Mm-hmm. I bet the tail is like a miniature alligator tail. Am I correct?
Yeah. Except it tastes better. Alligators are predators, so they may have a slightly metallic taste. They're probably loaded with lead and mercury, but iguana's meat is safer. They basically eat plants and bugs. That's all they eat.
I like a chicken.
I think it's what part of the world you're from that the things that you're most likely to try. Because I have old cookbooks from around here from the turn of the century, and there's recipes for possum, squirrel, and several other things, and they still have a snake. So I was wondering if maybe a rattlesnake kind of tastes like iguana. But yeah, I think it just depends on where you're at.
Yeah, just want to respond to Grandma Crochet Corner quickly. When a notification comes up on your screen, what you do is click on it and you click notify me. And that will tell you about half an hour before when a live stream is about to air. You can also go on it prior to the fact when it's set up, the actual stream, and click notifications on. You can also turn on your bell icon on my channel to make sure that any channels that come up or anything that comes up on my end will come up on your phone when you turn it on. So you'll get a notification or through your YouTube channel itself. So I don't need to remind you. There's 2 ways there. And if that doesn't work, you can go onto your phone itself, go into Google Calendar or whatever a calendar app you use and set it to 7:30 p.m. UK time. I think that might be 2:30 your time, depending on where you live. That'd be about 5 hours before. And that mean that you can watch the video itself without me having to send 20 messages out to 20 different people to alert them when my own videos are coming out on my own channel. So, yeah, there's 3 methods you can do. So it's hard to miss my content. I do the same with Rick, so I schedule out my middle afternoon so I can watch Rick stuff. I also turn the notifications on. And also on this occasion, I set up the stream so I know when it's on anyway. So, yeah, I can't miss it.
Could I say something? And I know Barb, you're talking back and forth with Grandma. I don't think I've been this happy for such a long time, but the other day she got to go to Carrie's movie and got to meet him before. I have never been, I don't know what the word, that happy for someone. All the work that Barb does, and she gives us all a place to go. You know, it's kind of like the Misfits get to go somewhere, and that's Barb. So,
yeah,
just some gratitude. Thank you, Barb.
Yeah. She has a great platform for people to listen in and join if they're real people to come on and chat, and it's just a nice place to be. It's like going to your grandma's house.
Yeah.
Just too late. That's all.
Just too late for Rick. Yeah, it's a bit. I usually watch it 2 or 3 times throughout the night. You'll see me like say hello or something.
Yeah.
That's because I wake up and I'm like, usually I've got it in the background next to me, sort of thing. I'm quite bad for that, but it's just nice, like have a little conversation going. It takes your mind off things if you're a bit anxious about something, or so yeah, it's valuable. Like I said to before, like if someone provides value, yeah, we should be promoting them. So well done, Brian, for speaking out and promoting someone that deserves that promotion.
Yeah. That's one thing I wish that this community would do more of, would be reach out and promote each other. I'm starting to see a kind of a trend towards that, but I think that it needs to be a lot more, because the people on the outside looking in, if they'd start seeing that, they might open that door and come in, and then it's another person converted. Because
try what
but
you
not
have.
everyone on there is a carnivore anyway.
what was that, Jonathan?
Not everyone in Grandma's Crochet Corner.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I think Jen's looking to start it or has started it. That could change your life.
Yeah.
So.
Well, the other thing is you have these pay-to-play carnivore groups that have sort of had their own little island, and I think that who knows?
It's not a long stream without you mentioning this, Rick.
I complained about it all the time.
Yeah.
Because I don't know, it just bothers me for some weird reason. It's like, well, you have the elites and the second class and whatever, and they think that they're the elite and they're not, because in my opinion, it's just like, you got a dumpster pushed off in the corner somewhere and everything's fermenting in there. And meanwhile, everything else on the outside is doing their thing, and everything just got filed away. And I don't know, I think that a lot of times some crazy ideas, they start to take root in those groups, and then they just end up not benefiting anybody.
Yeah, and I'm gonna talk about Spanky's. Spanky, even though you're ketovore, I don't even use that word. It's a made up term. You're still a carnivore. If you look at the technical term for hypercarnivorous, that you're technically still a carnivore. So hey, if I could say I'm ketovore too, because every now and then I like to have sour cream with my meat or whatever. I like to have pickles with my meat and everything. But I still feel like if you're keto, meat heavy keto or ketovore, you're still technically a carnivore.
You know
I
what's-
think everyone's butchered that name, haven't they, Rick? Really, ketovore
What's
is a
interesting-
ketogenic style carnivore diet. It's not a carnivore diet with keto products.
Mm-mm.
It's
What's
just everyone's
interesting-
decided to change it.
If you take away the meat, you're only left with the plants. So therefore, if without any supplementation or really getting, micromanaging your whatever, you're going to develop some major health issues, and you're going to eventually.
Is this a carnivore?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know he likes to eat sauerkraut?
Carnivore.
He likes to eat sauerkraut.
Really?
Does that mean he's no longer carnivore?
It's probably good.
I don't recall any of our pets ever eating anything green. And I wish if I would have had the carnivore diet when we had our little guy, he'd still be here with us. So if and when I ever get the chance to have another animal, 100% carnivore. This whole business of IMS and all them, IMS killed our bulldog. When China brought in all that junk about 15 years ago. But yeah, carnivore all the way. Teeth, everything better. Going back to what we were just talking about just a second ago, and I didn't want to come off saying, oh, the good way is carnivore, but I have a lady that's on my Facebook, and she supports me 100%, the kindest person in the world, and she's a vegan. And I would do anything for her, literally anything. So it goes back to how you treat people, because we're all in this boat together. And if you're running down somebody because they're doing something different from you, get away from me. Just go, leave me alone. I'm not going to tolerate it anymore. So, but if we can all find some common ground, we would be much better as a human race.
We seem to forgotten human compassion.
Yep, compassion.
And it's, I mean, obviously my argument is that a vegan diet is trash. Vegans themselves aren't trash. But if someone is vegan and they happen to be healthy because of it, and they always have to be healthy because of it, and they live their best life and they're content with their own decisions, yeah, go at it. I don't care. I'm not losing sleep over it. You know?
More vegans, more meat for me.
Yeah.
Spanky's made it possible for me to have more sardines.
There you go. I tried the vegan diet. It did not work for me. And that's it. They tell me, well, you should try vegan. I did. I tried vegan. You should do it again. No. Once is enough.
I got an ex-girlfriend. We still talk from time to time. She's a Border Patrol agent. She lives in Arizona. She's a vegan. Of course, sometimes it's hard to bite my tongue because throughout the years she posts she's went to the doctor. She's been having massive migraine headaches for like a couple weeks straight, and these medications the doctor try to get her on, the insurance company don't pay for them. They're like $800 a prescription and all this shit. And I still got it saved where I pretty much practically wrote an entire book because she's telling people to any kind of information you can give me, just comment. And I'm like, I almost want to send it to her. I never do, but I have still got it saved, explaining in details of all the things that could possibly be, not like diagnosing or anything, because I'm not a damn doctor, but just in details on what could be going on with their brain. I've told her several times. I've mentioned choline, like alpha GPC or something like that, or creatine, or then B12, and just different things, of course. And I could point her towards Anthony Chaffee, demyelination of the brain, and just all kind of different things that she could be going through. Of course, the book, Why Vegans Have Smaller Brains and Why Cows, I mean, just stuff like that. But I mean, it's just, I mean, the right omega-3s versus that plant-based shit, and all that cholesterol, things that you're not getting in a vegan. And she's been a vegan for
Technically,
years.
this is one misnomer because us carnivores tend to obviously say things which are slightly biased. We still produce cholesterol in a vegan diet.
Yeah, 70 to 80%.
But obviously, like having a carnivore diet, it bridges that gap because we're eating it. Yeah.
The bad thing about them too, though, they actually are brainwashed into believing that, because they push those phytosterol supplements to lower cholesterol because they're demonizing cholesterol, which is pretty much suppressing their own cholesterol that they're, and that's another thing that I believe I did mention that in detail on the thing that I saved. That, I mean, I swear it's like a book long comment, but yeah, it's just those things that, you get 70-80% of the cholesterol even without eating it. It just helps, to eat it and not eat something or take something that's going to, suppress what your body's already trying to make for a reason. So
I had this battle with the bodybuilding community. They make so many. They always talk about having healthy fats in the diet. So what do? Add in peanut butter and almond nut butter. How good is that?
Just the lectins in that. I can't eat peanuts at all. They'll kill me. But yeah, you see everybody talking about peanut butter, and you're sitting there going, even just the lectins and all that junk in just regular peanuts is horrible for you. It's so crazy.
And then she was taking, when I saw her, she pushes this product, but anyway, she was taking this plant-based collagen. What the hell is that? Cellulose?
Collagen.
Yeah,
It's peas.
Is it cellulose or what is it?
Well, you need proline, hydroproline, and I think it's glycine in a certain ratio and proportion of your body. But the thing about people forget about the plant-based proteins is the amino acid sequence. Although it might match and have a lot of the stuff in it, it's the actual ratio. So in a stressed out person, they might need more tryptophan in order to help them sleep. Well, they're not going to do that if they're in a diet that's lower in tryptophan. Where does tryptophan come from? A lot of animal foods, namely turkey, things like that. Choline comes in eggs, organ meat. You're not going to get it otherwise. Retinol, vitamin A itself. Does that come in plant foods? Well, beta carotene does, which is just effectively a dye, which you might convert if you have the genetics capacity that's great enough to do it, maybe 3 or 4% of that to turn into active hormonal retinol, which is like vitamin D2 versus D3. It's conversion pathways that people forget about. So, we've all read the packages of spinach. 1,000% of your potassium and vitamin C and folate. Yeah, which kind? Is it bound up to oxalic acid? Is it bound up to fiber? Can you absorb any of it? Probably not. So yeah, question here about cellulose is wood fiber. Cellulose is plant fiber. It makes up the cell wall and is a structural membrane, which is basically in or non-digestible form of glucose. So it bounds up in your gut, it swells up, blocks nutrients. It's what you call an anti-nutrient. The same thing with anthocyanins. What's a cyanin, guys? What does cyan sound like?
Cyanide.
Cyanide. There we go. It's an anti-nutrient. So You guys have all this stuff because you're so knowledgeable because you've been in the space for so long.
Cobalamin
That's it.
versus methylcobalamin, or the other
Yeah.
one that starts with an R. What did it start with an R? I can't remember.
Retinol.
Well, it's another. Yeah, it's another form of vitamin B12 that's more bioavailable than the cyanocobalamin, or which the methyl is the one that you eat in meat.
Yeah. Well, what other ones have we got? Folate, folic acid, methyl quatretrofolic acid, tetraffolate. We've got. There's got to be more. Vitamin E. Vitamin E in plant form is usually of one tocopherol, which is a oil. In an animal form, it's got a mixed tocopherols. So when you see it study out there, it says, "Oh, this vitamin E causes this incidence rate of cancer." We'll look at the supplement itself; it's one form, but human beings need all forms to act as active antioxidants in the body. So that's the thing about, like you say, CB, is all these things are just the other form, or they are deleterious, or they're just not helpful at all. So.
Yep. But I try to explore. I just can't bring myself, I guess, to send that. I don't know. It's just, but I feel like I don't know. I feel like I don't know if that's just unethical or whatever in itself, not spreading the information that I feel like is needed.
Yeah, riboflavin is B2. So riboflavin is responsible for correcting the incidence of 44% of people have the MTHFR genetic gene mutation, which affects their methylation pathways. So their end production of nicotinamide, adenamide, I can't remember the last one. Something. I'm too tired, guys. I'm knackered. I've been posing and spent. But so basically, all these vitamins basically feed into the methylation pathway. Too much of one thing or too little of other thing depletes other things. Then you get a pendulum effect. So someone might take a methylcobalamin supplement B12. That will rise, and something else will deplete as a result of it. So it might be B3, so niacinamide, nicotinic acid. But what I'm saying, the riboflavin at a dose of about 2 to 3 milligrams per day, if someone's supplemented with that, either through their diet or through a supplement itself, will correct the MTHFR gene mutation. So that's why we can't pinprick a supplement and say, "Oh, I'm low on energy, I'm going to take B12." That's a malpractice unless someone's had it tested. It means that they haven't looked at their blood levels and thought about correcting the problem in their blood work itself. That's all I have to say about that. Got a question for Brian.
What was the question?
Brian, is your ex a vegan because of the killing of animals? I see it would be difficult to get someone to try eating more animal protein if this is the case. That's from Girlfriend Joe.
Oh no, I'm still married, and we wished we would have known about this diet, and I think that it would have prolonged our pet's life by years. So, yeah, I've only been married one, no exes.
That's me, but I do have an ex, but I'm back with my ex.
Yeah. I'm going to answer this question from Terry, then we're going to go because my brain's not working, guys. I don't feel like I'm any use to you guys now. I'm a bit flustered. So Terry's asked me to elaborate on niacinamide. And my mum had a doctor who wanted her to try it, but we never did, though, because it was very expensive. Now, I'm imagining it was the NAD plus injectable supplement or oral supplement. That is helpful. People tend to use it at a dosage of around 20 to 30 milligrams per day if injected. You can also use a supplement form in various different oral formats. The problem with that is it can deplete methylating pathways, namely through things like, there's a few, so betaine hydrochloride, trimethylglycine. These things don't actively often come in animal foods, at least not to a great degree, which is one of the problems with supplements. So you do end up having to supplement with plant foods to get them in your diet. It does help things, but it basically puts more NAD in the system. But with more NAD in the system, it means there's more spin of the mitochondria to create ATP. With more spin of the mitochondria to create ATP, it means there's more oxidation. So there's a fine rate limited amount of ATP energy, which is the currency of your body to do stuff like move, that your body can produce. Once you surpass that amount, so you flood the body with too much NAD, for example, the ATP rate will increase. The ATPase, which are the nanomotors which form the complex systems 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 within the mitochondria, to churn out basically what is the food substrate that you take in, so protein, carbs, fats, takes all the stuff away from it to its deaminate animated form, then takes the glycerol backbone off, leaves the carbon skeleton, which is then going through the complex systems which I mentioned, through these little spinny things, comes out, and if that rate is too fast, beyond 9,000 reps per minute, then per minute, I think it is, then in which case you'll create more oxidation, more byproducts, more lactic acid maybe, which is inflammatory. So that's why we can't rely on supplements really, in that sense. Like, we have to be careful. So whenever I suggest supplement to someone, it's always to plug a very, very specific gap at a low dosage. Try it out, see how you feel. Also admit and sort of confess it's not working anymore, at which point you come off it or you try something else. But that's the problem with supplements. You can't go to a health food store and get this information. They're not trained to that degree. And also you need to have blood testing in order to be absolutely certain about what supplement you're recommending. So yeah, that's basically it. I hope that makes sense. One supplement needs to another, but that's basically it. I've used NAD. I find I can use it for a bit, then it's not helpful and I start to feel fatigued. It actually does the opposite, which means it's spun my mitochondria too fast. I hope that makes sense. If it doesn't, I can try and break it down more. But do you guys have any thoughts on that, like NAD supplements or anything like that at all?
Well, in my case, I use no supplements.
Rick uses all of them. One day, Rick's going to open his fridge. I knew it's all going to come piling out. It's like youth serum, lard plus.
He supplements his wealth. He supplements his wealth with skill.
You've seen what's in my refrigerator.
Yeah, just lard and tubs of tallow and broth and jelly and stuff, and
the occasional duck or iguana looking at you.
Yeah, it's a question for you. I think someone, I'm not sure. My apologies. I meant your friend, the border patrol officer, who's a vegan.
Oh, I think I went up and read. I thought you were talking to Brian, because I think you put Brian above where the first question that you asked. Yeah, she asked a question, but she put Brian in there. A vegan. I think she meant me.
Okay.
Because of killing of animals. I believe it's possibly both. She believes the health reasons because of some things that she said before about like the plant-based collagen bullcrap, or certain things that she was taking, like supplement-wise, or products she was using had gelatin in it, and so she like that. But at the same time, I believe she has made the statement about the keto diet being dangerous. people get ketoacidosis and ketosis mixed up, and I try to explain to people, it drives me insane. Yeah. So it just drives me insane. You know, certain things I guess I have to just take a deep breath and calm down. And, you know what I'm talking about, Jonathan, where stuff annoys you that shouldn't annoy you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like spoon feeding things. That's my thing.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't like spoon feeding people, in the sense that we all have access to, imagine, a mobile phone. We've all got Google. We can type in the word or some remnants of the word ketoacidosis. We can type in ketosis. We can read one, read the other, and think, I don't really get the jargon, but it sounds like a different thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's the kind of stuff I don't like dealing with. So I don't like entertaining it. I'm impatient in that sense.
Yeah.
Even Rick can look at a book, you know, like one of those things with words in it, and look and say, "Oh, look, fuck me, that says a word in it," which I just heard out loud.
I'm old enough to remember before Google. This is what we had.
It's weird. It looks like summoning demons or something. Yeah. Here's a pop quiz. I'm going to go after this one. I'm struggling a bit. So this is a pop quiz for Rick and CB, as I'm quite confident you'll know the answer. So David Altheus has asked, with carnivore, you don't have to count calories as much. I was wondering if the same is with keto, or is the mechanism different with keto? I'm currently 5'6", 108 kilos. I finished my first week of carnivore, and this weekend I had Nando's, just wings, and fries, but I had some wild herb and Caesar dressing, and I'm worried I messed my progress. And they've lost 4 kilos in a short period of time, by the sounds of it. CB, what would you say in response to that if you were me?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I got a call on the phone and I got distracted. So,
Rick, you go first. Well, CB, if you read it, you can have a go.
Well, the thing is, we know what calories really are. They're
Don't
units.
tell him.
yeah,
Let him have a go.
the calorie thing. No,
You got to be more paying attention to macros of other things, not calories.
Mhm.
Calories are nonsense.
In the
Yes.
beginning. Go ahead.
Yeah, so calories are a measurement of heat energy in a closed thermodynamic system. So think of a box. Now, human is a box, but it's a box with ins and outs. So right now I'm breathing out and breathing in. It's a constant flow. There's a dynamic shift in energy, and it's in and out, and it's at a rate we can't possibly comprehend unless what we do is we go into what's called a metabolic ward chamber, which will measure the in and out as if we were in that box. So then you can take out the outside of the equation in terms of energy input. You can work that calculation out. Now, that being said, we're not saying that we can eat all the food we want and not gain weight. We're simply disputing the fact that the measurement we typically use is wrong. So food labels, for example, can be 20% off plus or minus here in the UK alone. So your 1 kilo of Pop-Tarts that says, I don't know, 4,000 calories could be 20% more or 20% less. And that's within the legislation itself. So they could continue doing that for decades. You could be thinking you're eating a certain amount, but you're not. So like Rick said, we need to be counting macros. Or even better, we don't look at macros at all, and we look at animal foods only with their respective amount of protein and fat. So think a pack of beef mince from the supermarket that's always made the same way, roughly, is going to be a better metric than protein, carbs, fats, or calories, because that pack is food. We can visually see, oh, there's that much fat in it, that much protein. It's a reproducible product. Now, something like a packaged food where they change the recipe all the time could be anything in it. So we don't count calories at all.
And I would like to add to the whole keto thing too. Is keto a diet or is it a metabolic state? Keto, are you going to be in ketosis? That's the whole point of keto. keto. That's the misconception people get. Keto, you're not going to necessarily be in ketosis, if you are eating low carb, lean meat, and you're not fat adapted. So therefore, the whole keto thing is technically it's not a diet. You know what I mean? So that's another thing I'd like to bring up is the whole keto thing. People think, oh, you're just going low carb, you're eating keto. I'm eating keto. Well, no, you're not eating keto. You're eating fat, maybe, and low carb if you're planning on being.
And I ate dick once, and that made me gay.
All right, yeah.
I knew that was coming.
And it had a J too. It looked like John Studd. I was hoping I'd see a face for.
I just wanted to hear what they'd say. A black guy from West Coast. That wasn't a racial slur. I do think that was a black gentleman from the West Coast of the US.
Yeah.
What
yeah. Sorry, what were you saying before we got interrupted?
What are they talking about? Gay or something? That's what they always talk about.
Yeah. No, I was just bringing up the whole misconception of keto. I mean, nobody eats keto. They eat to be into ketosis, which is technically not always the target for carnivores, but depending unless you've got a certain issue that you need to be in ketosis most of the time. But
I could care less about ketosis.
No, but
I think you can't track it. You can't count. You can't track the ketones anyway. It's a transient number that adapts over time, and depends what you've eaten the day before, the day after, how you're testing it, what your body temperature is, what measurement you use, whether it's breath, urine, or blood. It's a waste of time. There's literally no point in doing it. I think the only point of doing it is you might think, oh, I'm starting a ketogenic style diet. I want to see that what I'm doing is low enough in carbohydrates to increase autophagy or increase other lateral markers of whatever metabolic process you're trying to do. Outside of that, it's a complete waste of time. If it means people look at a number and it means they can stick to their diet better, yeah, it's useful in that sense. But in terms of practical use, how you manipulate your diet, it doesn't really do much. Joe said, I remember one of our conversations, Jonathan astonished me asking him, saying, you told me to go Google it. What's this? I love cats, they taste just like chicken. Oh dear.
Don't let Milton see that.
Yeah, brilliant. It looks like Milton as well. Yeah, my rebuttal to this question. The thing is, people ask me questions which they can just Google. When it's 10:30 at night, you tell someone you're exhausted, tired, you haven't slept. They know you're shattered, and they still ask. That's what I don't like. I'm autistic, and even I'd work that one out. So, yeah. But Joe does have good questions, and I like talking about things like this, but sometimes you want to switch off, guys. Like, you don't know, it's almost like, well, I love nutrition. I don't want to take the work home all the time. My day evolves around nutrition all day, every day. Like, I've done my bodybuilding show today. I've pitched and whined about how I didn't win, and I'm pissed off. I didn't really.
It's like me getting legal questions sent to my Facebook Messenger, all the time.
Yeah.
The old lady's out with my kid drinking. Go find her. Hell, where the hell is she?
It's like that for me, and I do love talking about nutrition, but sometimes you need a break from it. I'm sure Brian and Rick feel the same. Like, Rick's got such a diverse level of knowledge that he can church out about anything. But I know Rick said in a live stream, was it last week or the week before, when you get a call from someone, you're like on the phone, you're like, yeah, I think this is the problem. You're doing it wrong. You need to buy this. It won't work unless you buy this. He goes out, spends his time, money, effort, petrol, energy, cycles over to sort the problem out. Yeah, they don't have this. They don't have this. They should have bought this. Well, he's just spent his time and he's not being compensated for it. But it's the loss of time which I can't bear because I don't have a lot of time, guys. So I just try to make use of me when I'm on these live streams. If you want kind of like Q&A stuff, you know. So I'll get comments after this in my inbox said, "You said about this. What do you think about this?" I'm like, we could have just asked when I was on the stream. Sat there for 2-3 hours. Yeah, so I don't mean to be horrible to people. It's just you do have to respect people's time.
Buy your damn book.
At least mine.
I mean, you know, buy your book. You know, hell, you got
Yeah.
freaking cheap books, man, that are on there. That, of course, I'm guilty of not buying a couple of the books. I've got.
I'll see if you can send me a message. I'll send you them. I'll send you the whole stockpile. Yeah, I've got like 6-7 ebooks. If you wonder about carnivore bodybuilding stuff, I've got the #1 book on it. Probably the only book on it. So
yeah,
it's cheap. It's like $6 or something.
Your membership of your channel's not expensive at all.
$2-3.
Yeah, and then you got, of course, you're compared to $300-$400 a damn hour coaching or.
I worked out today, CB. The other day, I charge less for a month of coaching than most people in our space are charging for an hour on the phone.
And I'm not going to speak of any names, but we got one that we all love, great person, one of my heroes. That
That's one. I can think of
$300
several.
a damn hour. You know,
I know. Well, is that the one whose name sounds like a fruit?
No, he's 1,000.
Oh.
Yeah,
and if you're on about a metabolic doctor, 2 of them, one is from, I think, South Africa or Australia, I can't remember. He's $400 per hour. If you want to speak to one of the other bigger doctors' names, $400 to $600 per hour. People are like, oh, but they're a doctor. I'm like, I'm a nutritionist. You're asking a nutrition question.
And not just a nutritionist, but also
professional bodybuilder.
A professional bodybuilder.
Or you can ask Rick, and Rick will give you a better answer than most of these guys.
Well, it depends. If you want to be a skinny quack, I can tell you exactly how to do that.
If you want to skin an iguana and cook it in a pot.
The anti-suicide diet.
That's right. If you want to look like a vegan, but be a carnivore, just come over to me. I can help you look like a 30-year-old vegan.
Which I can attest for two on here right now.
Kurt's got it.
Yep.
Big thumbs up from me. Mass.
It's like saying how many calories are in a gallon of diesel versus a gallon of gasoline.
We'll compare a plate of sour gummy bears versus a plate of ground beef and eggs, and then in the same calorie amount, see which one's going to make you feel better. Or
the one thing I love about my following is they're all happy to chime in and say, in my opinion, what is the right thing. You know, the more people that watch my content means, well, helps me out a bit, but also helps everyone else out, because then I can share this information. It can go for other means to more people that might need that help. Because that person might have never heard about this calorie talk before. They'll be now, assuming they followed the advice, the information, they're on a different level now. They can accelerate their results because they're looking at the right measurements. And tips like this, you know, how do you feel? What's your clothing measurement like? You know, all important stuff. So, yeah, I'm so proud of my audience and my following, and people on Rick's channel as well, that are sharing the right information. It's really good.
That's right. You're not going to get any BS on our channels.
I'll take the weight back that I had, or I say I'll take the fat and the water weight back versus how my brain feels right now, and how my brain was when I first started on to, you know, what the effects of the power of the of carnivore. I'll take the mental effects that it gives me over anything, and the prescriptions I don't have to take anymore.
Yeah,
definitely. Yeah. Joe's rebuttal to our rebuttal is, tell him if you want to make friends with someone, tell me you're tired and ready for sleep, not go Google it. And that's the point. I told you I was ready for sleep. I was tired. Then you said, question. I was like, go Google it. You get what I mean? That she didn't listen to what I said in the first part of my initial rebuttal. The point was that she knew I was tired and I needed to sleep. I don't know. Well, she's gonna have a go at me now, and I'm gonna be like, oh. She's already sent me a message and deleted it, so God knows what that was. Oops. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to go rest now and relax. You guys can talk about more interesting things than riboflavin and fucking NAD.
That and start to wind it up because Jerry's having her live stream in 20 minutes.
Oh yeah, we don't want to interfere with that too much.
It's about time for me to eat.
Mm-hmm. My heart attack chicken is cooking as I speak. I can smell it.
I'm gonna cook some bacon and eggs.
There
I've
you
got a
go.
whole chicken tomorrow. You probably raw weight 1.7 kilos.
Got about
Nice.
150 pounds of whole chickens in there that I got for free from the this chicken place that they were getting rid of a bunch of. The lady at the cook at the jail, she had a whole flatbed trailer full of them. So I went there and got like 3 boxes, and they're like 50 something pounds per box.
Yeah. Nice, that's sick. Rick and I've decided Rick and I are going to be doing a carnivore mukbang before Christmas. We're going to get as much meat as we can possibly afford and cook or not cook. Completely optional.
There you go.
Just be careful, guys. And we're going to eat it on camera for like ages and see who lasts
See who
longer.
can eat the most.
Yeah, what we'll do is we'll weigh the food as a whole. So we'll say we've both got 4, 5, 6, 7 kilos, whatever arbitrary amount of food. We'll have it next to us. We'll take it off. Then we'll weigh it at the end and be like, when we've had enough, and be like, "Oh, Rick, I just beat you by 1 chicken breast."
Well, you could beat me by a chicken breast because I hate them.
Yeah, we'll make it comparable. We'll make it so we'll use the macros, so we'll make sure it's the same protein and fat. It's, because I don't eat pork, so it's. I know Rick probably wants to have a bit of pork, probably. So
I think it's amazing that somebody as big as Jonathan and somebody as skinny as me can eat similar amounts of food. And in a carnivore community just focused on fasting and 1 meal a day, you got 3 and 4 meals a day. You got 3 meals a day. That's why I like being here, because I'm not the oddball. I'm not telling people to fast. I'll never tell people to fast.
I fasted today, but I'm back sort of. I won't say 3 meals a day, but I was 2 meals a day mostly for freaking 2 years.
Mhm.
And
wow.
I went back to 3 because what I do is I get up in the morning and I'll have 3 soft boiled eggs, and just for the protein, of course, and fat also. But I've added that a little bit back in my earliest part of my day. Sometimes I get up at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning.
See, I have a theory, which I've had for a long time. I notice when people get older, they eat less and they eat lower quality foods. And I think I was going to do the opposite. As I got older, I was going to cram more and more meat and higher fat animal-based foods, because I figured if they're going to try to live longer and not get that heart attack, I don't want to go in the nursing home. I want to go straight to the ground, straight to the cemetery. I want to skip the middleman. So I'm going to be out there working or hunting or doing whatever, and I'm going to get that chest pain and I'm just going to drop, and that's going to be it. By the time the rescue gets there, I've been dead for a couple of minutes. Oh, he's flatline. He's getting cold. So there's no hope of bringing him back. I don't want to go out slowly and fade away. I want to go out quick.
Oh, one of us is going to come along and we're going to do CPR and all that shit on you, Rick.
It's gonna eat so much, he like blows up and bigger. Eventually, it's gonna be pop like the Goodyear balloon thing. And that'll be how he goes. His belly will just go.
It's so funny.
We're going to ruin his dream.
People.
One of us is going to decide to meet him one day. He's going to be laid out there after having that heart attack. Oh, 911! We're going to save him.
No, Rick will be walking around with a do not resuscitate sign on him. Like he'll have it like tattooed to his head. Let me leave my own way. I'm gonna go now, because I said I'd go half an hour ago. I'm gonna start streaming.
Be careful.
See you later,
Yeah.
Jonathan.
Yeah, have a good day.
Have a good
Don't
day.
forget to
Jonathan.
live stream. Shit. Wait, where am I going? There we go. All right, take care, guys. Thanks so much for joining,
All right.
everyone. These
Bye.
guys are going to carry on the stream now. And lovely Joe.
Hang
Please
on.
subscribe to her below, please. Love you lots, Joe. See you in a bit. And goodbye.
Be good. Be careful.
All right.
What's up, Dan?
What's up, fellas? What's going on?
Hi, Dan.
Well,
Yeah.
we're having a little conversation here with our friends.
I love it. I just wanted to drop down, man, and just say what's going on to everybody, and just loving the conversations. You know, sorry that it's crazy noisy right now. I'm heading to a foreign exchange money booth to get some euros. Great.
Oh,
Gotta pay some taxes overseas. That's awesome.
really?
Damn.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. So, you know, you guys saw it earlier yesterday. Crazy. Now I guess coffee's bad for me. And again, I'm not like demonizing coffee. I freaking love that crap. But yo, that sucks, man. Yeah, that was like a horrible experience last week. Like I had like that mini stroke, and all of a sudden I couldn't remember anything. I'm driving and looking at my wife, and I'm telling her name, and I'm like, "That's your name, right?" And she's like, "What the hell's going on with you?"
Damn.
You
That
know?
was a crazy story. I don't know if CB saw it or not.
Yeah, I don't know if I did. I don't think I did.
I saw it and commented.
Yes, you did. I appreciate you for that, man. It just, you know, whenever something bad happens, all of a sudden, whoever your friends are or family, right away, they think that the root cause is carnivore. And I'm like, well, pump the brakes. Like, that's why it's kind of like a two-edged sword, right? If you think about it, you want to share carnivore, but at the same token, that's the same weapon that they're going to use to backstab you. Oh, you're having headaches? Yep, it's carnivore. But like, you can't use it the opposite way, or you're going to be looked at as someone who is shaming the other person. Like when my friend comes back, he's like, "Oh man, my knees or my head." I'm like, "Yeah, because you're fat. You're eating bad shit. You're eating a lot of bad stuff. You're eating Twizzlers. Well, don't judge me. Then don't tell me that you have a headache."
Duck food. That's what you're saying.
Mhm.
Even ducks have fevers.
Yep. They have diabetes too.
Yes.
I've
Yes,
had ducks,
exactly.
I've given ducks a heart attack. As you know, I've had 2 ducks I gave a heart attack to.
I could totally see the ducks quacking around where Rick is with those glucose patches on the shoulder.
Well, I'm telling you, when you fatten them up, you got to watch them because they can drop dead at any time. And if you catch them later, they'll already be decomposing and they're not edible. But if you catch them right when they're having the heart attack, the meat is very delicious.
Mm.
Yeah.
It is delicious. It really is. You know, when I went to this churrascaria place with Lewis, you know, they had this beautiful duck and whatnot. But again, they lather it in sugars.
Oh.
So it's crispy. And what are you guys doing? Like, I'm okay. I don't want that. Just
My duck is crispy without sugar.
how do you cook it? Do you deep fry it?
Yeah, of course. Deep fried in beef tallow.
How dare I ask that question? Shame on me.
Right now, I got chicken cooking in the kitchen, deep frying in lard.
That's what I was going to ask you, Rick. What is the temperature that you use to deep fry?
I really don't know, but it's probably, it's hard to say because I just go by smell and sizzle. I mean,
Yeah,
it's got to be, I don't know.
I go
Maybe
by capacity
If I have
of
a
the pot.
thermometer, let me see if I can get a thermometer. It's cooking now.
I go off the capacity of the pot and then how much chicken versus how much lard. I just make sure it's not too much in there to where it boils over. I don't cook it too much, but it still needs to be boiling a little bit, or I'd say boiling. It looks like it's your grease needs, or grease. I say grease. I'm going back to the sad diet days. Your tallow, or I've been using tallow, but I just make sure it don't get too hot and it's not too overflowing to the point where because my first attempt at heart attack chicken, a big pot, it almost ended up like Thomas from Target Prime Rib, if you know what I'm talking about, where he tried to cook the whole chicken in the down or whatever in that pot, and the grease came up and actually splashed on his face and burned his face.
Oh, no.
So it's just.
Do you do it like medium heat or like full on flame?
Well, I tell you, I'll show you real quick.
This thing maxed out.
Thing right here. I got this off of Mitch. Mitch is a link. It's a thermometer. You can. It's got a trigger on it, and I just get it up to about 300. I just make sure it's about 350. He's the expert. I'll let the expert talk.
I got 265 degrees out of this thing right now.
Oh, okay.
I usually get it up to about 350 according to this thing, or 300, it's about 335, 350-ish, whatever. And then once you throw the chicken in there, it's going to cool it down. So, but what I do too, here's what I do. I don't know if Rick does this too. I will put it in the oven for a minute and and try to dry it out and then pat it down dry, or I'll put it in the fridge overnight and let it dry out slowly in the fridge openly, and then I'll cook it the next day. Because if you cook it, it's more prone to overflow and really make a mess if it's fully wet with water. So you want to kind of dry it out. That's just me. Now Rick may have a different approach or different advice on that, but I just make sure it ain't.
Well, the thing is, I put it in a little bit earlier before it gets really hot, because I'm not trying to get the super crispy outside. I like my chicken super fatty. When I take it out of there, it's dripping fat all over the place. A lot of people, when they deep fry, they don't want the greasy food. I'm the opposite. I like it extra fatty. So I put it in when it's still heating up, so it can't splash out. And there's a lot of fat in there. So even if the water does boil, it boils as it heats up. So it'll start to sizzle and it'll go, when you put it in there at first, it's not that much. And then it goes, it starts to build up as it boils.
Yeah.
So, but I use a stainless steel pot. I do it a little differently than most people.
Yeah.
But I'm a big fan of frying.
It's surreal, right? Like the fattier, the better. And we have gone to a certain point in this civilization that fat is bad. Go figure, man. Like, we have been brainwashed since we were kids. All fat is bad. But for all of the lineages, fat was survival.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, Rick, you're right. The fattier, the better.
That's right. I mean,
listen,
for me,
go ahead, I'm sorry.
I don't eat carbohydrates in any significant amount. So fat is my energy source, and it doesn't make me fat. So I don't care. A lot of people, you got to remember, there's a difference. You got these guys that are bodybuilders that are young. They eat whatever they want. They maintain low body fat, whatever, but they're less than 30 years old. Okay, that's one group of people. Then you got the guys that are like in their 50s, like me, that have never been fat. I've always been skinny. Who the heck is calling me? Oh, yeah. I have to call them. I told them to call afternoon, but they probably don't realize I'm still on live. But
it's Ed McMahon.
You've won. No, I never win. If there's a contest and there's a 9 out of 10 chance of winning, I'll lose every time. Every time it's up to chance, I lose. That's the one thing I tell everybody. If I'm going to win, I got to make a positive effort, because nobody ever gives me anything by luck. People give me stuff because they know me. But for luck, never. If there's always a chance of losing, I will always lose. But anyway, one of the things that I try to tell people is that with my lifestyle, it's not about losing weight. It's not about getting big and attractive. I mean, it'd be great to have muscles, but What for? Like CB was saying, the whole idea of bodybuilding is to build a body a certain way that you want it. I have flexibility. I have enough strength to do what I need to do. I can work on any equipment. I can climb trees. I can ride my bike. I can do whatever I want. I can talk for hours. I don't look like Jonathan. I can't go like this and show off and have all the girls come at
Hey,
me.
put those away. Put those away, Rick. Put those away.
But
You know,
I don't.
that.
Yeah, but you're the one that's got the big muscles compared to me.
Not really. Not really.
Really?
No, I've learned to be fit. I think that's to me the most important thing for longevity, to be fit. You know, I'll go for a run. I'll work out here and there, but not like how I used to before, where my knees were hurting, my elbows hurting, my shoulders. Not healthy. I go, I do my thing, 45 minutes, whatever the case is, 30 minutes. I hear, some podcasts or some gospel, whatever the case is. I go on with my day. It's more of a maintenance. It's not about like getting huge, ripped, and you're 100%. My whole purpose as well on eating this like this is not to lose weight anymore. It's to make sure, God forbid something happens, I can move. I can do something. I can climb a tree, like you said. If I have to help someone, I'm not going to be like pulling my back muscle out of nowhere. Like, I don't want to be lethargic. Like, I think the food that we have today here, like Checkers and McDonald's over there, it's to make you so dumb and so dull and beyond complacent so that you don't have the mobility to save a life, to do something that you're born to do, to make you just completely docile. Not cool.
Mm-hmm. And that's it. And that's the thing. And even the people that are younger, that are in good shape, that they're into bodybuilding, they're taking a chemistry of a cocktail or whatever they're doing. Eventually that burns out. They get injured. And this is the thing that Jonathan was talking about and CB was talking about. Don't get injured, because once you get injured, it's a major setback. Now you can't do anything. Now you have to lay around and try to get better. It usually involves some kind of surgery, knee surgery, hip surgery, shoulder surgery, or whatever. If you can build your body with, like me, for example, I work all the time. I have never been injured. The only injury I have is from a car accident. I've got a hernia that I never got fixed. I just deal with it. But I don't feel bad otherwise. I don't have any joint pain. I mean, you see me working, you see me on the bicycle. I don't get out of breath. I'm not a fitness bodybuilder. I'm not going to take my shirt off and impress anybody. But on the other hand, I'm not complaining about aches and pains because I have zero. I'm the only tall person I know that's never had back pain in my entire life.
And another thing to add also, your joints, when you train bodybuilding, you train separate muscle groups each time, which to me is the right way to keep your cortisol, you're not stressing your body out. I know cortisol is not just a stress hormone, but your joints don't have a vascular system, so therefore the only way it gets the form of nutrition that it needs is through synovial fluid. And the only way you can do that, and the best way you can do that, is train like a bodybuilder, because you target each muscle group, take a couple days off, rest, recover, do another body, target another body group, muscle group, getting that synovial fluid to that area where those joints are. And that's why I tell people, it don't matter if you're a 50-year-old man or woman, 60-year-old man or woman, 30-year-old, 20-year-old man or woman. The method of bodybuilding the correct way is anti-injury, and the best way to me, because you're targeting the muscle groups the right way. You're not powerlifting, which is prone to injury. So that's what that's the key to me, is targeting those muscle groups in that area, because you have not only muscles, you have the bones, you have the connective tissues, you have the joints, the ligaments, which need that synovial fluid to get its nutrition, to get its nutrients, because it doesn't have a blood flow. So that's something
That's gospel right there, man. Listen, what is your name again? I'm trying to.
CB Carmack.
CD Karma. Yes, love this, man. I love what you're bringing, man. That is awesome. That's 100%, man. That's exactly what I do. You know, just compartmentalize exactly the muscle group, do what I have to do, and get on with my day. Like taking vitamins and extra, you know, to each their own, right? But I don't see the need for that. You know, unless you're a bodybuilder or you're doing extracurricular things in order to get paid, and I understand that, but I don't need it. I don't.
You're never going to look like a professional bodybuilder. Not, I want to say not a professional bodybuilder. You're never going to look like those pictured professional bodybuilders like Jay Cutler, Arnold Schwarzenegger, all that, without being enhanced.
Yep.
You can't get away with as much intensive training like going to failure, like, which is the incorrect way. It's the opposite of what, you know, I'm trying to get through people. Say I'm talking to a 65-year-old woman. I try to, like my mom, for example, I try to tell her that bodybuilding is actually the best method if you do it the right way, to avoid injury, to fit everybody's lifestyle. Because of that, I just got done saying a while ago, don't go to failure. Go to maybe almost failure and then stop. 2 reps prior to failure, 1 rep prior to failure, and then not extreme heavy weight. See what I mean?
Exactly. You know, when I was younger, I would always go beyond failure, right? Like when you're bench pressing and you're like, oh, I got it. And then you have a spotter and he's like, yeah, let's go 5 more.
You know what you're doing?
Then you get injured. Then you know what you're doing?
The reason why you're getting injured is because you're targeting your chest. You're targeting your chest. And when your chest gets totally exhausted because you're trying to go beyond failure, some other muscle group and other joints are trying to kick in to supplement or to you know, help out with your exhausted targeted muscle group. So you're straining your shoulders out. See what I mean?
Correct. Exactly. It's like kind of like wrestling. You're doing all that, and then all of a sudden Stone Cold comes down the ramp, gives you a Stone Cold Stunner, and then you're out for like 7 months. It's true. 100%. 100%. And I'm learning that we don't, unless it's a life or death situation that you have no other choice but to get to that failure point. You know, your body's like, all right, we got to do what we have to do. But in order to train to that point, you're training to get injured. And Rick, like, you know, you kind of alluded to it as well. Like, I remember growing up and doing all this and getting injured, countlessly getting injured. And I'm like, all right, when I come back, I'm going to be better than ever. No, I kept getting more injured than ever. No more. Doesn't make any sense.
The real results happens outside of the gym or whatever, running the track. It's in the bed, actually. You know, it's recovery. So, I mean, it's just, like I said, when I went to the gym and when I was into bodybuilding back in my 20s and my 30s, I got obsessed with it to the point to where I was spending 6 to 7 days a week in the gym, and my shoulders, I mean, I started getting tendonitis in my shoulders, tendonitis in my elbows, and all that shit. And I tell you, it's. I wish I knew what I know now. And it's making me want to get back into it. And that's what I've been, you know, to sort of Jonathan there. I know he's offered to help a bunch of times. And I hadn't jumped on it because I've been so respectful I'm like, you know, I'm so courteous and respectful of people's time. It's like, you know, I wished I could slide a stack of $100 bills their way or whatever their currency is over there.
and this is not to take away from Jonathan or anything, bodybuilding and whatnot, it is important. But like for me, I always wanted a trainer. I had a trainer at one point, but you are your best trainer. When you put the time and effort and you start really diving into what works for you, right? Like Carnivore works for us, right? That's New York for you. When you start looking what works for you, kind of like with me, I downloaded this 12-week program. I printed it out, and every day I'm on it. I'm like, all right, this is what I'm doing. You dedicate like 30 minutes. You don't need to dedicate an hour and a half, but something where you can get into a rhythm, into a routine where you keep yourself accountable, even push-ups. Like, all right, you know what? At this time, when I wake up 5 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock, I'm doing 100 push-ups, 100 pull-ups, or 100 sit-ups. Or you start slow, 25. And to me, the biggest thing is having a logbook, just writing it in there, the year, the day, everything. And you kind of see your progression. And before you know it, you'll get to exactly where you want. My whole thing is envisioning, looking in the mirror and saying, all right, I'm going to look like X, exactly what my mind is. I'm projecting it, and you'll get to that point. Like you're utilizing everything within your ether to get to that point. And I know you can, without a doubt, just for the mere fact that you have that kind of inception in your mind that you want to get back to, the bodybuilding, working out. You have it in you. You have the seed. Keep on watering it. You'll get there without a doubt.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, appreciate that.
Absolutely. Now, with that being said, I got to log off. I got to the mall, Rick's favorite place.
Rick's got his DoorDash Kentucky Fried Chicken he's eating on.
Have a great day, everyone. God bless.
All right, Dan. Great for being here.
Yeah.
Bye.
I'm having my heart attack. That's what I did.
Yeah. Yeah. You like the whole DoorDash thing right there. Was
mine's a kitchen dash.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll never understand the whole need for food delivery. Look, I was on a live stream and I cooked up the chicken. I didn't have to call anybody else.
Yeah, I hadn't eat all day long, and I mean, I'm just now getting to the point where I feel like I could eat a pretty good little meal right now. But that heart attack chicken is sounding and looking pretty damn good.
It's crunchy. It's delicious, and it's so simple. You got all that chicken, get that lard or tallow, heat it up, throw the chicken in there. And in my house, the kitchen's on the other side of the wall. I can smell it.
Yeah, I do wings. I do wings sometimes too, and every now and then I get a wild hair, and I do get some clean. I found that I do my own buffalo chicken, but I use. I found that the regular Franks don't have the like soybean oil and all that crap in it. So I use the regular, and then I sort of dilute it down with bacon, of course, melted bacon, or even a little bit of water. And I get a wild hair every so often and make buffalo heart attack chicken.
If you like spicy chicken, you ought to learn how to ferment hot peppers.
I don't tolerate peppers like I used to, though. That's the only thing I have to watch out, because I will sit on the toilet the next day for like half a day thinking that I got to poop, but it's probably the defense toxins or the capsaicin trapped up in my intestines or something,
But if you ferment it, it's not as bad. I can't eat peppers, but I can take fermented hot sauce. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
I let it ferment for months.
Yeah. I want to get into that fermented foods more often, even fermented meats even.
Oh, yeah?
I'd like to do that, yeah.
I know some people love that fermented fish, the surströmming, but I don't really like it, but some people do.
Yeah. I'll try it. I can't say that I've ever tried it. I'll have to try it and see. But yeah, all that fermented food. Now I have made in my instant pot yogurt. Of course, you know, you kind of sparked that. I made
I'm a big yogurt guy myself.
big, gigantic. Like I'm talking probably. I mean, I made like 1.5 gallons or 2 gallons at a time on it.
That's good.
Yeah.
I mean, all the older people I knew that lived over 90, they all ate yogurt.
Mm-hmm.
And it seemed to work for them. Doesn't seem to hurt anything.
It's got a yogurt. I even want to do, it's got a yogurt button on that Instant Pot, but I even want to do the raw milk yogurt.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, you know, the whole purpose of that would be not to reach because the typical yogurt is to cook the recipes that I've looked into. You raise the milk up to about 180 degrees first, but with raw milk, you don't want to do that. It'll defeat the purpose because it'll kill every damn thing. You're practically going through the whole pasteurization process.
Right.
So why not just go on and get already pasteurized milk and didn't make it with the yogurt, but I think supposed to go over like 100 and something. I forgot exact temperature, but you don't get it hot like you do like the already pasteurized milk.
Right.
And then let it cool down, of course.
But yeah, it's kind of nice because you can make your milk last longer when you make yogurt. I stopped drinking milk at age 20. But I am a believer in eating dairy, and I know a lot of carnivores don't believe in dairy because it says it makes them constipated and they gain weight. But I've never been constipated in my life.
Well, I tell you, I've got a whole damn refrigerator full because my wife she works at Chick-fil-A anyway. But she used to bring food home when I ate the duck food diet. She'd bring sandwiches and whatnot because she gets like a meal for break like every day, but instead of doing that, she's been bringing home the milk, the little cartons of milk. So she brings that home, and of course from time to time I ain't gonna lie, I do like some damn white milk, whole milk that is, but I'll take like either heavy cream or I'll take half and half and I'll dump it in a glass, and then I'll dump because it's 1% fat milk, and I'll like fatten it up. But I used that because it's free, but I got to add fat to it though.
Exactly. Rick's hungry from all the talk about those gains here, right?
Yeah.
I'm okay with sauerkraut occasionally, but not kimchi. Yeah. And I do put sauerkraut when I have to eat a lot of pork. When I don't have a lot of beef, it actually helps me. I'm not sure why. My cat Milton, he likes sauerkraut too, which is funny. He loves to eat that stuff.
Yeah, and I know your sauerkraut is probably good for him.
Oh, it ferments for a month or more. I got some fermenting right now on the counter, and all that cabbage I grow in my yard. So
yeah, I need to start doing that. Hell, I've got 18 acres of land around my house right now and it's perfect soil. This soil up here, if I loved watermelon and all that, last time I ate watermelon, it about killed me I swear about 3 or 4 days. It's like I don't want to, you're trying to eat, but I know you don't have you don't have a weak stomach. But man, I was crapping this freaking stringy looking, fibery looking crab. You know how like watermelon, the inside of watermelon, how it for like 3 or 4 days. I mean, I was seriously at one time was considering going to the damn hospital about it.
Where'd you get the watermelon from?
My grandma gave it. I'm sure she bought it at the store.
Yeah.
But it's one of them damn seedless ones too. I'm like, hell, we can't get watermelons with seeds anymore.
Let me tell you, every time I've tried to eat a piece of seedless watermelon, it gave me the worst stomach pain, like a really bad, not just a few pieces.
Yeah.
A couple of years ago, I had some. A friend of mine gave it to me. Oh, it won't hurt you to eat it. I don't know. Every time I eat it, I get sick. So I was going to prove it to him. All right, I ate 2 pieces of watermelon. Within an hour, I felt like I had a knife in my stomach.
Mhm.
What is this? And then 2 hours later came the diarrhea. It was bad. And the weird thing is, when I used to grow watermelons in my own yard, they didn't bother me.
Yeah,
Those
and
watermelons with the seeds in it.
I never really thought about the whole FODMAP thing, you know. And then, of course, after somebody brought it to my attention that watermelon falls under the FODMAP. Plus, on top of that, is it's got sugar in it anyway too. So,
Mhm.
but yeah, and so therefore, that sort of gave me some light bulb dinging moments up in my brain, like,
What I can't eat any of the northern fruits like apples, peaches, and pears. They make me very sick. I'm actually, I think, allergic to apples. Cantaloupes is another one that'll make me vomit every time.
yeah,
The only melon I can eat, Seminole pumpkins, I can eat that. I don't like the taste of them. I don't get sick from them. And watermelon, the real long watermelon with all the seeds in it, I can eat that. There's no problem.
mhm.
Other than that, I can't eat. I mean, even raw cucumbers make me sick. The only way I can eat a cucumber is if I ferment it for like a month, make a pickle out of it.
Yeah. This ground up here, my great grandmother and grandpa used to live in this house that I live in right now. Of course, it was built in 1980 because their house before burned. But my great grandpa, he used to grow fruits and vegetables and sell them at farmers markets and on the side of the highway and stuff. But this ground's famous for growing the best and the biggest watermelons and tomatoes. Um, but I'm talking my great grandpa. I remember he brought a watermelon, and no joke, it had to be over 40 pounds.
Wow.
And it was like gigantic. I mean, it was. I mean, I'm talking this, and I'm talking. You know what I did with it?
Mm.
I spiked it with PGA, pure grain alcohol, and tried eating it because I was a young idiot back then. My mom, she tried to talk me into getting vodka instead. I said, "No, man, it's not going to be enough for this big giant watermelon." Well, after about 3 slices, I projectile vomited, and I'm not exaggerating, 15 feet out. Pure pink, just pink stream. And I remember it was like a movie or a damn cartoon. I seen it hit when it landed. I can remember the sound of the stream coming back towards me, like of all them chunks of watermelon in it.
You must have had alcohol poisoning or something.
Yeah, it felt like somebody punched me like a professional boxer punched me right in the damn gut.
Mm.
I laid there on the couch, learned a lesson. I should have listened to Mom and got vodka instead of pure grain alcohol, which is 190 proof, which is practically 95% pure. Or 90% pure alcohol.
Years ago, I had one of those free permits from the ATF to make fuel. So I was using basically a bunch of leftovers, beer leftovers, wine leftovers, where I had a still set up. I was running my car on alcohol, and it was about 92% or something like that. And, you had to I denatured it with gasoline, so it wasn't drinkable, but I actually tried to drink a little bit of it before denaturing, and it was like lacquer thinner. It was so strong. I'm thinking to myself, how can anybody like drinking this crap? It's terrible.
Yeah, and I was going to look into making my own ethanol fuel. Of course, I know you can only distill it to a certain. We've talked about this before, I'm sure. I think back
Yep.
in the past, but I looked into getting it to as close to 100% as you can, which is almost impossible with just a regular pot still. But I know you can. I
You have
looked
to use
into
reflux.
Yeah, that I've looked into that too, and I've also looked into these molecular sieves or
Right.
the zeolite
Yeah.
granules.
Zeolite is what I use to make diesel from plastic.
Yeah, okay.
You heat them up. After you use them, you got to regenerate them with heat.
Yeah, and I guess it evaporates to the other water and whatever's that it's absorbed out.
Right.
Yeah, so I looked into that, but yeah,
But
that's interesting.
92% is plenty to run an engine. All you got to do is put the jets a little bit bigger in the carburetor. And my old 440, it ran great with that alcohol. It had lots of power.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they used to use them for dragsters.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's true about when you see these old movies where they run out of gas and they get the Beverly Hillbillies or whatever, and they're using the down quart of moonshine and pouring it in the engine.
My mom's old car, when they brought back the emissions, it wouldn't pass. So I used to mix the alcohol that I made in her car. And it would go through there, low hydrocarbons, low nitrogen oxides, everything. One time, they kept retesting the car. I'm like, what's the problem? I think there's something wrong with the machine. It's coming out too clean. Well, I don't know.
I think we got a question in here from David. He's hi guys. How do you know if you're overeating or not? And I think if I remember your question or you remember your comment earlier, you're on Carnivore for about a week, I believe, or whatever now or so. At the beginning, best advice I've saw just to give somebody as far as just beginning Carnivore was for Mitch when he says in the beginning, you just eat until you can't eat no more. And then Anthony Chafee, Dr. Anthony Chafee, if you're familiar, David, with him, I'm sure you are if you're doing Carnivore, or you've been Carnivore curious for amount of time, that he always says, let your tongue tell you. Your tongue tells you if you're eating a steak. If it's tasting great, keep eating it. And when it stops tasting, that's your satiety kicking in. So, I would definitely, I appreciate that too, Jonathan. That's
Unless you're like Rick, who will eat and eat and eat and it never tastes bad.
Yep. Yeah, you can eat like bags full of garbage bags of meat from the dumpster and still.
Well, I can eat a lot of food until I can't swallow anymore, and then I have trouble breathing, and then I know that I'm overstuffed.
Yeah.
So I learned my lesson.
But of course, when you're like you, though, you can obviously see that you're not worried about being overweight.
No. I've never been overweight in my life, and I eat 3 times a day. But you can't use me as an example because I'm the exception to the rule.
Yep.
That's the problem.
Your physiology has set in since you was a kid. You done it like I wished because I always wanted to be I thought I was going to be 6'6", 6'8" professional basketball player because I always loved basketball when I was a kid. I played basketball outside constantly and played in high school. But if I would have been on to this Carnivore thing like you, I wished I would have, but hey, I'm here now for a reason. But I could have grew 6'6", and I probably would have gotten.
I was short. If you see my pictures from junior high, you can see how short I was.
Yeah.
I hit the Carnivore diet, and man, I grew like crazy. And my grades went up. That's a weird thing. A question. What do you think of the Cadillac 500 V8? I remember that. They were. I got friends that used them in swamp buggies and airboats. They were pretty good. Gas guzzler though.
Yeah, and a lot of times and I was reading Jonathan's comment, yeah, because that's he's giving away golden nuggets there that would sometimes, most of the time, cost you a good bit of money from other people, but he's that type of person where he gives away these golden nuggets. But and it was going back to David, and like a lot of people they think about what you're eating, what you're not eating, and Jonathan's mentions in here about sleep. Sometimes your sleep and your circadian rhythm, your stress, and all that plays a huge role in why you're getting that little bit of belly fat coming back. You're like me a little while ago. My roof gets damaged by a storm, and then I found out my truck's got a oil leak all of a sudden. When I all of a sudden had this damn recall, I had to carry it and in the area where it happened, the oil starts leaking, and of course then you get behind on a bill, and then all of a sudden it's just shit just starts piling up. The next thing you know, your sleep's poor, you're getting this pudgy gut, and then it's sometimes not to do with just eating something, but it could have to do with what's going on in your life.
Well, if I could find the picture that my friend took of me when I was taking care of my mom, I added body fat, and my diet did not change. I was only getting 3 or 4 hours of sleep every night.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So that's a good example. And then after mom died, within 2 months, I returned to my normal self. Funny how that works.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
It's a good advice, Jonathan's always got good advice. Let me see where. Oh, my cat. Hold on a second. And Milton is over here. What are you doing? Let me see if I can get Milton some meat because he's over there trying to get me. Milton, get over here. Milton, what are you doing? Oh, my goodness. Watch out. Silly Milty. Milton.
Yeah, so he's around chasing Milton. You maybe you feeding him?
Okay, Milton.
He gets to.
All right. I got myself some water while I was giving Milton some food.
Yeah. Just be careful giving him all that meat. It's probably not good for him. He probably needs rice flour and fruits and veggies.
Yeah, he might die at 21 years old like Garfield did. Got a question for Jonathan. I don't count reps, I count time. Yeah. You need to watch Jonathan's videos. That'll answer a lot of the questions about his workout technique. You're looking pretty fresh. Okay.
Yeah, appreciate it. I'm actually I finally got some sleep last night. I had like 3 hours of sleep the night before, but and then I had to drive about an hour away one way and then back to get this murderer, that known cop killer, probably known all around the nation, that take him to court for this nonsense hearing that we keep having to go get him for. Now it's going to be interesting. He's wanting to try his own case. He tried firing his lawyers before, and he wants to be his own lawyer. I don't know. You muted.
They say when you represent yourself, you got a fool for a client.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, because his lawyers, he's got 2 lawyers that have been is very experienced with capital murder case. That's what this is, a capital murder. So
That's it. Milton. Now Milton comes over here to pick over the bones. I gave him a piece of meat. Look where he's at now.
yeah, you ought to give him a little bit of that sauerkraut in there. Maybe he'll.
Yeah, I got some of that. That always wakes. I don't know why a cat would want to eat sauerkraut, but it goes to show that even a pure carnivore will eat plants at times.
Yeah, I've noticed cats. They go out there and eat grass. They'll sit there and eat grass and whatnot. So
Right.
it's
And
like they got a sense of knowing what's good for them or what they need.
well, that's it. Now, sometimes they get in trouble and they eat poisonous plants and get sick, but normally in the wild they know what plants to eat. And it's not just cats, it's lions too. Everybody, I don't know who came up with this term lion diet, which I think is really kind of stupid, but I tell them, I said, lions eat pigs, they eat warthogs, they eat rodents. You'd be surprised how often lions will eat rodents, because when you can't get a big kill, cats are not built for fasting. I know a lot of people, they say, oh, fasting. Most cats can only go a few days without eating before they start having serious problems.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to eat whatever they can get, birds, rodents, anything. So
probably insects too or whatever.
Yeah. The whole idea of a lion diet, I've had cats eat lizards, cockroaches. I mean, they'll eat anything. So the whole lion diet thing is kind of a myth.
My version of the lion diet, of course, I guess it's the LYIN apostrophe diet.
Yeah.
And it's pretty much ruminant meat, salt water, butter, coffee, mustard even.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's it. And a lot of people, they just, they can't live without the coffee. I mean, think about it. The vast majority of people in the carnivore community drink coffee. Some of them even make it part of their morning show. So it's everywhere.
I think I'm going to have to cut back on coffee because I don't know. I've got these theories brewing up, but I started getting a little bit of a pudge down there too. But of course, I got to where my caffeine intake was a little bit excessive for a while. So I feel like too, of course you got the adrenals and all that stuff and everything, and caffeine's supposed to affect them, and whatnot. And I'm thinking, certain amounts is okay, but excessive amounts may have an effect on. I know it'll have an effect on your sleep, but.
Yeah, it looks like Jonathan's cut out the coffee for a while. I just don't like coffee. I don't like anything hot. That's the thing. I live in Miami. I like my meat hot, but I don't like my drinks hot. So if I'm having a super hot heart attack chicken or a heart attack burger, I always like to eat that stuff when it's fresh off the stove while it's still dripping in fat. I want to have something cold with it. Why would I drink something hot like a coffee? I mean, it doesn't make sense. I don't live in a cold climate, so I got no reason to drink anything hot.
And maybe you should try iced coffee, Rick. Like a crack dealer trying to tell you, here, I've got my brand. Let me put my link in the.
Well, there you go.
Oh, shit. No.
Yeah, but some people, I mean, they can't live without. I know people, they can't live without their coffee. First thing they do in the morning when they wake up, they fire up the coffee pot. And, this is, they're not going to do anything until they had their coffee.
Mm-hmm.
When I wake up, I go straight to the kitchen. I turn on the burner. I start cooking my eggs and meat. And then I come in the house, usually the first thing I do is go to the living room, turn on the computer, look for Dr. Kiltz or Mitch or whoever else is having a live stream. I'll have that on while my food's cooking.
Yep. When I got better results out of it when I wasn't, excessively just drinking coffee and whatnot all the time throughout the day.
Mm-hmm. Well, you got several acres at your place. What do you got on there? Just a forest or grass or what?
No, I've only got about my forest. There may be maybe 2 acres of it is forest, of course. Then I got land that I've got access to that I don't care about asking any permission because I've already talked to a doctor owns the land back behind me. But about maybe I would say estimated maybe 2.5, 3 acres maybe is forest. The rest is practically open around me.
You got to mow all that?
Yeah, or just let it grow.
There you go. Because I figured if it would grow, it'd be all woods.
I've got a big giant 0-turn lawnmower that I paid $7,000 for back a few years ago. So I did it because of that.
Okay, because I know if I ever get a bigger place, what I'll have to do, I'm gonna build another one of those mowers for the Bobcat for keeping down the weeds.
Yeah.
But I'll let everything else turn to woods. My little yard here is all woods.
Yeah. I want to eventually make a big giant. I've been looking into a big giant. I'd like to call it lake, but my own fishing hole. I've always wanted my own fishing hole, but what I want to do is I want to do the whole bog filter, wetland filter thing, but I want to turn it into like a big waterfall, but I want to kind of sort of where it filters and distributes the beneficial bacteria too. And I've looked into all that and I've dug deep into it and whatnot. But I want to stock it with, I'd like to stock it with mainly, I guess, I don't know if you heard the term brim here, but I guess some people call them perch, whatever, but I'd like to have this big giant brim the size of my hand. Talking about eating.
Is your ground there a bunch of rocks or is it just dirt?
That's a lot of dirt, but of course there's bluffs back behind me. I live on a mountain like a hawk.
But you could you either get yourself an excavator or dozer, and then you can build yourself a pond.
Oh yeah, there's ponds. Go ahead. There's ponds all around me, like other people's property around. So I know there's underground springs, and I'm just wondering if there's not an underground spring.
You'd have to do some test drilling to see what you got. But I got a couple of channels to subscribe to. I mean, there's one guy in Louisiana, and he calls himself a financial prepper, and then there's another one in Indiana that he used a dozer to make his pond. So you just have to figure out what kind of terrain you got, and then get the machine. You can do the job. It's better to just buy the machine. You can always get rid of it later if you don't want it, and then that way you don't have to rush it, and you just start working on it and start digging around and piling it up. And then see, depending on your water table, I mean, for a regular pond, you could just fill it with clay. But if you got water there, you dig it out, it'll fill up with rainwater.
Bentonite clay, whatever. I looked into that too. Which
You know.
I've used bentonite clay to clear my wine I make and stuff whenever. I hadn't made wine in 2 or 3 years, but I use bentonite clay for that too. But yeah, so I knew what that was when I started hearing bentonite. I was like, hey.
Because they use that also for drilling wells as a way of holding the side of the hole. You fill it with water, and that way it doesn't cave in. So they've got a lot of options. But when you can do that, you got the space. Around here, we don't have any space. Everything here is just high rises and apartments, and it's just how many people can we cram in here? I say that it's a CAFO operation for humans. You go in the country, they're raising chickens and pigs in warehouses. Here, we do that for human beings, and we call them luxury high rises. They're basically just what they used to call the $1 million hen house. They had a hotel they were building here in the 1920s. When they had the real estate bubble, it became abandoned. They turned it into a hen house. So they called it the $1 million hen house. Well, now it's just how many people can you cram into one stupid county? So there's really nothing out there. Plus, we don't have ponds here. We just have our water tables like 3 or 4 feet down. You dig a hole and it fills with water,
Mm-hmm.
depending on where you're at.
Yes, I've got ponds and creeks, and of course, not too far a river from here. So that's why it stays pretty humid here.
Mm-hmm. Well, it does here too. Although it hasn't been raining much, but the air is humid.
Yeah.
We got a lot of stuff today. Let's see how many people we got. We only got about 32 people left in my chat because we've kind of gone overtime.
Yeah.
And I gotta make a video today. I got some cat hair on my face that's driving me crazy because I got all that lard on me, and then I was petting my cat, and then the hair got on me, so it's been itching my nose. Oh, Milton, he went back to his meat. He has to come here and pick through the chicken bones, and he goes back to the meat that I gave him.
Yeah.
He's a cutie. Love your accent. Yeah, well, that's a Southerner. If you've never been to the U.S., we used to have that a lot down here in South Florida, but they're all gone. We have a lot of Latin Americans and Caribbean people now, so we don't have that Southern thing going on anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm probably going to go cook me some eggs and stuff myself.
There you go.
Eggs and bacon. Eat my
Lunchtime
first meal.
for you.
Yeah, it's 12:41 here, so
That's it. That's good. Yeah, I just had part of my lunch. I got more goodies in there, but I figured I'd eat half of it. I don't like to do that fasting thing. It just doesn't work for me. I get demotivated. I get lazy, and I'll just sit inside under the air conditioner and not even want to go outside.
the most I've ever fasted was about 36 hours.
Yeah.
But and up until the last couple weeks, I just did intermittent fasting. I mean, I would eat dinner at about 5, 6, sometimes as early as 4, but then I won't eat until like about between 10:30, sometimes 11:30, and every now and then I might go till noon. But I always did about 2 meals a day. I started out doing carnivore about 3 meals a day, but then of course I transitioned over into about 2 meals a day, and then now it's back to about 1 small meal when I get up, and then 2 regular meals that I don't think about. I just eat until I'm not hungry anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, I never let myself get hungry. That's my key. I never get hungry because I know my body has been trained in such a way that it knows if food is coming. That's probably why I don't hold on to a lot of body fat, because it's like my body's probably saying, why am I going to hold on to body fat? What happens to me if I eat more than usual, I'll sweat more when I'm working and at night, especially at 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning. At that time, I get some kind of weird thing going on and I'll just start sweating. I got a lot of customers when I install air conditioners, they get the programmable thermostat and then they save energy by raising the temperature at night when they're asleep. But in my house is the opposite. I have to be cold. If I put that thing on 67 degrees, which is what I set my thermostat to in my bedroom, I'll sweat at 3 or 4 in the morning. So what I have to do, I'll have to turn it down to 65, or I just get up out of the bed for a while, let that cool off, and then go back to sleep. But the trick is don't eat after 8. If I eat after 8, I'm not going to get good sleep because I'm going to sweat at night. So I get all my food by 8, and then you get that sort of up and then down, and then I'll sleep through the night. And then usually by 8 in the morning, I'm eating breakfast. So I get up somewhere between maybe around 6:30. I'll do a few things. I'll get my ingredients out. I'll start the breakfast after 7. I usually eat it by 8. So I get a 12-hour fasting time, but it's not on purpose. It just kind of happens that way.
Yeah, that's me too. I just a lot of times I bring a couple big old giant burger patties for lunch, and then of course I eat on the go a lot, and I eat them cold. I eat them cold straight out of the cooler.
Right.
So
I enjoy cold meats. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Rick, high protein has a thermic effect of around 21% of protein energy used up. It upregulates catecholamines and stress hormones cascade. Your heart rate will elevate. And that is true because it does go up. I mean, usually it's between 50 and 60 at rest, and it goes up to between 70 or 80 sometimes if I check the heart rate and blood pressure at night. That is very true. Exceptional for increasing non-exercise activity, thermogenesis, but not an ideal stress. That's interesting to know. Jonathan knows all about all this. Rick's on it. Ages ago, I started Carnivore. I remember, don't be hungry. If you do, then eat. Yes, I agree with that. I've always been that way. And the thing is, even if I didn't eat, I'm still not going to eat the duck food because when you've been carnivore as long as I have been, you just don't see duck food as actual food. People are like, have a slice of pizza. Oh, have this sandwich or whatever. And you look at it like, that's not food any more than saying, here, eat a rubber duck. I mean, who's going to eat a rubber duck? A real duck, sure, but not a rubber duck.
Yeah.
I really don't understand. I mean, again, it depends on how you're raised. If you're a kid that was raised on that stuff, I could see that you would see it as food. I mean, to me, regular pizza, that ain't food. Pacemaker pizza, now that's food. But it has a different smell and a texture, and it's just regular pizza to me. I hate to say it smells like vomit. I just can't, I don't see it. I don't know. And it gives me diarrhea. I've tried regular pizza slices and I always get diarrhea. Even the cauliflower one gives me diarrhea. But the commercial one, that's the worst.
Yeah. And then, of course, the regular pizza, you got all that sugar because of the bread, but then you got the sugar that they dump in the tomato sauce and all that crap. So,
That's the other thing. Whenever you eat something with a tomato sauce that's commercially made, it tastes so sweet. Like, that doesn't taste like tomato. When I make one of my chilies, my carnivore chilies, which has a tomato sauce in it, it's got fermented cherry tomatoes that have been strained through a screen. It's like ketchup is supposed to be. Ketchup is supposed to be vinegar and tomato-y. And the ketchup that they use is sugary. It's like vinegar, sugar, and no tomato. You can't even taste the tomatoes.
Yeah.
It's just basically sugary vinegar.
Tons of sugar on a pizza that you buy, a commercial pizza, because not only does the crust contain sugar, converting into sugar because of the carbohydrates and the starch and whatnot, but you got the sugary tomato sauce, but then on top, you've got, that the pepperoni is got sugar in it. That the bacon they use, if it's real bacon, that it's cured in sugar. I mean, not saying eating bacon that's cured in sugar a little bit is that bad, but when you have all that other sugary substance inside the crust, the tomato sauce, and the sugary pepperoni, the sugary Italian sausage, that it piles up. It just keeps.
And see, Jonathan brings up another good point. He says, I was raised on it, so I see it as a nostalgic, hedonic pleasure, not good. And it's true. Well, I was raised on food that I hated. Those plant-based foods, the tofu, the salad, the stuff that was supposed to be healthy, the margarine, and I find it disgusting. So when I think back to what I ate as a kid, it's not a pleasure. But when I rebelled and I hit the carnivore diet, that's, I think, when my pleasure started, because now I'm doing things like thick, juicy, fatty burgers and heart attack chicken and, all these foods that I eat now. So I was a teenager, but because when I didn't like the food I grew up with as a kid, we go to the buffet, like the Sweeten House Smorgasbord, and I'd load up on the fried chicken and the frog legs and the roast beef and all that stuff that I didn't normally get at home. So to me, the carnivore diet is like my pleasure. When I see that big juicy steak, that's what I crave. So I don't feel like I'm getting cheated. They throw duck food at me. I'm like, this is crap. But if you throw a steak in front of me, I'll grab it. So I think for a lot of people that are on the carnivore diet after the regular American diet, they have to force themselves, because to them, unlike me, I don't see the steak as a treat. They see the duck food as the treat. And then it's like, oh, I have to eat all this steak and I have to eat, the carnivore foods. I can't have any pasta. I can't have any rice. Because again, they grew up with it. So what Jonathan said there, and of course, Jonathan said something even better. Rick is so wise, and that's true. But I think that a lot of it, and I gotta remember, if I don't put myself in their place, it's hard for me to understand. I'm not trying to make fun of anybody by calling it duck food. It's just, to me, it's not something desirable.
Yeah, that what you said is vice versa. Also, it's like they can't understand how great it feels, and they can't imagine what life they sort of focus and concentrate on how terrible it's going to be if they can't have that pasta, that pizza, that whatever to go to the side that we're on now, instead of not realizing that we, like myself, have been there. So if I can do it, I feel anybody can do it. Because I was a duck food eating, drive-through window paying, snatching food. That's how I got my food. On the go constantly, going to the McDonald's or the Crystals or the Taco Bell or the whatever drive-through. But I grew up on that country cooking, that homemade biscuits and homemade chicken and dumplings and all that crap, cornbread and beans and mashed potatoes and roll and whatnot, spaghetti. If I can do it, people just are not going to understand until they get to that point of, almost a life-changing situation.
Exactly. And that's the thing. You mentioned it. You grew up with that. That's the stuff. People tend to be nostalgic for what they remember as a kid. And I'm kind of that way with some things, with the stuff that I have. But when it comes to food, I didn't like it. It's like school. I hate school. So if I had kids, I would have homeschooled them because I think public school is terrible. It's just, I guess, whatever we get used to. And I think the system knows to train us. I watch a lot of Saturday morning cartoons, and I still love Looney Tunes and Tom and Jerry and all that stuff. So I can understand that. And then what did they advertise when they had the cartoons? The Count Chocula cereal, the Boo Berry, the what was some of the other ones? Honeycomb. Remember that cereal called Honeycomb? They used to say honeycomb, big taste.
That shit, yeah.
And then they had Tony the Tiger. Great.
I literally used to eat so much Captain Crunch berries and Fruity Pebbles. No lie. I would go in there in the toilet and take a crap, and my shit was rainbow. I swear. It's true. Well, I was at a place the other day, and I ain't gonna lie, somebody had this grape flavored Faygo that was sugar free, and I was like, whatever, I'll drink some of it. I took a crap the day after, or the same day later, and it was literally so dark green it was purple. And the toilet water was freaking nearly purple.
Well, at least it went out the other end. You didn't absorb it.
Yeah, exactly. But
I'd be worried if the crap was a normal color and you're eating colored food.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, I'm looking. I'm like, what the hell? And looking, I'm having to look up. Did I not? Usually I do read the ingredients, and of course, David. I was going to comment on David. He got reminded to look at the. I think it was the one above that one, but he got reminded to look at his bacon package because mentioning bacon cured in sugar. But I don't worry as much about that as I do. It's less likely you're going to get that much sugar out of bacon that's cured. I'm assuming that maybe when it's going through the smoked process, assuming that it's a actual smoked bacon, that it's possibly not going to, maybe it'll render some or maybe leach out some of the sugar that's there. But I wouldn't worry as much about it. I wouldn't throw my whole pack of bacon away, because I mean, I get Sam's Club bacon, the members mark, and I eat that. I don't eat it every day, but
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't worry as much about it. I mean, it's got the fat and the protein and not that much carbs in it. So,
Right. My carnivore, yeah. Low carb anyways. There you go. Cheat days. I mean, my cheat day would be a ribeye steak because I don't have that very often.
yeah, every now and then I let my guard down and I take my wife out to eat somewhere, like say a Chinese buffet. So I've sent you, yeah, I've sent you pictures before on the Chinese buffet that we got. Now, some of the dishes that I eat, I'm sure, has probably got some damn soy sauce or something in it or whatever. But that seafood, I don't think. I think the only thing that seafood has in it is the pepper seasonings or whatever they probably. So it's just a little bit spicy, but
Exactly. Let's see. Okay. We got about 29 people watching.
yeah, about 1 o'clock in the morning. I mean, in the night here. So at night, in the afternoon here.
Yeah.
So
I got to make a video when I
Yeah.
start cutting up the rest of that old 69 Charger,
yeah,
which will be the first Charger related video I've had on my channel in over a decade.
hell yeah, I have to check it out here.
When I started out, that was like the whole idea of the channel, and then I kind of abandoned it and I came back. It was actually the carnivore lifestyle that brought me back to YouTube, because I was just saying, it's like, well, I don't know. I started making videos before that, and I discovered these carnivore videos. It's like, wow, I didn't know anybody would be interested in my way of eating.
Yeah, yeah, but then what? 5 months later, here you are, carnivore. No.
I'll tell you, it's been it's weird, because that's the last thing I go on YouTube. I'm talking about scammers and energy scams and
Yeah.
crypto scams and all that stuff. And then now I'm talking about carnivore diet, which was the last thing I ever thought about mentioning on YouTube. I didn't even know anybody else ate this way. I thought it was the only one.
Yep. Then you go back in the literature of the 1800s and stuff, and you're like, well, shit, maybe I'm not so crazy.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's hard to believe. But again, I was trying to give myself a heart attack, and I found out, well, that's not true. The carnivore diet is not going to cause a heart attack. I mean, you could still get a heart attack, but it won't be
Yeah.
because of the carnivore diet. Could be a genetic thing. Could be from a virus. It could be from an accident. I mean, anybody could get a heart attack, but I just don't see any additional risk from the carnivore diet.
Yep. At least not a instant.
Right? And the other thing, too, is that if you're active and you're otherwise healthy, who cares if you get a heart attack? At least up till that point, you're not suffering.
Yep.
Everybody's got to go sometime.
Exactly.
When it's time to kick the bucket, I don't think there's a whole lot you can do about it.
Just hopefully you're lucky enough to have it happen in your bed, asleep at home.
Right. That's true. I mean, that makes sense. But I think for most people, there's a decline period. You can see when a person takes longer to talk, they take longer to walk. I was always told that the faster you walk, the longer you live. The stronger your grip strength, the longer you live. There's all these things. And it's all just part of the system. When it starts to break down, then you notice they have trouble standing up, and sometimes they have trouble speaking. You talk to somebody who's really old, they have sort of a weak and stuttery kind of voice. I mean, it's a predictable pattern.
Yep. So some of that wording is another way to keep you scared and dependent on the system.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
Yep.
And the thing is, the system, you can exist without the system. They can't exist without you. They need people to take advantage of in order for them to keep going, because A lot of these people in the system, they're not self-sufficient in any way. They're just like this name, Vampire, good show, Rick. Yes. These people at the top, they're almost like vampires. They have to take advantage of people just to survive.
Yep.
So you're off today? You're not working today?
Yeah, I'm off.
That's good. You got to go out and mow those weeds, or you got other stuff to do?
I'm debating on whether I want to even bother with it today, but yeah, I need to. I need to cut at least around my house. But my grass, I've got zoysia grass.
Oh, okay.
So it still grows like up, but not like most people's yards. So
I got some of that stuff in my yard. That's what my whole yard used to be. And if you don't cut it, it gets all lumpy.
Yeah. But I still got wild weeds in between. But Mom, she sowed the zoysia grass like before I lived here. So because she lived here first, and now she lives in Florida. So I ended up buying the place off of her about 2014 or 2015. So.
The problem with the zoysia grass around here is the June bugs, they eat it, and then you end up with dead spots. But once the ducks moved in, that problem stopped because they would dig them up and eat the grubs.
Yeah. Heck yeah.
Their beak, they can probe right. They'd find them and they'd stick their beak in there and pull it right out. I guess they don't have June bugs where you're at.
They do, but they only come. They call them June bugs, but they only come. I think they come like in July here. But I ain't seen any this year. I don't know.
Well, you know that old saying we had here in Florida, when y'all be on something like a duck on a June bug.
Yeah, we used to tie string around them and like let them fly around.
Oh yeah.
They would freak you out, like, because they would, like, they landed on you. They got those their feet are sharp. But I would think, it was a damn bumblebee landed on me or something. I freak out like I'm about to get the hell stung out of me.
Yeah, they come out. They used to go. I haven't seen any around here either, but a lot of it came down to the ducks. When the ducks took over the neighborhood, they wiped them out.
Yeah.
Ducks love those things.
It was getting fat for you.
And what they do, they hang around the light. So the ducks will sit there by the porch light. And when the June bugs come flying in, they. So I moved some of the lights to the ground. I put some of those pagoda lights around the yard. The ducks would sit next to them, and the June bugs would fly in, and they'd eat every one of them.
Yeah, you didn't have to. Too bad you didn't own the ducks. You wouldn't even have to feed them anything.
Right? Well, they're just neighborhood ducks. They go all over the place, and eventually they feed me once I get a hold of them. I guess where you're at, you don't have ducks running around like Muscovy ducks.
Yeah, we had one of those out here. I didn't know what it was, but had one of those that was hanging around here, and then all of a sudden it went up missing. I'm sure something caught it.
Yeah,
eating it.
Must have gotten away from somebody's farm or something, or
yeah, it would walk right up to you. Hell, I used to take crackers out there to it before I actually knew that crackers are probably not so good for them.
Well, I mean, I feed them all kinds of stuff. They seem to be fine.
Yeah, I saw your video where you dumped some, like crackers or whatnot down there, and you reached your hand out there, and they were like, like they knew they couldn't help themselves to attack the damn duck food that you threw down for them. But
put your hand out and they run away.
Yeah,
because they know I grab them. I like to grab them. I hold them for a while and then I let them go.
Yeah, if you don't wring their neck.
No, I never wring their neck. I grab them when I'm getting ready to eat one. I got my special executive suite ready to go, and I'll grab him and I'll drop him in there, and I'll feed him for 2 to 4 weeks. And then one day I activate the duck guillotine, and the next time he sticks his head through there, that's it.
Yeah, I was going to ask you before we got off here real quick. I've been digging my buddies that I get eggs from. his coops have gotten infested with big, gigantic rats. Of course, I know they're big, gigantic rats now because he stopped feeding the chickens inside the coop or the barn that I call the coop.
Mhm.
But they started eating they don't eat all the eggs, but they'll eat. I'll go in there and there'll be, of course, eggshells instead of egg. And I've been searching a mixture between either cornmeal or cornbread mix and baking soda will practically cause them their stomachs to rupture because they can't fart or burp.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, I'm probably about to mix up a bunch of that and try that out.
Yeah.
So I didn't know if you heard of that before about baking soda being practically deadly to them.
Yeah, it mixes with their stomach acid and makes carbon dioxide.
Neutralizes their stomach acid or whatever, and then does, yeah.
Well, it makes carbon dioxide because it makes a lot of gas.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I've heard that. I don't know if it's true or not, but I've heard that for a long time.
Well, I've been watching videos, and I'm pretty convinced based off of this one video, but I also watched this one video of the guy that actually owns a pest control company, and he came on there and said, we're doing this, and it got rid of them. So I'm fixing to do that.
There you go.
Yeah, we're still hanging out.
Oh shit! CB, I knew you could flap your jaws, but come on.
Sometimes I don't have much to say, but today for some reason I guess we got some good things to say.
That's good.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. But I know I'm about to start getting hungry too. I was hungry back when Rick was eating on the heart attack chicken. Yeah. I was hearing him crunch on it, and I was like, man, I got to make some of that. I got a big gigantic pickle jar.
Here we go. Show and tell.
I can't get it. Hell, let me. Anyway, I've been saving this. It's a big gallon full of my hamburger fat.
There you go.
Of course, I've been keeping
old tallow.
Been keeping my top loose because I don't want moisture to stay trapped in there yet because I haven't refined it yet. You can see the layers.
Yeah.
So I've got to get this in a crock pot and get it refined and scraped so it don't mold inside this container. But
Just scrape a little bit of that mold off and you'll be good. Shit.
Yeah.
That's what I do. I don't care.
Yeah, I would do that because I have the old folks used to do that with jelly and stuff like that. They just scrape the mold off. The only thing is that I'm worried about is the mycotoxins that I looked into that and said even if you can kill the mold with heat and not even have to scrape it off. It's just the mycotoxins stay.
Well, most of the mycotoxins are water soluble. They're not fat soluble, so that's a good thing.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, hey, that's something I just learned. I didn't know that. So that makes me not want to throw away some of this other stuff that's already molded that's in here. Because I got more containers full.
I don't have a big gallon jar, but I've got half-gallon jars sitting down in the basement.
Yeah. Shit, I got so much down fat built up. I don't have as much bacon grease because I don't accumulate. I don't eat as much bacon. If you think about it, hell, bacon's probably more expensive than ribeye.
Oh, speaking of which, my wife and I went to Costco this week, and they had New York strip on sale for $9.99 a pound, and I had to just keep my hands in my pockets and just salivate. Because I don't have any more room.
Wow.
I don't have any more room in my freezer. I got to clean out my big freezer behind me so I can make room for my little freezer here that I've got stacked shit stacked on. I got so I can clear the 240 pounds of chicken out of there.
It almost makes you feel guilty to think about that. That's even a complaint that should exist, you know.
I don't have that complaint.
You think about
Wow.
because I got the same problem. I got 2 freezers full. One freezer is full of deer meat that either the neighbors gave me or my cousin killed a deer and didn't want to go get the damn deer and didn't want to pay the fee. So I went and paid $60 and went and got the deer, and it's ground deer into sausage and ground burger meat and tenderloin and all that stuff. Then the other one, I've got about 150 pounds of whole chickens that's starting to take up space. I need one of those stand-up ones. Mine's are your old deep freezers that.
And the bottom, of course, the bottom is not mine.
Yeah.
Quack, quack.
Garbage.
I saw some bacon, I think, in there though.
Oh yeah, I got bacon, but unfortunately, yeah, I got all that to eat before I can start working on my heart attack chicken, which I'm looking forward to. That's what I'm saving my tallow for.
Yeah.
It's delicious.
That's what I'm going. That's what I do. That's why I accumulate so much, because I'm building it. And two, I used to just, when I used it, I used to just dump my fat. Now I just practically pour it back in the container and just continue using it.
I use probably, I know eggs have a lot of fat, but I love the taste of the tallow, and the eggs soak it up. So I probably use, I don't know, a third of a cup, half a cup of tallow to cook my 12 eggs.
Yeah.
And everything goes in my dish, and I scrape everything out.
Yeah. Yeah, hell, I'll be honest with you, the way I started cooking my burger patties, I got a stainless steel bowl, and I just stack my burger patties up in it, and I take the rendered fat and I dump it back over it, and then I throw it in the fridge overnight, and then I wake up and I'll when I fix my lunch, instead of like cutting chunks of butter and eating with it, I just take a knife and pop it loose and then get it and then break off chunks of that damn beef fat tallow and just eat chunks of that with my burger patty cold for lunch. So I'm not wasting the fat too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's it solidifies in my dish when I go to work. Well, it doesn't really it starts getting solid, but I scrape all that out, and I'll sit there and take my finger and scrape the bowl and lick my finger while I'm eating.
Yeah.
People are looking at me like, you're weird. Well, I'm not moving like a duck, though.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Definitely.
Yeah.
What you got there, brother? Oh, duck, yeah.
At a restaurant with some other deputies a couple years ago, when I was doing, eating carnivore way still, early in my, they brought some butter. Of course, I always look to make sure that it's real butter and not like 40% vegetable oil crap. I looked at it and noticed that the only ingredients in it was sweet cream and salt. And I just took it and opened it up and ate it like candy. And they looked at me like, what the hell? Like I was trying to give myself a heart attack or something.
That's the idea.
Rolling my eyes at them like.
Yeah, we used to, my wife and I used to go to this Texas Roadhouse, and she loves the butter and the buns and stuff. And this is up until I looked at the package just after I started Carnivore. And I looked at the package and it said soybean oil or something like that. And I said, I'm not touching that shit. Well, it's
Mhm.
just butter. No, it tastes good, but you look at it, look at the contents, and she doesn't eat that shit from now on.
Yep. Yeah, I try to stay as far away from Texas Roadhouse as I can, and the only reason why that is I don't have too much temptation. I can walk in a grocery store and walk right past the damn Little Debbie cakes and the bakery and everything and not be tempted at all. But when I walk in Texas Roadhouse, for some reason, as soon as I walk through the door, it's like those yeast roll scent just hits me right in the damn, and it's almost like I'm like, I end up saying I'm going to only order a steak, and then I end up eating 6 yeast rolls with that damn butter with that shit all in it,
Nope.
all over it. So I have to stay away.
I've never been inside a Texas Roadhouse.
Well, it's
evil, Rick. It's evil.
yeah.
I've been in. I'm right now. I'm in a Florida roadkill.
Well, you've got the raw meat sitting there. That's the temptation. And then when you get to your table, then they start tempting you with all this other nonsense.
Mm-hmm. They insist too.
Yep.
They insist
Yeah,
that are you sure it's free?
Yeah.
It's free rolls and that good butter it's got sugar in it too. On top of that butter's great. But
Yep.
But they got some big gigantic tomahawk ribeyes in there though, by God, it's dang.
I remember when, this is years ago, before my mom passed, and it was when I came back. It was like, I don't know, 2008, 2009. I came back and my sibling, my mom, and we went to a steak place. I don't remember if it was Logan's or what, but I had probably 40 ounces of beef between 2 steaks, and that's all I ate. And they couldn't believe how much I ate. I ordered the biggest steak and then the next biggest steak. But yeah, I didn't touch any garbage.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember how good that stuff tastes.
Mm-hmm.
But when my mom cooked chuck roast, pot roast, whatever you want to call it, I always filled my green, and I've got my green bowl still, but I used to fill it with mashed potatoes and gravy and green beans or corn and chow on that, and I would leave the meat for everybody else. Now, I don't need all that garbage, and the whole chuck roast is mine. I can eat 4 pounds of chuck roast in one sitting. So, Rick,
That's some good
I'm
stuff.
right there with you.
See?
I tell you, here lately, I do cook a chuck roast, especially when it's me and my wife, because she loves chuck roast. I cook it in the crock pot or whatever. But lately, if it's just me, I've actually been cooking because when I buy chuck roast, I make sure that it's got the big chuck eye in it. I try to find the ones that's got a big chuck eye in it, and I actually cook it about like I would a big giant ribeye. I throw it in the electric smoker and smoke it for about an hour and 20 minutes or whatever, and to the point where it's still rare or medium rare at least.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll take it and sear it in a cast iron skillet and eat it like a steak, which it is practically a steak. But
I got a question for you. Do you have a meat grinder?
I don't have I ain't gonna lie. I do have a meat grinder. I've never used it because it's an older meat grinder that I've never used, but it's more of I guess a collectible. But
okay. Well, Rick's got one, and I can tell you from experience, and he can tell you, it's probably going to be the best burger you can eat, and you can even eat it raw. Just put a little salt on it. I've done it. I'll do it again. I won't eat store-bought hamburger raw, but I'll eat my own. I'll grind brisket.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I just slice it up and grind it, and oh my God, is it good?
I've been wanting to do that, but
you should.
Man,
yep.
I do want to buy it. Of course, when I clean out some space in my freezer, I'm going to buy a brisket because, for one, too, I want to perfect the smoking because I've never smoked a brisket myself.
I tried one time.
I've smoked a butt. I wish I'd have went to the Carnivore Kips meetup before the last one he had, which he didn't have one this year. I don't know if he had one the year before, but he smoked a bunch of brisket, but he smoked beef ribs. The last one, the one that I went to, he smoked beef ribs. But I wished I'd have went to that because I would have talked to him.
Rick, you got a workout with that, didn't you?
It's similar.
Yes, I did.
Similar to that one. Of course, I'm probably missing some components to it.
This is the one I use.
I need to get me one of those.
How is that brisket burger compared to the hamburger you bought before?
Far better. Far better.
Yeah, I bet it is.
Oh, geez.
I'd like to smoke some brisket burgers.
Oh, yeah. You know, this whole year, as nice as the weather has been, and when I say nice, it hasn't rained that much. I've used the grill one time, and that was my wife used it. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
I've got like 120 pounds of pellets behind me.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got a bunch of hickory wood chips. Of course, I bought them, but you can find them sometimes in them big giant bags, and they're dirt cheap. Which I got wood. I use when I do the grill. I don't use lighter fluid or that charcoal that's got the lighter fluid already soaked in it. I use regular, but I go outside and I've got a maple tree outside here that sheds the limbs every so often. I go and pick sticks up and whatnot and build a fire that way and get it going real good.
I use banana leaves. That's how I
could get some banana leaves. My damn my aunt's got big giant banana trees up at the house, at her house next door here.
Oh yeah, you got bananas over there?
No, they don't grow bananas now. I know a guy that I don't really know him, but there's a guy that lives in Tuscaloosa. He had a banana tree all year round, but then all of a sudden, wintertime, I'm like, where does banana tree go? Because it's tall. Then he'll come back around next summer and it'll have bananas on it. Little bitty bananas like that long or whatever. But what he did was he took it and put it in his basement during the out of season.
Oh, cool.
And then he'd bring it back out when it got warm, and he actually grew bananas that way. But
a friend of mine grows bananas in Minnesota, but he's got a greenhouse.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you can do that.
He uses it as like a tropical. He grew up in Miami, so that's like his tropical spot. He's got a coconut tree in there and bananas and all kinds of tropical flowers.
Yeah.
But the problem with this thing is that if you don't put the little rubber feet on it, when you crank it, it comes right off the table. So it's kind of frustrating, but in fact, I got to get new rubber feet. The old ones went bad, but I haven't ground any burger in a while. The meat's too expensive.
Right.
So we'll see.
I got me a meat. I got a meat slicer and a meat dehydrator for Christmas. My wife asked me what I wanted, and I told her I wanted a meat slicer and a meat or dehydrator, excuse me. So I plan on making pemmican. So another pandemic hits or whatever, and you can't find any kind of meat or anything, or I'm gonna make a bunch of damn pemmican. And
what kind of meat slicer did you get?
I've got it up in the closet. I forgot the name brand. It came from Academy Sports, but it was like a huge sale. It was like during Black Friday sale. But okay. I forgot the name. I forgot the name brand it was.
Yeah, there's a store that reconditions industrial, or I don't want to say industrial, commercial stuff like that. And I got to go visit them and see, because I'm pretty sure what I want to get is a Hobart.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of these new ones. They're not. I'm afraid I'd break it because I'd be too rough.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was about, I want to say it was about $80.
Okay.
So
that's cool.
But it was like originally probably 50%. It was like a 50% deal or something. But so But it was during Black Friday.
Cool.
Yeah.
I can't speak about Black Friday because we got what was it? I got one of them car cameras I got to hook up, and we got that last Black Friday, and it's still sitting on my computer desk.
Yeah.
One of them deals. I'm
Yeah.
not interested in hooking it up, but I'll hook it up one of these days.
Yeah. I got those this last Christmas, and I still hadn't used them either. And I've been wanting to.
You know, it's funny. I never got to show that video that Barry sent. It's been sitting here in the present. Yeah, I didn't show that, did I? The one with Milton.
I don't know.
You showed something
Yeah, let me see if
a day or so ago.
Milton, no, not the coffee. Stop, you're ruining the stream. The laptop, get off the keys. Milton, down, now. I can't go live like this. That's it, stream is over. Milton, you little menace.
That's
Dang.
cute.
that was the little black menace. No, it wasn't that. It's just I couldn't start it. I guess the way that the StreamYard is all screwy. And when I shut it off, I don't even know if it'll shut off. I may have to do it manually through YouTube.
Yeah. You just unplug everything.
Well, but it'll keep running until it runs 12 hours.
Well, right,
YouTube
but you don't want to
time.
be like shutting it down and then leaving your computer on, and the cam is filming you when you're changing into your skivvies.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, I don't wear skivvies. I mean, the closest thing I got to it is work clothes, and I don't generally. I mean, you don't see that too often.
Yeah, I noticed you change shirts or whatever when you was eating the heart attack chicken.
Yeah, I took off the good shirt. It's just an undershirt. I wear these, and then that's about it. You know, I don't want to get my good clothes dirty. I'm covered in lard and tallow, and
Yeah.
that stuff's hard to clean. And I just cleaned that shirt a couple days ago. Haven't finished ironing, but I try to keep my good clothes nice.
And the typical
Work clothes, they're a disaster.
And I know about getting those grease and whatnot on your clothes because the typical advice people give you. I imagine you probably don't have any dial soap like sitting around somewhere.
Ew.
But that's what advice that I was given about spots on my clothes about dial soap. I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I try to
I make my own soap from wood ashes.
Yeah. That's one thing I want to start doing too. I accumulate as much the tallow as from my burger patties. I want to do that.
If you got a burn barrel, you get plenty of ashes.
Or if you got a pellet grill.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's another one.
I've got one of those old, I don't think it was Weber, but it's a grill that I use outside that I got to remember to save the ashes because that's one thing I want to do.
I got a burn barrel and I live in the city.
Yeah.
I tell you that Dawn degreaser, that spray bottle that they say, it cuts the grease. They have those commercials where you just wipe with a sponge and all that stuff comes off. You know what it's good for?
Is it?
One guess. It's scary, but it's good. It's a good bug killer.
Oh.
Within seconds, not minutes, seconds. That because it's such a big degreaser, it just practically instantly kills the flies. It's nasty. In fact, I had a hornet come in here, and he was bothering me one day, and all I did was misted him, and he's gone, no longer.
Yeah. Formula 88 engine cleaner. That's what we used to use.
Yep.
Better than the bug spray.
Pest problems. Degreaser is really good.
Yeah.
Also kills termites. It's basically just sodium hydroxide and water. In the old days, we had trisodium phosphate, which I can't find anymore.
That's because it's too dangerous, Rick. Everything is too dangerous for consumers.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah.
I don't know what danger what excuse they come up with.
Yeah, it's
Well, it's for our
crazy.
safety.
They even
Like
took
everything else.
away our nitrate fertilizer because they're afraid they're going to blow them up or something.
Mm-hmm. Just because you had one dumbass.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, you know,
But fertilizer isn't even explosive. It's an oxidizer. It's not an explosive.
all it is a grab.
Yeah.
Where they want to put they want to put limiters, speed limiters on the cars and all this. I won't. Any new car comes with they're trying to put speed limiters in there, cameras, and if you like, say for instance, say you have an emergency, you get a phone call, and you're rushing to your car and you stumble and you're near your car and the camera sees that, it's going to think you're inebriated. It's not going to allow you to drive.
Mm-hmm.
Then what the F?
Right.
You know, it's stupid shit like this, but this is what they're trying to implement into legislation.
Mm-hmm.
So
It's crazy.
They always do that.
Yep. And then they'll shove it in a bill where, hey, we're going to cut your taxes by 50%. But we're going to screw you in the car market area.
Mm-hmm. That's
They
true.
always do that stuff.
It's all about control.
Yep. They ain't going to control me. I'm sorry. I get off the government shit.
Shit, I'm with you on it, man. I'll tell you, it's ridiculous. I mean, I'm trying to make people aware of what how we've been getting screwed, and to get it through their thick ass heads that the same shit that they buy into and support is the same people they're supporting, empires they're supporting that killed our damn family members.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, just to interject. I only need 10 more subscribers to go live. So if anybody's interested, hint CB, hint.
Yeah.
I'm a subscriber.
Yep. I just need 10 more though. And I can start doing
Let's see if we got how many people we got here. We got 27 on my end. I don't know how many are on Jonathan's end. But if you're not a subscriber, let's get your channel up there.
Try to click. I find it harder on my phone, but if I was actually on, I could click on my laptop, I think, and find find a comment that you actually commented on, like a video.
Let me see here. Let me see. I don't know. Rick's better at it. I have to do phones.
Yeah, my phone, I find it harder to click on a live
job. Let me see here. See if I can do it. Yeah, I only got 40 subscribers. Let's see if I can do them. Here we go. Going live. Okay. I only got 40 subscribers. Here we go. I thought live. Okay. 40 subscribers. Sorry about that. See.
Because I know if I try to search for meathead.
Just a second. I'm trying to. I had it, but I copied it, but it didn't want to paste. Rick. Rick's got to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, or Jonathan.
I'm looking at my subscriber list, and I can't find it.
Feral Grandma. She's
I unsubscribed to you, Rick. Joke.
Oh.
Yeah.
This is weird.
Let me see if I can.
Subscriptions. I must have missed it.
I'm just going to type it.
This is crazy. Oh my goodness, what is this? And I've been up and down the list. I can't find it.
Let me see if I got it. Got the right one. Dang it. I'm pretty sure this is it.
Hey,
There it is.
found
I
you.
got it.
I
Okay.
found you. I'll
I got
subscribe
it.
to you right now. Hey, I subscribe to you.
Okay, I removed it. Removed mine.
There you go. That's yours right there.
I'm gonna go check and make sure you subscribe, Mister.
Yeah, call me out. Hey, I've got you. I've pulled up on the screen right here if you want to look.
Let me see here.
All right.
I don't want premium. Where am I at? There we go. We had mine.
Yeah.
Ooh, 41. I got 41. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
You'll have to listen to that cardiologist.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
There
And then
we go.
I wasn't able to because I haven't uploaded my ID or video of myself to YouTube, Google, whoever
I
to
was surprised it found it.
confirm myself. I had to just put the links, but they're not clickable previously for my chats where I fired them.
Mm.
Yeah, I was surprised it found it. I just went in there, which I remembered at Meathead for Life is what I typed in, and then it pulled it up first thing. I was like, oh shit, because when you only have like so many subscribers, it's like you'll pull up these thousands of different names, but
That's me.
Mm-hmm.
There's only one meathead.
That's
Yeah.
right.
yeah.
Okay, let's see. Yep. So that's got to be the one. That's the right link. It works. Anyway. So it's been kind of a long live stream, which is a good thing. Hopefully it's not one of them record breakers like it was last year, but
6.5
there's just so
hours.
many things to do.
Yeah, you got to make a video. I got to cook me some eggs and bacon, and
That's right.
yeah.
You don't want to get too hungry, and then you might think about eating some duck food.
Oh yeah.
No thanks.
Good thing I live way out in the country and I'm far away from the store.
Well, that's good. Yeah.
I don't
that's
get
one
tempted.
advantage of being out there and in the country. There's a lot of advantages. You don't have to look at your neighbors, and you got room to do stuff. You don't have to worry about code enforcement circling around and having a container of rotten duck eggs ready to give to them.
Yeah, or trying to fine you every time you stick a shovel in your ground because you're not paying, you're not getting a permit.
Yeah, exactly. You got to get permission from your master around here. I'm a subscriber. Yeah, they don't. Most of what I do is illegal, so that's why I got so many plants. I got so much camouflage. I got
It's
two
not
jump
illegal,
cards.
Rick. It's only illegal when you get caught.
Yeah,
That's right.
Exactly.
That's for sure. Let's see. Region. There we go. I was heavy line tech. ASC. Oh, okay. Mechanic. Love your show. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Lived 20 miles from town. There you go. 20 miles from here is the ocean. So,
Yeah.
unless you go north or south, and then you're just in another development. There's a development all the way up. You could drive for an hour here and still be in a development. They got rid of the last cow pasture a couple of years ago.
I
It's a
remember
bunch
the long, boring drives as a child through Florida when we used to go see my half brother in Rayford. We would go to Disney World, and it was always, "Are we there yet? Are we there yet?" And it just it just drove us kids nuts. But have you ever heard of the Gatorland Zoo?
Oh yeah.
See,
I
that's
think that's
probably what
long
it's probably
gone.
gone. Yeah, probably long gone. But I remember going there as a kid feeding the alligators.
Mm-hmm. I
Yep.
remember that. That one time they had an entrance that looked like a gator's mouth.
Yep. I loved it.
I think I
I
have a
always loved
brochure from
reptiles.
there. Let me see if that still exists. Yeah, it's still around. I can't believe it.
Wow.
South Orange Blossom Trail, south of Orlando. It was founded in 1949 on former cattle land. Yep. Wow. And the gator mouth is still there.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember
can't
going there
believe
in the 70s.
Gatorland, Orlando, Florida. It's still there. I haven't been there since the 1980s. Gators, flamingos, all kinds of stuff. That's the place I'd like to send all the developers to. Gatorland. Just push them into the gator pit.
I'm into that.
Gatorland. I can't believe it's still there. I really can't. I figured it'd be some giant housing project by now.
That's like I said, it wasn't. I mean, it was an attraction, but it wasn't that big. Back in the 70s,
Right.
it was just like one of them getches when you're going down 95.
Mm-hmm. That's it. Look, they still got the ostriches. A lot of gators. Breeding marsh. Oh yeah. I remember that. I was always thinking of the James Bond movie where they had all the gators and then they put him on the island and he had to run across the gators to get to the other side.
And he had that watch that with it was an electromagnet.
Yeah. Yeah. To get the phone.
Yep.
That was funny. What was that called? Live and Let Die or something like that?
I think that's what it was. Wasn't that based out of Louisiana?
Yeah. Louisiana. That's right. On the swamp. They had that black guy. And yeah, that was, what was that, in the 70s? I was a kid, I know, when they had that out there. Gatorland. Wow, I can't believe it's still there.
That's when the movies were good, Rick.
Yeah. I haven't watched a movie since the 80s, at least in a movie theater.
I haven't seen one since, I think, 2023 when I was forced to go, but I don't
No, not the coffee.
Whoops.
Stop, you're ruining the stream.
Okay.
Milton, behave.
That was me. I dropped the mouse on the floor.
I don't go to theaters either because I used to program Android devices and sell them. I can get all those movies in theaters here at the house, and I've got me a 300-inch projector screen, and I found a projector that I ended up found. They had them in Walmart at the time, but I found they were like $250 at Walmart, but I found mine for $150 on eBay. Yeah, that's the same exact brand, Bankyo.
I got it from the dump.
Those are good projectors.
Yep.
And mine projects a 1080p HD up to 300-inch screen, and I got it at my side of my garage. I just got my own theater.
There you go. Hopefully you don't eat popcorn, though.
No, I just eat me a good. I plan it. Sometimes I have like a Super Bowl event for myself or maybe a couple family members or whatever, and then I'll grill a steak or I'll do whatever, and then eat my meal, and then we'll go outside. I used to love popcorn, but I don't eat that garbage no more.
I never was a fan of popcorn or potato chips or any of that stuff.
I liked that stuff. I just was never a fan. I never was I'm thankful that I was never a sweet eater. I never was a big sweets person. If I was a sweet person, I would have probably been 350 or 400 pounds because I ate the other duck food for a meal, and then I just never was one of them. Like I grew up with 3 of my great grandparents. I knew 3 of my great grandparents, and last one died when I was 35. The last one was, but they had it was almost a religion. When they ate a meal, they had to have dessert. And I'm glad I didn't turn out like that.
You know what this is?
No.
Rick?
What's that?
That's what I'm asking. You know what this is?
Looks like a set of lockpicks.
Hell yeah. Burglar's tools.
Yep.
Probably
Rick knows who I watch.
Yep. They made a sport out of it, picking locks.
Really?
Yep.
It's sort of weird.
I got them here too.
Because the reason why I refer to Rick as my brother from another mother, because we have so many things that we have in common. We love vehicles, old vehicles. We love bowling. We are into lock picks. He's on a different level, though, when it comes to intelligence.
Not really.
So, yeah, you are. You know more about etymology than what I do.
Well, a little bit.
Okay.
I can explain where things come from, sure, but you could Google it as well. Uh-oh. Milton, what are you doing?
But that's why I have so much love for you, Rick.
I appreciate that. The feeling is mutual, you know that. I only hang out with the best. I don't hang out with a bunch of losers.
You talking about the class?
I have other things in common with Kurt too, as you know. I mean, shoot, we even have, well, when I'm working, I kind of have the similar dress style that he does. If you've ever seen what my work shirts look like, I might even have one floating around here somewhere, if Milton hasn't tore it up.
I'm going to share you a little secret.
What's that?
For the past 2 years, ever since I started this job in February of 25, I've worn the same 2 pair of socks, the same jeans, and the same 4 shirts. I only have 2 pair of work pants. That's it.
That's about what I'm down to as well.
I
tore my other ones up.
I can't see. I have some skinnier work pants when I can fit into them, but I can't see spending the money.
Right.
I have like 10 new pair of socks in my drawer, but those are for special occasions. I am very frugal when it comes to clothes.
Me too. Milton, what are you doing?
Hell, I've got a bunch of clothes myself. I'm fixing to start just selling them on eBay, I think, because they're piling up, and some I just can't wear no more because I refuse to go back to the lifestyle I was at. Like double X chap shirts and stuff like that. It never was my style, no ways. But
I don't know what those are.
They're like polo style.
Oh God,
chaps.
no.
But they're just not my style. I'm like you. I'm more of a t-shirt, and some of these I actually got from Dad, or I got it inherited from my wife's cousin's husband who died, and of course I never wore them. They're in a plastic tote and they're just piled up. I'm fixing to start because they're like $50, $75, $80, $100 a shirt.
Why don't you? I don't know what you're. For me, it's too much of a hassle to resell. I like stuff that I can't use. Some goods that I've taken to Habitat for Humanity. I'll take it to Habitat for Humanity or throw it in the garbage before I'll give it to Goodwill.
Yeah, I don't. Goodwill's not people don't need to even donate to Goodwill. they're not charity at all. And Habitat for Humanity is a good,
Corporation.
yeah.
Well,
Well, I'm a reseller anyway. I make money on the side reselling too. So
well, I used to sell antiques besides working 60, 70 hours a week, but I just don't have it in me anymore.
yeah,
I'd rather give it away than somebody who could use it, or like I said, Habitat for Humanity, until they do me wrong, like American, what was it? Salvation Army.
yeah,
Salvation Army, when I got out of the service, I was homeless, and they said there was nothing that they could do for me. They couldn't help me, because of this, that. And I'm like, okay. Then when my mom needed help with her fuel oil and I was on disability and I came back to help take care of her during the winters, I didn't have the financial means to buy fuel oil. Well, they told us what to do and we did it. And oh, well, because you have X amount of gallons of fuel oil now, we can't help you. I don't have any, I will not do anything for Salvation Army. Goodwill, I used to deal with them years ago, and when I see they go online and they're asking an exorbitant amount of money for antiques, you can't put a price. It's what people are willing to pay. And when I sold online, when I first started selling online, I knew what, this thing could be worth $500. I'd put it on there for a penny. Whoever gets it, they decide how much it's worth.
Right.
yeah.
That's how I am. I can't resell anymore. I'm not a money person.
No, I'm not either.
Nope.
Yeah, it's helped me though.
Go ahead.
No, I said it's helped me though because I'm so far in debt. Plus, I've got baseball cards and comic books and stuff that I've had since I was a kid that I bought for $1 on the elementary school bus, and now some of these comics are worth hundreds, and I've even sold one comic book for like $3,500. So I've got stuff like that I'm starting to realize now that I can't carry it to the grave with me because it's going to freaking rot.
Yeah, I used to. In fact, if you need help grading the comic books, I used to deal comic books. When I was in junior high, I had a teacher sell me, I think, 3 comic books for $5, and they're from the 40s. And one of them was from the 50s. And some kid stole my Bugs Bunny. I got it back. But anyways, I had these comics for years, and I held on to them through the 90s. And finally, I met somebody who knew about comics, and we got to checking into it. The one comic that I bought for $1, like $1.60, $1.75, was worth, at that time in the 90s, worth $1,500 in the condition it was in.
Milton.
It was the first comic that they transitioned over to a new name or something like that, and it was called The Haunt of Fear, number 15. And anyways, I got into with this guy, and I went to Lower Indiana with my parents, and I was just doing my thing, going up and down the streets and checking out shops, and I saw this comic shop, and I saw the first Amazing Spider-Man. It was Amazing Fantasy 15. And he wanted, I don't know, I think it was $3,000. I asked my parents, and they like, no, we're not going to loan you the money, but it's a good investment. And they said no.
Bad kitty.
I went back home. I took out a loan for $2,000.
Silly cat.
Bought it. He mailed it to me. And my parents, I never heard the end of it. But I ended up doing some finagling and stuff, and I made out with some good money and extra comic books just for that $2,000 investment.
Yeah, and I've got a similar story. The one that I sold for 3,500 was a Amazing Spider-Man #3, which was the first appearance of Doctor Octopus.
Yep.
And it was graded by CGC a 7.0.
Ooh.
But I ended up selling it for like 3,500, and now I'm like, if I would have held it until the pandemic, I could have got 10 or 15 grand for it.
Hindsight, brother.
Yep. But I did make a profit, but still, you know.
And that's all you can say is, you know, you got a good deal, and when you got it and you made some good money, and let somebody else have some fun.
Yep.
That's how I look at it. I mean,
Yes.
can you imagine what the very first Amazing Fantasy 15 in very fine condition, what that would, mine wasn't graded by CGC, but it was very fine. The pages weren't cream, but they weren't brown.
Yep.
So you can imagine what that's worth.
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry, we're talking stuff that you don't know about, Rick.
You're talking about 100, probably shit. If you could probably put it on, that would be worthy of heritage auction, you know.
Oh yeah. But there's some, I've seen some of these people, they've gone into these households and they name this collection after this person because they found some real gems.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the stuff that I do. My ex-father-in-law, he knew this guy who had stuff from the 40s, but he never put me in contact with him. Otherwise, I probably would have bought everything he had.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. That's the only thing I miss is when I used to go out and buy estates, but I wouldn't have the life I have now. I would much rather have my health and the life I have now than have all that money.
Best comics I've bought, and I know we're going to bore everybody to death, but I have to tell this story. I bought it from a guy, of course, my buddy's brother. He pretty much was losing his house to, his house was fixing to get repossessed or whatever, foreclosed on or whatever. Not foreclosed, but my brain is not working. Anyway, he had no power. He had a wood heater going, had no lights. I had my cell phone, it was the only light I had. I had to go in there and look through his comics. Of course, I got all these comics for $2 a piece, and I still got all of them. But back then, I wasn't too knowledgeable on what the value is on a lot of them. But I ended up getting some pretty good deals on that right there, and that was like no power whatsoever. Had a wood heater going and didn't have no electricity, and fixing to lose his house, and
took advantage of him.
Yeah, but hell, couldn't hardly even see, but I didn't know what I was doing back then anyway. I just knew I liked comics. And
well, I got something similar, but it's a little more callous. When my dad died, my real dad, in 2000, I went up there to the funeral, and there was this young couple that they had, I don't know, they bought out some stuff, and they had a bunch of dolls and clothing, which I didn't know jack shit about, but I had a good friend who I worked with, her mother knew about dolls, and I bought a bunch of this jewelry besides other stuff. And I went over to their house and spent probably a good 6-7 hours. This is while I'm up there for my dad's funeral. So I'm conducting business while I'm supposed to be mourning. And I spent about $500-700 and came back rich. I bought a platinum diamond watch that I sold for, I don't know, $300 or $400. So yeah, I was always all business.
Mm.
If there was a deal to be made, I would do it, regardless.
Yeah.
Now I don't give a shit like I said, I don't give a shit. Rick, I don't give a shit about money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm rich, and I'd rather be rich in friendships and relationships and financial.
That's what counts.
Yeah.
I go through stuff. I find old stuff all the time. It's like these are the kind of shirts I used to wear when we did all the work outside. I couldn't believe I still had a couple of them left. They're still good. That's more than, huh?
That's the only thing that I would like to do is find I remember the shirts, your picnic shirt. I remember having one that my mom made me.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. She made a lot of our clothes when we were kids.
And that's old. That thing's over 30 years old. But I never worked in shirts like that because it's just they get destroyed. So we always wore stuff like this, and this is good because you got like enough where you don't sweat right here and the air can go through it, especially like if you're working in some kind of like sitting in the Bobcat and there's no air conditioning. This makes it a lot better, right, Milton? He's a bad black menace. You're a black menace.
If I can find it, I'm gonna post a picture. But I think I started the fad. It was I don't know. I've started quite a few things way before anybody else even thought about it. But when I was in second grade, and I'm pretty sure, Rick, I was wearing that checkered picnic table shirt. But for school pictures, I had taken scissors I got at school, and I trimmed my eyebrow. I cut that little space in my eyebrow where it was separated by a big gap. And my mom, she was so mad, she made me have my school pictures taken like that. But I started it in second grade. So second grade, I started school when I was 5 or 6. So kindergarten, first, second. I was like 8 years old. So 8, so 74, 75. I started that before it was even. Now everybody's doing it. They're cutting their eyebrow. I'm cool. No, I was cool before you were even born, kid. Reminiscing.
It's been nice today. That's a miracle.
Yeah.
What'd Jonathan say? I can't read any of the chats.
My stepsister came over having a huge meltdown. My brother-in-law nearly died. My stepdad has to resuscitate him. Wow.
Shit.
Damn. Shit.
Sorry, Jonathan.
Yeah. Whew.
Yeah, that's never. And Jonathan was supposed to have been resting, and I guess that got rudely interrupted.
That is true.
Well, I hope his father-in-law is doing good.
What can you do? Anyway, I need to go and start stripping my junk car, and I got a million things I got to do.
Yep, you got to go, brother. I got to eat.
Oh, CB, you're not going to die.
I'm not going to die. I'm good now. Used to, I'd be cranky and I'd be like, hell, I got to get the hell out of here. I got to eat something. No, but
that's it.
Now it's not totally. That's what drives me insane about working around all these people who's sugar addicts, and they're actually crackheads, literally crackheads running around needing a fix.
Yeah, right.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
I always got to eat something.
Okay, brother from another mother and brother from Alabama.
Yeah.
There you go.
Good speaking with you, brother. Good seeing you.
Yeah, I'll take care. And Jonathan, wish you luck with your family.
Yep.
Yeah, I got to talk to Jonathan about the app. I had trouble with that, but everyone is fine. Upset as people forgot about how she feels. Okay. Lost her child's dad to suicide. Wow. Okay. No rest for the wicked. Wow. Laters, guys, from Wendy. And let's see. We still have, it looks like 27 people watching. Hey,
Hey, Rick,
Love
can
seeing
you
you.
leave the live chat? You know what I'm saying, where it shows what people said during the video?
I think it's YouTube automatically does it, doesn't it?
Not all. I don't know. You can change settings because when I called out old guy Carnivore, he changed settings back to where I couldn't read what people were saying in the chat because I was calling out Papa Carnivore, and
Oh.
then he changed it back for a couple videos, and it's you got to do it in the settings.
I thought it was, yeah. It should be turned on, like Jonathan says. It usually is on mine, but
Okay.
I have to check.
Yeah, because I just like to read what people said. I'm not calling anybody out or anything like that.
Right.
Because I can't read. Right now I'm in a studio and all I can see is like, I can't even see anybody's face.
Right. Well, you're on a phone. It's pretty small. Let's see. Should be there somewhere. I'm looking at the settings. I thought it was checked. I'll double check.
Now you're going on 7 hours live stream now.
I've had up to 12 hours. 12 hours is my long.
I was attending that in the chat.
There's been some long ones. They're usually in the summer when it rains, but we haven't had any rain this summer. It's been all screwy.
And Rick, I want to call you out on that bullshit with the African winds. It's the El Nino. I warned you. I told you, it's not going to happen. That storm, whatever that is out in the Atlantic,
yeah,
there's going to be kiboshed. It's because the El Nino, the winds off the Pacific. Everything's going to be off the Pacific.
Mm-hmm.
So
you never know, though. These things can change in this month of August. It happened in '92.
It could, but again, it's highly unlikely.
Yeah,
you'd probably have a better chance of catching a lizard duck than having a hurricane. Just saying. Can you imagine
that is true.
A flying lizard?
Flying lizard. Well, I mean, if a duck is eating a lizard and it flies away, I guess it's technically a flying lizard.
There you go.
Because you never know with those ducks. They love to eat anything that moves. If it's moving, it's on the menu, as they say.
Yep, same here.
Right?
Yep.
Well,
what about
you,
right. CB? What is your first name, CB?
Charles.
Charles, okay. Okay, cool.
B stands for Brandon, which with the E, not an O. DEN. They screwed up on my birth certificate, and then years later, I realized I was spelling my name wrong my whole life.
Oh, wow.
Oops.
It happens. It happens.
Yeah. Well.
All right, gentlemen.
All right.
Be careful.
Stay safe.
I will see you.
Yep, I will.
Eat meat and be happy, everybody.
Definitely.
We will try.
Be good. Take it easy.
All right.
Be good, brother.
See you later.
Thank you.
All right. Great to have everyone here. And I think I'm going to go outside and start cutting up that old 69 Charger. So hopefully everyone's going to have a great day. And again, I thank you. And I will exit and I will see you. I guess the next one will be tomorrow at 10 if there's a live stream with Kiltz or Mitch. I didn't see Mitch here today. And then maybe on, Tuesday, we have Keto Cookout with Russ. And after that, I'll catch you then.
I live for condition.